쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품인 척봐 한도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 이 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿔도 너와 나 그래
Yeah, that's my boy.
Smash! Thermal anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. A pick blast!
Threat neutralized.
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat. You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frink Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
What are you aiming at? What are you aiming at?
Let the devil out!
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. Optic blast!
Threat neutralized.
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat. You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frink Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
Do your thing, Double D! Low road's got your back!
Hey everyone, I'm Nick or Vaudable, and I'm here to bring you through all you need to know about Stage 1 for Ignite 2026. The preseason started out with a bang. We had some great champions that we crowned across the regions. Team Liquid Citadel in Americas, Navi or Not Sincere in EMEA. We also had Reject in Pacific for Asia. Over in the OCE side of things, we had Gen.G take the win there in a pretty dominant performance. And in China, we actually had an upset. OUG didn't get the victory. It was Iconics who were the ones who came out on top. But now let's shift gears. Let's talk about Stage 1. That's what you are all interested to learn more about. And let's get into the schedule first and foremost. Looking at our match calendar here for Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1. The group stages will take place on May 21st to June 7th. And then the second phase of the competition will be the playoffs from June 25th to July 5th. You might be wondering, why is this happening? Well, if we look at this map rotation graphic, it tells you all you need to know. Lower Manhattan's getting added to the map pool, but also we will have Season 8 be the patch that the group stages are played on, and Season 8.5 is going to be the one that the playoffs will be played on. So you'll have Devil Dinosaur chomping up the competition in the group stages, and Cyclops blasting people away in the playoffs. It's going to be a great one. Now let's talk about format and seeding. Seeding was already determined from placements in pre-season, and if you're watching this video, you probably already know exactly where those teams have meted out in their specific groups. Starting with the Americas Stage 1 format, you can see it as the exact same as it was for preseason. 2 groups of 6 teams will play through a round-robin style bracket, which means they play each other once, and the top 4 teams from each of those groups will move on to the playoffs. During the playoffs, this will all be best-of-5 matches, and that'll be starting from July 2nd to the 4th. And the finals, of course, will be the 5th with a best-of-7. The exact same is going to be happening for EMEA Stage 1. Will be a round-robin best-of-3 group stage with 2 groups of 6. The top 4 from each of those moving on into the playoffs, where they'll be playing a best-of-5 double elimination bracket with a best-of-7 final. Now, to talk a little bit about the Pacific format, I brought in an expert from the region. Liger, take it away.
Thank you, Vaudable. How's it going, everybody? It's Liger here. I'm here to tell you the structure for Ignite Pacific. Now, we're going to start off with OCE, okay? We've got a group stage double elimination running from the 21st to the 24th of May. Then, Asia will be taking place with a group stage of their own, but round-robin format from the 29th of May to the 7th of June. Now, how's this going to work is we're going to get the top 2 from OCE and then the top 6 from Asia going into a combined, that's right, it's merging everybody into a Pacific playoff.
These teams are competing for a lot, not just spots in mid-season final, but it's also prizing $650,000 in total is up for grabs, and it is split $200,000 each for EMEA and Americas, $120,000 for Pacific, and $100,000 for China. Now, Stage 1 serves as the only qualification path into the mid-season finals. Now, you might be wondering how many teams from each region make it in. It's 3 from Americas, 3 from EMEA, 2 from Pacific, which can either be both OCE teams, an OCE and an Asia team, or 2 Asia teams, depending on how their playoffs go, and 2 teams from China for a 10-team total bracket. With limited spots available, this means every single series carries direct implications for the mid-season final qualifications. Now, here's one thing to note that if you saw some of the patches that were posted on social media, you might be questioning, where are the drops? What are the drops? What can we expect for that when we're tuning in to the action? Well, I'm here to tell you at least a little bit and give you a preview of some of those. It's time to talk about the Stage 1 Twitch drops. So if you remember way back when that Sentinels and NRG Shock were playing against each other in the playoffs on Symbiotic Surface, and Crimzo opened up a portal, Dongmin jumped in, and he got kidnapped by Stinkers on NRG. Well, that entire moment is immortalized in a spray by one of the lovely community artists out there, and you can get that just for watching Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 during the group stages for just 4 hours total. That's just like a couple matches. Could be 2 best-of-3s that go the distance. Maybe just watch a game throughout each day, and you'll easily be able to get that spray alongside 100 Chrono tokens, the Galactic Lair Mood, and the Wolverine Will of Galacta nameplate. This is, of course, alongside the current Rogue drops that are going to be running in tandem for Season 8. And that's the big thing to note. These end before Season 8.5, before the playoffs, which means in the rest of Stage 1, there will be more drops to stay tuned for. So definitely keep an eye out for those, as you do not want to miss them and keep up with the action.
But Vaudable, who should I root for?
I've been asked to power rank teams, give my analysis about, who to predict to potentially get those 3 spots from EMEA and Americas, the 2 from Pacific and 2 from China. I'm not going to make it easy on you guys. There's other content for that later on. But I do have some experts to tell you who they are personally rooting for to win Stage 1 in their respective regions. So let's hear from a good old friend here in Americas.
Hey everybody, my name is Shibby. I'm a Marvel Rivals caster and content creator, and my good friend Vaudable has asked me who I am cheering for in Stage 1. So for Americas, I am a YWL Glazer. I love the way Jitward and the gang play Marvel Rivals. They don't follow the conventional rules, and a lot of their roles are very fluid, which just makes them very exciting to watch. And for EMEA, I am the OG Na'Vi Glazer, so I'm very happy that they won in the preseason, and I anticipate that they are going to carry that momentum going into Stage 1.
Well, Shibby, you might not want to speak too soon on that one. I have someone else who has some other opinions on who should probably win EMEA.
What's up, guys? It's me, Boring Nation, and for Season 1 of Ignite, I am rooting for Team Virtus Pro. Even though they might have been absolutely obliterated last time, that was a fluke. It was bad luck from me, and this time they got locked in.
I don't know. I'm starting to think these predictions are very bold, saying that Virtus Pro will lock in. We need some more grounding here from another pro or coach in the scene in EMEA.
I am Line Pro Coach for Team Heretics, which is your new favorite Marvel Rivals team that you should be rooting for, not only because during this preseason we finished top 2 in EMEA, only losing to Na'Vi, which was a world finalist, but also because we have the best bundle in the game, which is the only one that you can have to be playing for the vibes.
Okay, a top 2 finalist we saw during the preseason. Not too bad of a reason to vote for them. The vibes are really good at Heretics. I get that. Let's talk about Americas a little bit more here and actually hear from one of the players that have a little bit more insight onto why you should root for their team.
Hey, this is Smart Chief. I play for Team Liquid Citadel, and you should root for us because, as you saw in preseason, every other team is just clueless about what they want to do, and you'll just be miserable if you don't.
Okay, that's a low blow, Spark Chief. I think he's talking about our predictions. I think no one got it perfect for Americas. I got really lucky with OCE 100%, All-Seeing Oracle, Ignite 2026. Thank you very much. Speaking of OCE, we do have a pro from that scene who does have some words for you.
Hey, I'm Skittles. I play strategist for Genji Esports. If you want to watch a creative team that throws the meta out the window every season and has fun while doing it, make sure to show us your support in Pacific Stage 1 Asia. You can also rep our bundle in gear. You get a pretty cool Deadpool skin, so thank you to those that have bought it so far. But yeah, thank you guys as always. We won't let you down. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Skittles, for giving us your opinions, and we'll definitely be picking up that bundle. I already have, but I recommend, picking up any of the partner bundles that are available for the teams that you're rooting for. But we do have one final guest here who does have some opinions, and it's not my cat. We'll hear from them about their team that they think is going to win Stage 1.
Yo, surprise! You're probably blinded right now, and if you can't tell from the hairline, or lack of hairline, I am J3. And I am rooting for Swamp Gaming since I, live in Florida and I live in the swamp. And I think you guys should be cheering them on too because they are going to be winning Stage 1.
Okay, we got some insight from the community members. Thank you all for being a part of this video. But the big things that you need to know for each region. Number 1 for Americas is Team Liquid Citadel right after Swamp Gaming. And then it's just a graveyard after that. It could be YWL, it could be Sentinels, it could be 100 Thieves, it could be Energy Shock, could be anyone in Americas right after those two. So those are your safe bets for people to make it into the mid-season finals. It's a toss-up from there on out. In EMEA, it's a little bit more kind of top-heavy, you could say as well. You do have Na'Vi, who did really well for themselves. Were the first team to beat Virtus Pro in a number of months in an entire series, and actually since we saw way back when during Stage 1, and now we got to see it happen again here in the preseason. Then Rad beat them as well. So I think they're going to have a bit of a comeback. I think it's going to be Na'Vi, then VP, then probably Heretics, and then Rad and Shikigami somewhere in there. Pulsar has some potential based on the players that they picked up. I'll let you take a look at their roster and see what your thoughts are there as well. Other side of things, in Pacific specifically, there's the 2 favorites, right? It's Genji, it's Reject. Those are the 2 teams that should make the mid-season finals. Everyone else is kind of a toss-up. You could have Z10, you could have Chiefs, You could have some unknown rosters that get brought in here as well throughout the offseason into the fold. So we don't really know who else is going to be contending with those top 2 teams. On the other side of things, for China, it's been more parity than ever, right? OUG fell earlier on. We saw Conix get the victory. Fiat Lux doing really well for themselves. Those are the big 3, and they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to see who comes out on top and makes it to those mid-season finals. So if you have 3 in your mind, those would be the 3 to look at. Wouldn't be too surprised if OUG bounces back. Conix maybe falls down a little bit. And we saw some big pickups in the offseason for Fiat Lux, so I could see them actually making it. But that's everything you need to know for Stage 1 of Ignite. Go enjoy the matches, and we'll see you later.
Hello and welcome, my friends, to day 2 of the American scene in Stage 1 of Ignite. And day 1 gave us a good taste of the group stage, some big statement wins by the nation's best, y'all. But early surprises, for me at least, was how quick some of these teams synergized. But today we get the bigger picture, a real look at the other teams in this tournament, new questions and new expectations along the way. I'm Cozy, your host today, joined by, well, the man that can make any team fight sound like a movie trailer in Gaskin. Of course, the talented, the unmatchable hype machine in Vicky Kitty. And I've got to ask both of you guys, great to have you here. Yesterday, it showed us that a few of these teams came ready. And today we find out who else belongs in that conversation. So let me start with Vicky. Which team are you most excited to finally get your eyes on today?
I want to see FlyQuest, man. There's been so many changes diving into not only Season 8 changes in the game, but with these roster mania changes too. I want to see what FlyQuest could bring to the table, especially after the roster mania.
Absolutely. I think that's one team that a ton of people want to see what these teams have put together. We know SSG took full advantage of some of those player swaps, FlyQuest being another. But first, let's go and talk about the Twitch drops. Of course, while you watch, you will be earning yourself some rewards. So just by literally watching the top pro play in Rivals, you can walk away with this Rogue skin. Rogue may be known for stealing some powers, but today you can steal her look. And also, while you're at that, you can get this Will of Galactus skin, emote, and more. But you can also get the iconic moment from the preseason captured into history via an in-game spray. We can actually see some of the players that are in this as stinkers. Is that Wolverine? We'll be looking at that shortly, but this is just such a great moment. Fun to see some real storylines quite literally come to life. And one of my favorite things to do just by, while you're watching is look at someone playing your main and learn a thing or two about how they play, ability cooldowns, their placements. Love to see it, and you can earn Twitch drops along the way. On top of that, we got Season 8's newest Vanguard is here. It's Devil Dinosaur, and it's already making a massive impact. He brings frontline pressure, disruptive engages, and the kind of game plan only a giant red T-Rex can provide. Run through the enemy team and ask questions later. You can expect him to be a major focus again today as teams continue figuring out just how much he changes the meta. Now, Gaskin, we saw the Dino not have as large of an impact yesterday, with the majority of teams protecting him actually taking the L. Does that carry over today?
Every team who protected Devil Dinosaur lost yesterday. Yeah, I think that people will have learned their lesson yesterday. You can't let Gambit go through, but at the same time, Devil Dinosaur, even though an incredible Vanguard, very powerful and ranked as well, these pro players are starting to find ways to get around him, whether that be through the impressive poke you can have on your side as well, the comps you can kind of counter with, but certainly you can't be letting Gambit get through that easily. Devil Dino is good, but maybe not as good as people thought.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we definitely got a bit of a different look than what we thought in the preseason. Vicky, I know you were watching yesterday. For you, what was kind of the biggest takeaway of what you saw from our first 3 matches of Stage 1?
Oh, Black Cat. Phoenix buffs, we love to see it, especially when the Gambit gets to go through, but it's been quite interesting to see how these Season 8 changes has brought not only Felicia, still back to light, right? Because, we didn't see any changes on Black Cat's end of things, but seeing how dominating it's been in pro play together with Emma Frost, you get a team up implied in there when it comes to, having Luna Snow and having the extension on that ice wall, Star-Lord hand in hand. When we talk about Phoenix buffs, we can't ignore Star-Lord. These 3 heroes have just gone through crazy changes that help elevate the battlefield, Cozy, and we got to see that in day 1, especially when it starts in the pick and ban phase.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think obviously getting 10 extra ammo to get that extra just elimination factor on those 275 and up HPs. And as you said, I mean, Emma having that real presence. I don't know about you. I've been playing a lot of Mother lately, and you can just beam down that dinosaur and always be at that 100%, which just has her have that much lethality and respect given to her, not only as a hero, but on the battlefield. And then Phoenix, I mean, come on, just absolutely already front to back a great, hit scan hero, but Gaskin, all that much more threatening.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see Phoenix kind of pop off throughout pro play and ranked games, to be honest. I think that she was always a character when added. There was always going to be that threat. But even more so, a lot of the players who were playing a lot of Elsa last season and then occasionally were forced onto Phoenix because of the ban, now are going to reap all those benefits because there's going to be a lot of Phoenix coming through, let me tell you.
Well, if you did miss yesterday, let me quickly catch you up. Group A on the left side, we do have the nation's best 1-0 winning with ease. Team Liquid Citadel came away with that W yesterday against Yeah We Lost. Space Station Gaming squeaked out a reverse sweep, which was pretty unexpected against Equinox, but great that they were able to find their footing. In Group E side, Swamp Gaming looked all the part where they left off in the preseason, and that leaves us with today in the remaining teams. As you can see down there at the bottom, Sentinels look to get right. And Yeah We Lost in Equinox once again. This is today's matchup schedule for today. So an extra spice to yesterday. NRG Shock versus Nightmare to start the day. Very exciting. About that, we'll break that down more in a moment. Vicky, 100 Thieves, FlyQuest. This is obviously, I would say, the most hype of today in terms of not only org notoriety, but also expectation of these rosters.
100%. And when we talked about at the very beginning of the show, Cozy, why I wanted to look into FlyQuest and with the Roster Mania, it's not like 100 Thieves went through that change, but if anything, you saw what happened with Sentinels just yesterday when they had to face off against such a strong team that is Swamp Gaming. You have to imagine, have we learned our lesson? Have we been able to adapt around what the Season 8 changes have brought to us? Can 100 Thieves deal with FlyQuest after they've made their own changes too?
Absolutely, and you can see how we round out the rest of the day with Stick Drift, which is formerly Lunex versus TSM, and Yeah We Lost in Equinox. We saw them yesterday. Both take the L. Can one of them obviously right the ship? We'll find out which one does just that. And with that, let's go to turn our attention to NRG Shock versus Nightmare. And this is going to be a very interesting matchup because if you don't know, NRG Shock, pretty favored team by a lot of people, especially the preseason. I think they came away second in their group, was looking a little spicy. It fell completely flat in the playoffs. Lost 2 in a row, down and out, gone. Definitely look to right the ship, and they do so by replacing their backline. They went over Gaskin to the Pacific Asia region and found themselves the third place team's backline. Looks pretty solid at that with Aztec and Hoodie joining here. Might have a little bit of ping, but can they get connection issues or communication going with them in the new additions?
Yeah, Aztec playing a lot of Loki and Jeff in the preseason, whereas for Hoodie, it was White Fox, Mantis. So they've got a lot of variety between the two as strategists. I'm very excited to see how they perform on this team. I love that teams are kind of like either finding an entire backline or an entire front line to make sure that you get really a solid addition to the team rather than trying to force someone's chemistry right off the bat. We already know they can play well together. They got top 3 in preseason, so I'm very excited to see what they can do on this team. And you add that to already the impressive roster of NRG. As you said, they did fall a little bit when we got to the playoffs in preseason, but they showed in group stages that they can go toe-to-toe with some of the best teams.
Yeah, more on them in a moment, but between Window and Madara, really strong kind of tank pool or Vanguard lineup there that I'm excited to see. And Stinker's one of the few Wolverines that we have alongside what Shime does in the hit scan department. Again, we'll get to them in a moment in the matchup between them, but let's go and take a look at their opposition, and that will be Nightmare. Now, Nightmare, was a team that I would say the story of the preseason was explosive start, game 1, match 1, but then a slow end. They always found themselves reverse swept a lot during the preseason. Not only that, they've lost Ignite's or one of Ignite's best duelists in Vision. So how can this team find new identity, right? You were this close so many times before. These players are hungry. Can they find it here on day 2, their first matchup with Mace and Impunity, having that new addition and Impunity to this lineup? And SJW taking over that role a bit for Vision. Vic, what do you think of Nightmare?
I think it's a team that has been able to include a lot of players that they could sub in, right? And I think that's been a very big highlight that we focused on in the preseason, on the importance on being able to slot in a player if what you're rolling out with isn't going to work. And Cozy, Gaskin, we know in a best of 3, there's little room for error, and we always start our first map on Dom, so you have to be able to figure that out very quickly. Having Impunity coming to this roster, SJW, can SJW fill in the shoes that you mentioned of Vision, who was going crazy on the Elsa, which, you know, because Elsa has taken a huge step back, just looking at our performance of matches between EMEA and Americas yesterday, that probably is a hand-in-hand influence to what we may see from Nightmare. I mean, we also can't forget, I've always asked this question, even in the preseason, where is Smash? Where has Smash been? You know, we haven't really seen too much of Smash, but then you add in Fidel too, to that backline together with Pain, and we could kind of see how these teams are going to shape out.
No, for sure. That's a great point. For me, what I want to look at is obviously you have balance adjustments happening between these seasons. Tankpool taking a large bit of that. We saw a little of Deadpool yesterday, but Window really relied on that Tankpool position. Very flexible player, Venom and Groot. Want to see when they put this all together here as we, take a look at this team comparison. And for me, I think that's the lineup I want to look at. It's going to be the Vanguard versus the Vanguard, right? What can they do there? And really, one team in NRG is going to look to probably have a bit more of a stacked department as we take a look at the new players that we just mentioned. And listen, Gaskin, for me, I mean, you look at what SJW can do going back. A lot of Star-Lord love, so obviously going to fit right in here. I want to see if we can get back to the good old stinkers on Daredevil, taking over the lobby. That's how NRG can really shine, is getting their prime duelists back on top.
Yeah, I wonder how long it will take the likes of SJW and Pain to kind of get back into the swing of things. We haven't really seen them at this level since 2025, Stage 2 of Ignite, where they were like top 12. So it is probably going to be a little bit of an adjustment, but I'm sure Scrims would have helped with that. In terms of NRG, yeah, I'm excited to see what they can do, and especially with the new additions. It's going to be a very difficult time to try and adjust, but at the same time, the fact they've had that practice previously. One person I do want to mention is Mace on Emma Frost. I mean, we saw her a little bit last in preseason, and yeah, she wasn't kind of in the meta. Now she is, and I do think that this could really benefit Mace and the rest of the team.
No, it's a good point. I think Mace likes to play a lot of Magneto too, and Magneto is in such a weird position. I always like to say, he could be like the babysitter of the team a little bit. He's never going to be the reason you maybe win all the time, but he's also going to help your team not lose easily. And it's in a weird kind of meta right now with the dinosaur coming into picture and Emma as well. So I do think we see more of that traditional, obviously very good against Star-Lord and some of those projectile defensive ways, having that ult to its advantage. But what have they learned from there? You've got to expand your Vanguard pool. That's what we've learned, a ton, obviously, here. And obviously, we've got new maps, a new map into rotation. Into today, too, do we get our first look at Lower Manhattan eventually? Maybe, but we're going to start with Celestial Husk, of course. Vicky, I feel like this is your home base. It's always just a map you seem to cast.
I love it when Halloween season comes early. You know me, Cozy. I'm all about the fall vibes, but Celestial Husk cannot ever escape me. And I'm excited to see how this plays out, too, because you guys mentioned the matchups between what we've seen between Emma, Mace being on the Magneto. As an Emma fan, we have seen Madara pop off on that hero, too. So with Emma also taking a frontline step up into the spotlight with the changes going into Season 8, Devil Dinosaur, of course, too, going into the mix. I like to see how this first game is going to play out.
I mean, a big way we're going to see that is those backlines. We just talked about it. You've got Hoodie and Aztec there being teammates, which I think goes a long way, obviously, right? Against what would be two others in Fidel and Pain. Fidel coming from SSG, and we know SSG getting that win yesterday. Seeing your old team get the win is always nice, but now time to prove yourself on this new team, and Nightmare can really get the monkey off their back, per se, getting themselves at least a win. Now, domination is actually their strong suit if you look back to history past, Gaskin, so I do expect them to have kind of a fiery start. NRG Shock is a team that's great under pressure, and that's exactly kind of what we'll see there from Chime. Is he going to go the White Fox department with the triple strat or lean on that hit scan hero that he's been for so long?
And will either team get the Gambit through is going to be the question. I mean, you'd imagine maybe one of them... Are we going to get a literally replication of yesterday where one team gets Devil Dino, the other gets Gambit, and history has shown us that whoever does get the Gambit is going to win out. That being said, data may be a little bit skewed because of the teams that were able to get Gambit yesterday. You don't give Valentina Gambit. When is everyone going to learn? But yeah, it might be a different situation today, but I just think that Devil Dino at the moment scares a lot of people about the possibilities of just how he can control the game, but we'll have to see whether it happens here in these matches.
I mean, Vicky, as we look at the pick ban below us, I think Meliphobia said, Devil Dino bans, fake news. We don't need to have those anymore. And, well, wouldn't you know, we get ourselves a Devil Dino protect and ban. So they didn't listen. They don't care about the homework. One side did, one side didn't. You see it right away with the Gambit on the right side there for a Nightmare as well.
I think it's so interesting to see how Devil Dino has also played out in the pick and ban phase when we start on Dom, right? Then you see the follow-up with the ban onto the Mantis, because when you see the Devil Dinosaur too, and if you can't replicate that since it was banned on your side, you have to see what you could get in terms of pings and the resets of what Mantis could do against a headshot, big hitbox that is Devil Dinosaur hurtling in your face.
For sure, Gaskin, I do like the approach here, getting rid of Mantis, and then the White Fox for Chime, a comfort pick for the flex if they want to go that direction. Looks like Nightmare did their homework.
Yeah, definitely been studying up who's been playing what in terms of preseason and just in general throughout scrims as well. The Black Cat Protect makes a lot of sense. We've already seen what Black Cat can do so far in this stage 1, and I tell you what, you have to. I think if you've got Devil Dinosaur team, you need to have the Black Cat alongside that. You need a big threat to be able to punish when everyone else is kind of focusing the Dino.
Yeah, it really fits the Daredevil playstyle. Stinker's definitely going to be playing the Black Hat there. If you have all that front pressure, you got to get the back line, right, Vicky, and try to make them uncomfortable, and we're going to see just that, as Phoenix is going to be the last protect. Obviously, a very good hit scan front-to-back hero. Looks like that's how Nightmare wants to play this.
I really like the ban onto the Luna Snow too, right? You don't provide all that up healing onto your Dino when you put the Snowflake on them, but then on top of that, you deny the team up onto the Emma Frost. They ban the Emma Frost from the other side, even after they ban the Luna Snow, because you don't want to be able to have that team up possibly there when it comes to controlling that space with that Ice Wall that we were mentioning before.
Well, they're like, hey, Mace, what else you got, right? Because Magneto in a different spot, Emma being banned. Now, Gaskin, we just talked about it, right? Mother not available over there for Mace's side. This is going to be a true test. Impunity coming from Dark Zero, a little bit over there in the OC, but it's been a while since he's been on this side of things. We're going to see the lineups between these Vanguards, and they're trying to make them uncomfortable right away.
Yeah, definitely going to try and make them uncomfortable. Thank you so much, Cozy. It's NRG Shock versus Nightmare here, Vicky, and I'm curious to see where Mace goes with this one. Is Mace going to be on the Devil Dino, or will we see maybe Impunity rocket instead? We know Impunity plays a lot of Cap, Groot, Hulk, Venom, so perhaps he will be able to transition over to something like that instead.
I'm excited. Gaskin, this is the first time I get to sit on the desk to break down Pro Play into Season 8. You talk about the Gambit before. No Gambit allowed for NRG. Nightmare here gets to roll out with that. You talk about the team-ups too, together whether it be with the Emma Frost or the Luna if it gets to go through. But then you cannot ignore what that Gambit can do together with a good Rogue and a Mag as we get this started.
2, 1.
Yeah, it's going to be again the Devil Dino versus the Gambit situation that we've already mentioned a few times here, Vicky, and I am curious to see whether anyone can break that mold, because at the moment, it just hasn't been able to happen. Gambit just wins out.
And immediately coming in with the portal play to take the fight to them and to block out any entrance from the window. A very aggressive play that we're already seeing roll out from Window himself before diving into the bottom side. NRG now being able to look at Nightmare as a force to hide away. Light going to be able to be on that Daredevil already, but it's going to be the standoff in the neutral here with Chime trying to take an off angle with the Phoenix, and we talk about the Rogue, and it's going to be Mace together with Pain and that team up onto the Rogue to be able to deal that extra damage, and plus you have the BRB from Fidel to bring Mace right back.
I completely forgot about Mace possibly being on Rogue. A really good addition here for Nightmare, who are definitely going to be a big threat as they try and get into the faces of NRG, but on the other side of the window, it's going to be Hulk. And we know how Hulk plays, Hulk smash.
Hulk's a man of many words here, but sometimes you don't really need to say anything when you're duking it out, especially when you're coming to harass that backline Madara. Being on the Devil Dino themselves here, we're hyping up the ammo right before. You don't need it here when it comes to controlling so much more of that space. The window in with the bubbles, just trying to isolate Light here, who's trying to take a long angle at the same time. SJW does have the reset available. Light literally one shot running for their life with the snipe from Window. He looks behind him, and Impunity and Mace have had their way onto both Chime and Madara. That's 2 up for NRG, while Nightmare still takes control over the point.
It's an insane neutral that has happened, by the way, just all over the place. It feels like there's 3 fights happening at the same time. Light doing a fantastic distraction job at the moment, allowing everyone else to create a little bit of space, but still going to be scoring as well. NRG just haven't really been able to break through.
Now going into this here, Hoodie does have the invisible boundary. SJW still holding on to the reset possibly here, and together with the damage output, you can only imagine your eyes will water with Fidel having to see ya before diving in. Light Wants to build into, letting the Devil out, but together with SJW Fidel, there's the wobble combo. It does find Window, trying to back away though. Hoodie activates the invisible boundary so close into the other side of the choke. Not enough for them to put one toe in line to contest on this point. Window is looking for the reset, and it's going to be up to NRG to really rely on this Eternal Bond from Aztec to survive this Ranger Royal Flush from Pain.
Time does get that opener though, so it is going to give them a 6v5 advantage temporarily, but now the push is going to come through. But Pain covering well and making sure that SJW stays alive. Otherwise, if SJW had gone down, they really would have struggled as Madara gets an opener onto Mix.
And starting off with the Ranger Royal Flush, there goes the counter. It's going to be Aztec to keep everybody alive, and Chime goes in and stops Light before letting the Devil out. The community could rally the troops together, but they're going to wait with the Eternal Bond still benefiting Nightmare for now, trying to stop for as long as possible before NRG finally flip the point, but it is at 98% in favor for Nightmare, and they still have 2 ultimates coming on. I mean, really 3 with Mace coming together with Heartbreaker.
That being said, now NRG finally have that control with this kind of composition. Are they able to just bully Nightmare back, constantly apply that pressure with Hulk plus Dino, and not really allow Nightmare to even get close to the point? So a lot of responsibility comes down to Light, maybe to try and get behind on that back line, see if he can do some damage. Here is Daredevil.
Let the devil
Behind ground. The Devil out here. Together is going to be Infused to rally the troops to keep them up and alive. Good way for Light to try to peel and help out and find 2K real quick onto NRG. Window and Madara, though, quick stall as Madara activates the Devil Dinosaur ultimate. Everybody is taking a trip into Jurassic Park, but Light sends Hoodie back into the spawn room gates. Window and Madara trying to stall for as long as possible before Mace comes right back around. That's with Light losing out before and allowing energy to try to trickle in.
Paul comes in as well just to re-engage and make sure there's not going to be an easy take back from Nightmare, and NRG still scoring at the moment. So it was a valiant effort, a lot of it from Light, to be honest, on that Daredevil. But as you mentioned, with that Dino coming out with the ult, it really forced them back. And now it's going to be Phoenix just trying to make a difference with the Ensong Inferno. Not quite converting though.
Just trying to be able to get rid of the Sia, but was it really worth it when Impunity is right in your face? Together with Pain, they deal just enough of that pressure for a Nightmare to try to flip this point. There's that last member of Seekers to go out, and like you mentioned already, Gaskin, they burned out that portal overtime, taking away in favor for Nightmare. NRG really only have Hoodie's invisible boundary for this next round, and they're gonna have to hold on to it because Nightmare have made a statement with this first round, taking it first.
And again, it is going to be the situation where the Devil Dinosaur team struggling a little bit at times, but then being able to just come out and demonstrate what you can do to make a difference with it. I think there's going to be a lot of like tweaks that need to be made as we go through the season with Devil Dinosaur and trying to adjust around the playstyle, because I do think it's drastically different from anything that we've seen before. But it wasn't a bad effort by all means, though you look on the side of Nightmare and they just looked more comfortable. They were finding angles for Light. They were making sure Light was either protected or Light was able to distract so much. He had them on a manhunt at one point, and it allowed them to get onto that point, get behind enemy lines, and take full advantage.
Yeah, and you want to be able to at least help heal for your backline there. We did see some quick swap-ups where like Tribe was able to immediately utilize that Ensong Inferno to try to counter Fidel with the Sia, but then you still have the insurance policy of the Ranger Royal Flush, and then you have to worry about the antis on top of it all, and the damage output that Rogue has been able to put down from Mace together with that team up. It's been a lot. I like the look right now from Nightmare as they roll out Impunity still on this captain, and Energy, once again, really gonna rely on Hoodie to have that invisible boundary first.
Window looking to try and engage instantly. Just has to be careful. If you don't have that support, you are just going to quickly get eaten alive. And Impunity is more than happy to just get in the face and take this fight, as always. And again, the Captain America can be such an integral part of this team, but now getting bullied a little bit, needs support, needs some heals, and just about gets away.
And before trying to dive here, the Ranger Royal Flush together with Pain. Hoodie waits just for the end here. The invisible boundary comes up, but they focus Hoodie right through it. They take down the invisible boundary, they take down the sustains, and it's still delay with energy planting their feet on this point. They get it first, even with the pressure that Nightmare was putting down. But it's a slow way for Nightmare to brute force their way onto this point one by one as energy falls.
Madara pops the ult, but gets absolutely obliterated instantly. SJW getting the final hit, does now have Ensong Inferno available as well, so that is going to be used to try and take down the strategist a little bit later once you've done a little bit of poke damage. But at the moment, they are just stalling out Window here, and finally will send him back to the respawn.
Now looking onto the other side with SJW still having that end song Inferno, Impunity could rally the troops with the Freedom Charge. Looking at Chime though and trying to counter the CU that Fidel will get eventually. Look at this off angle though as Light tries to dive in together with the Rogue. They forced him back. Good stun here. And that's Chime able to suppress them. SJW just dived in with the reset on the end song. Inferno wanted to get the follow still, not going to be able to achieve their goal. For Energy are slowly taking their time. Fidel does have that Sia, knows that Chime has the end song Inferno to just shut it down, and they open things up with the Eternal Bond from Aztec, so that way Energy can at least paint a path for them to contest on this point.
And Song Inferno did get used in the end, but didn't necessarily connect with anything. Stinkers, though, will take down Fidel, so that's going to help. But now the Let the Devil Out comes from Light. And if you can connect with one of these strategists, which actually is able to get the first, and that might just help Nightmare continue to score here as NRG unable to break through. They just can't do anything. Doesn't matter how many ults they throw him at the moment, Nightmare seems to always have the answer.
It's like a mosquito here. They're just trying to swat Infinity away, even with the markings that we say from the Phoenix. And now you get the reset from Window just trying to harass the backline here. At least finds Mace isolated, but guess what? You still have a BRB. Mace comes back, Infinity won't, but it's fine because the Cap will be able to get back into the action just as quickly. You got 74% extra credit if you are Nightmare right now, and NRG really only have the Devil Out that they could release from Sinkers.
Yeah, and Payne's got Raging Royal Flush available. This isn't looking great for NRG at the moment on this next push, but at least they are back to scoring up to 30%, so it is turning heads over towards Nightmare and see what you can do. And here comes Let the Devil Out, then Stinkers, can you make the difference? Can you be the one? But at the moment, not really connecting with anything, but he's certainly doing damage, just not enough to get a KO.
And now forcing him to back away, right? They mark Impunity here. They get so much damage, though. I love the follow-up as Hoodie is a finishing blow onto Impunity. Before Nightmare gets to dive back into this fight, though, Pain does have that Raging Royal Flush together. SJW also has a reset available with the End Song Inferno and a lot of that extra damage.
Just so much damage, isn't it? And Nightmare now suddenly left scratching their heads a little bit, but again, still have that Raging Royal Flush available alongside the End Song Inferno you were talking about. So SJW definitely going to be one to watch here. It is going to be popped as well. And alongside the damage that's coming out from the other side, surely you connect with something, but it's going to be the invisible boundary that saves them for now.
I love the communication that we just saw right there from Hoodie as Chime gets way more done with the End Song Inferno. You don't need to just hold it for the Sia to counter it. You want to shut down the Gambit, shut down any antis as they find the pick off of Pain, but they trade that off as Light does mark onto Stinkers here, backing away as Energy finally get oppression onto this point, nearing 95% here and climbing, and Nightmare are just trying to force their way in together with the Sia that Fidel will have.
Nightmare are definitely touching, but Double Dino ult comes through just to try and force them back as well. Firing my laser, but can you actually get any KOs is going to be the real question. Overtime now starts to engage.
I mean, how can you even be mad at Dinosaur with a laser beam? The Sia now from Fidel, but they've lost out on 2. The number advantage goes in favor for NRG. Overtime ticking away, forces a portal contest from Nightmare as SJW does make the swap. Is it going to be enough time as Chime now finds Mace next? Impunity just trying to delay, but nobody left on the point to keep this going. No portal play as we're going on to a round number 3.
I mean, that was all won by the invisible boundary, let's be completely honest. Without that, it was probably game. Nightmare had their plan in action. You hit the End Song Inferno, you send Daredevil in at the same time to initiate the damage, you try and just delete the strategist. Sadly, with the invisible boundary coming up, it just kept everyone alive. And then it was the counter End Song Inferno that actually got the KO onto Pain, and Nightmare just fell apart from that point. I think that was their game plan. That was the way they won. And once that fell apart, they were just kind of struggling and staggered a little bit to try and get back onto the point. But going into this next third round, they do have Light with Let the Devil Out, so he can certainly go on a tangent once more.
You know how many layers to the onion that is, too? Like, not only are you talking about prioritizing communication, grouping everybody up, making sure your invis doesn't get antied, because we did see the invis get burned right through their own invisible boundary the first attempt when they try to take that first fight, and then regrouping to then count what the ult economy was, to then not only not save the End Song Inferno for the Sia, instead using it to combat the Gambit, Gaskin.
Yeah, it's a huge combat as well, and it's what you need, right? If you're going to be letting Gambit up, you need to find a way to counter it. And if NRG are the first team to figure it out so far this season, then I'm sure they would be delighted. But we're into round 3 then. And NRG, they do have Cloak and Dagger available to use ult as well, and that could certainly help them sustain when they do get onto that point, but you've got to get that point first.
And with this Eternal Bond that Aztec has, Could it be enough here? Unity with the Freedom Charge too could just keep this stalk going, and he activates it first. Light can't let the Devil out together, just waiting to boost into these ultimates as everyone follows his trail. You have the Eternal Bond, you have Chime with another Endsong. Inferno Light just pixels away from the health pack, cannot get to it on time, gets pulled in by Hoodie. Heartbreaker now activated from Mace, but that is 2 out, make it 3, make it 4 from Nightmare. NRG, the way that they were able to play around Nightmare, who utilized not only that Freedom Charge, but the Heartbreaker is going to be so detrimental because NRG really had to rely on the Endsong Inferno and the Eternal Bond.
Yeah, Chime's just starting to hit so many more shots as well. It makes such a huge difference when you've got your poke player connecting headshot after headshot. Just so much damage being output right now, and it just allows everyone else to be able to convert. So fantastic work from Chime just to step things up a bit going into this round 3. As Nightmare have 2 ults to work with, but Light's potentially going to be the first one to pop in.
Yeah, and being able to let the Devil out and finding SJW trying to float around in the air, clip their wings, but the BRB will bring SJW right back. We still have 3 set available. Sneakers is just trying to get away safe and sound behind the back line here. And Energy have all the answers too, but it's going to be Mace taking the fight into Sneakers' face with Window. Isolating Light, that's going to be another number advantage in favor for NRG. Aztec isolates Mace too, so the dive potential from Nightmare is getting shut down a lot, and they don't really have a lot of time left.
Yeah, Nightmare trying to get a little bit fancy, and they're getting caught out by NRG, who just seem to be 1 step ahead at the moment. So maybe a slight adjustment from Nightmare. Yes, you get it. Light is going to switch over to Star-Lord, perhaps just to try and shut down Stinkers a little bit, and maybe work together with SJW to get a little bit more damage output here to try and take NRG down.
Oh man, Madara just kind of delaying a little bit, pulling back. The Ranger Royal Flush is going to start this fight. Hoodie is ready with the invisible boundary. They're trying to do enough damage onto Hoodie. No anti-landing onto this player, but Window has a reset too, as they're nearing 80% on the point. Impunity, who is incredibly low. Fidel is holding onto that Sia as he activates it right on time to couple that together with SJW. But the moment you try to unleash it, then you get focused down. SJW comes slamming down, but guess what? Everybody from Nightmare is already taken out because NRG was ready with Chime having their own Endsong Inferno.
Any quick switch over to Strange? Yeah, Fidel's going to switch over. There's going to be one last portal attempt here from Nightmare if you are quick enough, and they will be to get the touch. But is it actually going to be any sort of attempt where you can find anything? As you're just going to have to try and brute force your way through.
And they're literally trying to body block right there through the mouth of the portal. Light activates the Galactic Legend, but he's one shot. He immediately gets shut down at the hands of Hoodie once again. And NRG, with the changes that they made, the adjustments to hide away around Nightmare and their dive potential is getting shut down. But it's not over yet. With overtime ticking away, the Freedom Charge activated and a Heartbreak from Mace, they still have not been able to isolate the Cloak that's about to have the Eternal Bond from Aztec.
Just not finding the KOs though, are they? They're using the ults to press them back, but no damage is finding that final hit, and it looks like NRG should just be able to close this one out as 1 by 1 Nightmare will fall. And NRG, after being 1-0 down here in this map, have been able to fight their way back and take map 1, and they've finally done it. A Devil Dino team finds themselves on top.
Devil Dino, the bleed damage, the displacement, forcing a lot of the dive potential that we saw from Nightmare getting shut down, but the communication allowing Energy Shock to come out on top at the very end here, Gaskin.
It was a brilliant matchup. It's good to see Devil Dino used in that way. Of course, that is map 1 done. We will be back shortly for map 2. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to go for a quick break.
좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿔도 너와 나 별에 따라서 내 운명에 The fate of both the worlds is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 내배까지 세계 운명
Daredevil is stepping out of the shadows with the new Shadowed Start skin and the Devil's debut event. Pop your balloon, see if you can cope the skin early or end up like myself and having to go the full distance. But either way, it's inspired by his classic 1993 comic look, and you got to cope it, especially with how good this guy has been in the meta, and we continue to see even on that last game we just had. Speaking of which, Vicky Gaskin, I mean, we saw somewhat of the same from Nightmare, kind of fire start, but instead of getting the round win, kind of fizzled out there into map 2 and 3. I think they did a great job at first with that front pressure. Devil Dino and Hulk together, though, typically you could throw in the thing in there as the Pain Bros. It's a tough Vanguard lineup to go against, and it finally found success, Gaskin.
Yeah, finally we see Devil Dino get some success, but I'm not going to speak too soon because you never know. We might see the reverse sweep happen and then suddenly everyone's laughing at the Dino yet again. But yeah, just very oppressive. They really made it very difficult, especially for the Cap, to actually be able to survive. How many times did you see the Cap just trying to dive away and stay alive from impunity, just unable to really get the pressure that he wanted to apply?
Yeah, and I thought, Vicky, they did a good job. You know, obviously they got rid of Emma for Mace, but then they left open the Gambit. So you had the Gambit Rogue you kind of had to adjust to pretty quickly there. I thought Nightmare did the best with what they kind of had available. And they were driving that backline well, right? Getting the most out of the new strategist. What would you like to see cleaned up by both teams heading into next match?
Maybe better communication, because we obviously saw Chime not only step up, but the communication from NRG was very apparent when everybody rallied onto Hoodie to make sure Hoodie wasn't going to get oppressed, right? We're talking about a backline that's playing on ping from NRG Shock, and Aztec and Hoodie were playing hand in hand. I really like to see how Chime was able to pick up on that and not only deal with the Rocket Raccoon Sia, but then also isolate the Gambit. When you take out two really strong win conditions off the table when it comes to all the damage output that you could expect, you keep your backline alive, which is what Aztec and Hoodie were able to do together with Chime.
Yeah, for sure. Gaskin, in my opinion, as Chime did get that MVP that round. A couple of things. First, they did a good job, I think, banning those strategists out, forcing them into that uncomfortable situation, and then that White Fox being not available for Chime that does like to lean that way. But I want to take the attention to SJW as well. What a good, formidable foe on the other end of the hit scan, right? I thought SJW did a good job putting up their best against Chime, but towards the end, locked in, loaded, and cooked the lobby.
Yeah, I think both Phoenixes were doing well to respond to their own Daredevil and what the Daredevil was doing. Like, if that Daredevil is just getting any sort of hits on the back line, you need to be there to try and get the final hit with them if you are in that sideline. Very difficult to position yourselves that way, and also you then expose yourselves to the opposition Daredevil at times. So it is a little bit of a merry dance that you find, and Chime struggled in round 1, but then suddenly flourished going into round 2 and 3. Very impressive from him.
For me, I would like to see Nightmare kind of get a little bit more in tune. I thought Light and Impunity were doing a good job together diving. I think Mace getting in there as well is going to really help their cause. And what a shout out as well, Vicky, Window. This guy, it's like, man, obviously we know Window can play Venom well, Groot well. it always seems like he has a new Vanguard in the arsenal, and this time being the form of the Gamma God. Color me impressed.
Yeah, Window doing a really good job together with Madara to try to shut down any sort of opposition that either Impunity was trying to be annoying, literally like a mosquito flying around. Mace 2 together with Light, then you force Light to make the swap up, and then you get the body block, you isolate Light, you make sure the Galactic Legend gets no isolation on any pool from a strategist ultimate, but then you also isolate him away from his own strategist, so he really felt pressured to the point where he wasn't able to play the field the way that Chime was.
Well, when you look at Nightmare, they get to pick the map, and typically they like to take it into a couple of different places. Sometimes it's Shin Shibuya, which is obviously going to be newer to the rotation, if you will, as of this preseason. And then outside of that, Hall of Dajaya, they have a couple of favorites, and they are going to show us now as we take a look. It will be going to Convergence, and it is Symbiotic Surface. What is going on? Because we have now had this map chosen twice in 2 days, and I'm pretty sure all of the last year, it was one of the least picked. So I'm impressed and a little surprised by this, guys.
Yeah, in Pacific, we saw Lower Manhattan chose as well. I think everyone's feeling a little bit frisky coming into Stage 1 rather than preseason. The meme of preseason was, Nightmare getting reverse swept over and over again, right? So they now need to do the opposite here and show what they can be made of going into Convergence and Convoy. Struggled a little bit in the domination in the latter rounds, but they have shown promise. So I think that they are going to have a good response here. They just need to take a look at some of the things that were going wrong, just getting picked off a little bit too easily, being exposed at certain times to that DPS that was coming through from the Phoenix on the other side.
No, that's a good point. And when we looked at what they did in the pick ban department, as we're about to get there, obviously Nightmare focused on the strategist of the backline. NRG Shock with that immediate Luna ban, I think, is obviously targeted for that reason and really helped out ultimately. But I'd like to see them maybe change it up here on Celestial Husk and try to figure out a new way that they want to attack this plan, unless they want to go with the same Devil Dinosaur. But yeah, all 3 points lend itself to very awkward and kind of chaotic play. This would be one of my favorite strange ban maps if we were to have one.
Oh, can you imagine? I mean, that would be so chaotic too, but it's always so risky when it comes to not having a portal or a contest again. And I'm wondering too, okay, so obviously the Devil Dinosaur guys was a problem, because did you guys see the damage output that Madara put in with the Devil Dinosaur? The bleed has just been so much, but then you combine that together with an End Song Inferno, and I think that's going to be pressure that we're probably going to expect from Nightmare when it comes to maybe not them wanting to deal with it again.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, hey, they swapped it up a bit here and ended to go with the Loki first here, Gaskin, and then going to go with that Dino Save. So still kind of staying with the same premise, and this could be a map that is kind of disgusting because going right through that front line is what Devil does so well, and this could be a weird choke, especially point 1.
Yeah, Nightmare just trying to target backline again. Mantis is going to be the removal to start with. And yeah, Devil Dinosaur going into this point 1, obviously it's a little bit of a choke and difficult to go through some of the other doorways as a 40-foot dinosaur, or however tall he bloody is, but is going to be a big target and a big focus. So Nightmare might want to build their kind of team around that, try and find a lot of poke that can actually be able to converge just onto the Devil Dino and get a lot of damage output in the initial.
I always love when you have your enemy Devil Dinosaur trying to hide behind the one tree. It's dude, I can see you in plain sight, Vic. But hey, we've got the Phoenix Protect this time around. Perfect front to back map for a hit scan hero as good as Phoenix. So Black Cat, they're not going to go for the save. Maybe that gets the ban here.
Maybe actually, because we know how strong Black Cat is on a map like this, but obviously Phoenix too, the fact that you're able to have Phoenix saved up now as we see the Luna banned next. Okay, so then you won't have the upkeep that you could expect onto your Devil Dino, but it's not like that was a problem in our first map too. We saw how quickly the backline of Shock were able to make those adjustments, and seeing the last Protect being onto the Emma Frost, but still we did see Shock ban at the Luna Snow, so you still won't be able to have that team up together with the Emma Frost that you have saved from Nightmare's side, and they are still leaning onto that Gambit.
Yeah, but Gaskin Mace now is going to have that, and they need that frontline presence. They could not have made this work with the Rogue and the dive again with Cap, especially on the defensive front. Maybe towards the offense, I think this is going to give them a bit more stability, and it cooks the Dinosaur. That Ice Beam absolutely can put it back into the prehistoric stage, and that allows the Phoenix ban, and I think that's way bigger than you might think. Not only losing it on Phoenix, Gaskin, but that Phoenix against Devil Dinosaur is a huge protection.
Yeah, I mean, Devil Dino going up against Phoenix is a big struggle. That will mean they can potentially move over to Star-Lord alongside Gambit, though, so I don't think Nightmare will be too disappointed. I think the big thing is definitely the Emma Frost Protect. I mean, Mace can play plenty of Vanguards, we have seen that, but his Emma play last preseason was just unbelievable. So very excited to see just how that's developed now that she's actually a bit more viable here.
Well, we'll see what SJW could cook up with Phoenix out of the rotation here as NRG Shock looks to shut out Nightmare, or will they flip the script completely and Nightmare gets the one with the reverse sweep? Take it away, Vicky Gasket for match number 2.
Thank you so much, Cozy. Diving right into the action, Gaskin. I like how you guys highlighted too. You know, pretty big dinosaur, pretty hard to not hit the dino. You want to boost up that beam as quickly as possible, retain that damage output that you can have. But we also mentioned the issue that has been Black Cat. If it's not going to be in EMEA, we've seen it already go down in Americas just yesterday. Now looking at Stinkers already being on that Black Cat here for NRG, hovering over that on the defense is going to be interesting because Mace is already rolling out on that Emma Frost like you've mentioned.
It's going to be an instant portal as well, it would seem, just to try and get behind enemy lines here, but as soon as they don't see them pushing through this choke, it's going to be lights up and it's going to be given away, but now you will see the dive through. So I'm going to take a look really onto Light and how he approaches this one. If Light can get any sort of damage onto one of these strategists, it could be a big opener here for Nightmare.
Now ready and lingering right behind SJW here before they trying to play around the point together. But take a look at these shots from SJW as Impedi does get stunned, playing very split up. SJW with the shot onto Stinkers to completely tame the Black Cat. The BRB does bring Stinkers right back though, and looking over to the left side, trying to call out where Hoodie may be relying on, holding a different off angle, but they're walking up for free. They've already gotten 2 of these checkpoints. Looking behind him, Stinkers is back. One shot as SJW shoots him down again.
Yeah, that's a great opening KO for them. Nightmare now starting to get very close to taking this point as NRG looking to desperately try and steal it back, but Window is so low at the moment and will get sent back to Bruce Banner. And Mace going toe-to-toe with the Dino, saying, I feel way more comfortable this time on the Emma. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 falling all after one another like dominoes, and Nightmare will get the first point.
Big highlight was SJW, the way that SJW was also lingering back to help heal for Fidel and shoot down and completely shut down the Black Cat approach here too. But now you see Light on the prowl, trying to get the mark down too, finding Stinkers. It's going to be that Daredevil v Daredevil, and calling out the BRBs is going to be another big one because you won't be able to have that in your utility as Energy. You're still holding that back line, and Hoodie finds Mace first.
Yeah, that's a good one for Hoodie, and now they're definitely going to follow up NRG. You've got to make it count, and boy, will they, as Madara chomps down onto Light, denying any sort of potential from the Daredevil, and Nightmare just trying to fall back to group together here, which they do need to, and that's something they were doing successfully in the domination. When they lost 1 or 2, they were making sure they regrouped quickly, not just staggering themselves too much.
This is what I was mentioning too about like Phoenix. You have these close quarter fights, especially once you get that payload moving, and there is going to be so much damage being done. Chime does have a reset, but Dell's going to start things off with the Ranger Royal. Plus, they find Stinkers first as SJW still holding on to that Kraken Impact. Now you have to see how to try to match that, and they find the trade-off as Mace goes down next. Impunity also has the reset with a piece of the Abyss, but it's just straight neutral fights as Madara is the next to go down, activating that Dino Ultimate, catching SJW after activating the Bleed, and also isolating him from inside the bubble. He has nowhere to go. Good luck. And it's going to have to be another reset now from Nightmare. As you mentioned, Gaskin, they have to try to regroup.
Yeah, not the end of the world. Still plenty of time because they were able to get that first point so quickly. So 3 minutes and 40 left on the clock. They can back off, and they are going to have ults to work with. 3 to be precise. NRG are going to have Hulks, whilst Hoodie to work with the Invisible Boundary. We've already seen how important and integral that Invisible Boundary can be to stopping the kind of action that Nightmare want to take going into it. But everything slows down a little bit as we focus on Chime once more. And again, just hitting so hard is Chime. So difficult for them to push up right now with that damage output.
It's like that satisfying noise when you get the 2-tap on a 275 hero, and you can't really do much about it, but you let the devil out on top of it all. Seekers does get stunned. Light tries to match that, but guess what? You've lost out on Mace and Fidel. Mace, every single time, who has gone through that choke, has gotten sent right back over to the spawn room gates, and NRG are dominating on this control over the point.
That being said, Invisible Boundary got used. Nightmare didn't use too much in terms of their own ult economy here, so they're going to have everything to move forward for themselves. The Sonic Seduction is going to be a key factor here for Mace as well. Try and draw some of those strategists in and allow Stinkers maybe to get behind the back line, but I don't think it's going to happen too much because Light is going to be there on the Star Lord to deny it.
see right, Chime getting harassed here up on the high ground for backing away, finding Light, who's trying to displace him. Here comes the Psionic Seduction. Chime gets away right on time. Ensong Inferno is still available. Kraken Impact doesn't really get the reset that they really needed to rely on for the extra pressure. The way that Energy was able to kite away. Here comes Window opening things up with Chime, and Chime isolates Light. Gets that next pick up again, shutting down the Star-Lord approach from Nightmare Changeup. They have the Rage Royal Flush for this next contention, and even with these different changes that Nightmare's rolling out with, they're trickling in like flies.
Again, though, Chime with a slap and a wallop over and over again. It's a very satisfying noise, as you had mentioned, but it is going to be slowly crawling forward now here for Nightmare, and they do have the Raging Royal Flush to follow up with as well if they'd like to use it soon. Mace is taking so much damage, though, needs to stay alive, and here comes that Raging Royal Flush as Nightmare looks to try and sustain.
And with the Sia to try to match that in terms of the damage output together with Madara. Remember what we highlighted from this Devil Dino in terms of the damage output together with the Devil Beast Rampage, going on a rampage and trying to harass Nightmare. They come back together around this choke. They're playing very split up. That BRB being right there to their left, and with the Freedom Charge from Infinity, he rallies the troops to harass Energy in their face. SJW opens it up by finding Madara. That's a great first pick off here, and that's 2 out, forcing the swap into the Doctor Strange to try to get a portal play going.
Harassing is the perfect word. I think the Nightmare have just been able to constantly force NRG back when they get a little bit of oomph. Boy, do they push and take their advantage. There is going to be a last-ditch attempt at a portal, though, and it is going to be sent through by NRG.
I love the positioning of this portal too. Just so that way they use it for some extra cover. They go in with the invisible boundary together with Hoodie. Kraken Impact though, finding one on the outskirts of the boundary. It's gonna be Window. He jumps back. The protection behind Madara's shield keeps him up. And Light now has the Galactic Legend with no invisible boundary to counter him.
Not at all, and they have been forced back, Nightmare, so they were so close, but now Galactic Legend gets denied, ripped out of the sky, and NRG continue to control this, but Madara has gone down, so he's going to be advantage over towards Nightmare.
It always feels so crazy when the Hulk gets the snipe from a mile away, but you have to expect it here. And right when they felt the pressure backing away, Nightmare just do enough to get to that second checkpoint and even force out a few staggers here now as the force regroup comes in for NRG.
I think so much focus was onto Star-Lord that Nightmare were able to just kind of catch them off guard a little bit with the force on the back line. And now Nightmare have been able to push onto that second point and start to trench towards third. Do NRG have any sort of changes at the moment? It's not like it's been going badly for NRG. They've just been losing out a couple of times when it comes to ult economy.
Looking up to the other side already, trying to get that Galactic Legend for the next round here. Aztec having to back away here close to that God of Mischief. You can see Mace here with the Sonic Seduction just trying to pull everybody together but clearing enough space and trying to boost up more into that beam. Letting the double out as Fidel activates the Rager Royal Flush. Needs some help before backing away. Has enough, but he runs out of those cards. 6-second cooldown, by the way, to get each of those cards back up as Mace finds Stinkers and Light has a Galactic Legend. It was answered from Aztec, who got the God of Mischief in the form of the Invisible Woman for that boundary.
SJW has been doing bits on Winter Soldier, by the way. Bucky has been hitting hard and taking down Stinkers over and over again as Freedom Charge is used again to force back the spawn, and it's SJW once more with final hits. The KOs have been massive and he's gonna have ult available.
Ready to go here for a Kraken Impact. Can it go big? Window with the Eye of Agamotto could change this up with Hoodie having the invisible boundary together with Madara. That's going to be a lot of damage to worry about. Together with Madara and Chime, Pain is going to let the Kumiho unleash first though, and as the Eye of Agamotto comes in, trying to find the stun, finds the stun onto Pain and SJW. Madara answers right back, and Seeker follows up to find Mace. Both of the Vanguards are off the table for Nightmare. With the Kraken Impact from SJW, it is nothing. Window shuts him down together with Chime. Too much of the impact here, so much damage, and with overtime ticking away, can they recontest? No, they cannot. Time is of the essence, and they still have the invisible boundary from NRG to help them hold their defense. But Nightmare got it pretty far here, Gaskin, right before that third point.
Yeah, I think they'll be relatively happy with that performance. Sure, they didn't get the full 3, but it's a long old distance, and they did it relatively quickly in certain points, so NRG need to have an answer back here. But, as I was mentioning earlier, with that Devil Dino, you are going to have somewhat of a better time being able to bully your opposition off of some of those points and just through the middle, especially alongside the Hulk if they decide to go down that route. But at the moment, hovering a Doctor Strange instead. But what will be interesting if we see Stinkers on that Wolverine that's currently being hovered as well, because we've already seen what Stinkers can do on Wolf, and it could just open up things for NRG here and allow them to take this first point so quickly if Nightmare aren't expecting it.
Honestly, SJW and we're seeing from Chime are just putting in so much of that damage pressure here too, but denying the Kraken impact reset is also so detrimental, and it goes hand in hand with what we're talking about before after that first map, Gaskin, in the communication that is obviously flowing for NRG.
So a lot of pressure on NRG at this first point. If they can take it very quickly, they're going to be in such good stead to try and win this entire thing. But for Nightmare, I'm curious on their hold, especially if Impunity can kind of cause disruption as that Captain America alongside Light over on Black Cat. This could be fun to watch for Nightmare if they play this one correctly.
Oh, the counter portal! The counter portal! They're calling them out, Mace! With the opening! Little cheeky, we take those. Just a little bit of the KOs here, as they like to open things up and delay the oppression from NRG. But you know what? You always like to see that every now and then, Gaskin, and it's just a little bit of a statement before he swaps right over to the Emma Frost.
Some unwanted guests.
Goes back to his comfort. And that just slows NRG down a little bit, but of course they still have plenty of time to work with. But this is the POV I was curious on. Light on Black Cat at the moment could certainly be in a situation where you can win this game for your team if you play it in the right way. He's just trying to find backline at the moment, but struggling really to keep up with them as they are counter-rotating, unknowingly so.
Now looking at the way that Light's gonna try to harass his backline here, they find the Phoenix, they find the Invis, they find the resets here, the Ifrims coming in, has harassed Hoodie enough to take down the Invis. They traded off, but thankfully with Aztec still being alive, they have the BRB to bring Hoodie together. Windows is gonna be the only casualties here for NRG, but at least your Venom will get back into the action just as quickly. Stinkers really stepping up to find SJW next. The defensive side of Nightmare is slowly falling down, and Mace needs some help. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie behind the wall and the rocks, and is still alive. The support from Nightmare could only be so much here, and it's a lot of this damage output that NRG is putting down, and they still have Azia as Stinkers finds the next victim.
Stinkers is like Nightmare fuel at the moment, just hunting down victim after victim, as we will see NRG get this point fairly quickly, to be honest. It was disrupted initially by that portal from Mace, but it's not going to stop NRG in their quest to try and dominate this map and take this series 2-0, as Madara now is going to get very much in the face of Nightmare, ready to just open things up for Stinkers yet again. When you've got Windows and Madara getting in front of the faces of Nightmare, it just opens the world for Stinkers. He's having a field day.
Having a little too much fun here. The Wolverine also could try to bait out a lot from Mace if they activate the diamond form, but even worse for Impunity, he can't really get set up behind his own walls. You still have the Sia being held onto as Chime harassing him from the high ground. Look at the Sonic Seduction. The Sia is going to be met, and the Galactic Legend, as you go all the way up with the Ensong Inferno, you come crashing down. Can there be any follow-up? As Aztec has a BRB to bring Window back, just delaying the inevitable before diving in together with Madara unleashing the Rampage to find Pain. And that is a huge pickoff, because he will not be able to have the Kumio unleash to keep everybody up.
Okay, well, the BRB has been huge, hasn't it, for NRG? It's been really the difference maker as SJW gets kidnapped. Sadly, cannot survive as Nightmare fall down to just 2, and they'll have to reset. And maybe they have a chance to try and get to this point with the portal. And yeah, here comes that portal from Mace. But is there going to be enough sustain here to try and avoid the damage that's coming through? Impunity's already taken so much, but just about survives. But the invisible boundary now is going to open up the door here for NRG, and NRG should be able to comfortably take this second point.
Did I cancel Fidel right there too, who tried to use a Rage Roll Flush on cue with the way that Stinkers just went all the way up with those adamantium claws to come crashing down like a meteor. Madara follows up to find 2 more, and Stinkers is stepping up on this pick, on this change-up, and take a look at the time bank too, Gaskin. You got 4 minutes, less than 25 seconds on the clock.
When you look at some of the best Wolverine players that we have in Ignite, the likes of Daze, the likes of Stinkers, when they start to get going, it's almost impossible to try and counteract it, because as soon as you start focusing on the Wolverine, you start to get bullied by the Venom, by the Double Dino, and by the Phoenix. It just, your eyes are elsewhere, and it gives so much freedom to the rest of the squad. And Nightmare at the moment, they look a little bit lost at trying to keep up with the pressure that NRG are applying.
You're actually quite accurate lore right here, too, with the way that Madara has just been harassing SJW on the Star-Lord. Now, activating Blackout, Ultimate, Light, and Impunity, they're going hand in hand. The BRB, once again, Gaskin, getting the impact that we keep highlighting, bringing another member back. They did lose out on Hoodie, but the Sia is still allowing NRG to come right back around here. They're going to be able to force their way back before Nightmare try to regain their control over these chokes.
I was going to say, you'd probably prefer Hoodie to get the one to get onto the BRB spawn, but Chime does have Ensong Inferno available, though, so it might actually work out for them here, NRG, as they continue to push forward. Mace taking so much damage as well, and will fall. It's Stinkers yet again in that feed. Fidel has to pop Raging Royal Flush as the last attempt to stay alive alongside Galactic Legend here.
And the focus, too, onto finding that Gambit. It may not have hit its mark, but guess what? Stinkers has hit his mark onto Impunity before letting loose on the Freedom Charge. The Vanguards are not having a good day when Stinkers is out on the field and he comes diving in like a torpedo before backing away. Activates the overhealth. You see the Freedom Charge. You force it to get popped before going back into the safe arms of your own strategist.
It was so good from NRG as well, utilizing the bubble from Madara on the Devil Dino to avoid all of that damage from the Galactic Legend. And NRG very cleverly playing around any sort of damage possibilities from Nightmare. And now they can press their advantage again, although Invisible Boundary will come out from Pain.
Somebody needs to put this dinosaur back on the extinction list. This is just way too much damage output. It's been a pain as the Invisible Boundary was at least met up and Modern taking a good chunk of that damage. Being able to get away, though, together into Hoodie's Invisible Boundary. Keep everybody up for NRG. They need to stay contested. Remember, they didn't get it to the finish line. If you were Nightmare on the attack, they're still trying to hold them back. But with Window finding Mace, you have to now deal with the Sia. That is only 3 members out left for Nightmare with nobody left to contest, and NRG get it all the way to the finish line.
We have found a team that can utilize Devil Dino to his best ability. So good watching NRG use him to full effect, especially that bubble protecting everyone from Galactic Legend. A winning moment, really, for this NRG team here, Vicky.
Yeah, I loved it. And the damage output too, right? You're harassing these strategists. You know that their game plan is to rely on the Raging Royal Flush. Then you have to consider, just keeping everybody up when it came to the Gambit, and then shutting down the damage output when it came to the Galactic Legend with that bubble that we see the Devil Dino have.
Cozy, they've done it. Devil Dinosaur has succeeded over Gambit for the first time here in Stage 1.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey, it's nice to see, the Vanguard that we're all experiencing in ranked play show the same here at the pro play level. And honestly, I think, first, just big tip of the cap to the new backline. I mean, just, slotting right in there and having, no falter at all. And, I think it's Dogman who highlights this a lot, but it needs to be said more. There's just not a lot of Wolverines in NA play. And we can see exactly, I always like to say this, it's an easy hero to pick up, but man, at the top end, it is so tough to deal with a great Wolverine. Stinker's one of the few. I mean, he's immortalized in the history, Vicky, of the spray for how good he is of a play he made, at least, but we saw it right there.
Yeah, exactly. And when you also are able to isolate either an Invisible Woman out of your own Invisible Boundary, you get a cancel at the startup of another ultimate utility. If you get to shut down maybe the attempt on a Raging Royal Flush, you're shooting down the opposition from trying to lean into that win condition. So it was a great swap up, but then we also got to see, unfortunately, from, the Emma Frost not really getting the extension because of that Wolverine.
And Chime just continues to show why there's such a big anchor of this team. Him and Stinkers together is just a deadly duo, to be honest. But one thing I think that definitely we highlighted early was I just felt like Window and Madara had such a good presence as that Vanguard line and made, Light struggle a ton there on the Black Hat, not getting that value. And it's tough because if you're going to be the cat, at times Madara getting the picks on it, you've got to get those backline strategists or at least making those duelists uncomfortable. You've got a lot of KOs and combos to make quick, light work of them, not getting those values there.
Wow, I mean, when you look at everything they've been able to do as a team, Cozy, you've got to be impressed with NRG. After the rebuild as well, I think they'll be delighted with that performance. Especially after that initial round, they were probably going to be a little bit flustered, thinking, okay, maybe this is going to be more of the same from what happened in preseason, previously in playoffs. But the response was unbelievable from NRG, and I think that they should be very proud of themselves and how they've just performed in that game.
And what we're seeing a lot, Vicky, is that you look at all these teams, and the ones that are winning more specifically, they all have a very top-tier diver, right? So whether it's Daredevil on Stinkers, or if we look to Speedery, we can continue to go on, Days being another. Dive is thriving so much right now that you need that dive role to get the most value of that. And I think we're going to continue to see that. Devil Dinosaur obviously, does help with the peel and can prevent some of that. But that is going to be a key focus for a lot of these pro teams as they move forward. And NRG continues to get that 2-0 and really correct the ship, as you just said, Gaskin. Vicky, as we look at the stats here, what stands out?
Oh, the damage output that we see from Devil Dinosaur again. Then you see Chime out here too with nearly a 30k. Mace was also able to keep that beam uptime as much as possible, but it's so difficult when you're dealing with Stinkers being on the Wolverine out here. Look at this, 23 and 6 here, as well as the fact that Aztec was able to stay alive for so long to get a lot out of that BRB that we've mentioned before.
Yeah, honestly, the adjustment there from Hoodie and Aztec to go ahead have most of the line banned completely. And in some ways, obviously Rocket thriving very well. Hey, just another win in the Phoenix ban department, right? They banned all those strategists, and all Rocket players out there want two things: a little bit more movement and Phoenix not in their games. And they got their wish there, allowed them to cook with success. And overall, I think this was a comp that they were pretty confident in. Now, want to see Energy Shock against some of the bigger competition and heavyweights within this stage one, but what a way to show out there, Gaskin, as you've alluded to, because this was a team that they got second in the group stage before that playoffs. They looked all the part.
They did, and then they fell apart. And that can happen. Sometimes you come up into like knockout competition and you start to struggle a little bit, or maybe the nerves get the better of you. But regardless, it's all in the past. And that's what preseason is for, right? It's for building, seeing if that was the correct team to bring into stage one of Ignite. Evidently it wasn't. And now NRG, they have found that rebuild and they look better than ever. I'm very excited to see how they develop as a team. And certainly if Chime can keep playing this way, because On the Phoenix looks unstoppable. And I wouldn't be surprised if teams start to go for a little bit of a target ban onto that Phoenix.
Yeah, before we get to our interview, I will say some of the things that stand out to me on Nightmare's side. I think Impunity did a pretty good job kind of slotting into that Vanguard role that they have there. SGW, too, kind of living up a lot to that part. I mean, obviously much more comfortable in that backline hit scan where they thrive, but definitely fitting in well with this comp. So I do think they have some things that are working. Fidel coming from, SSG, still finding a little bit of synergy there with Pain, but they definitely have the building blocks to go. They've got a tough schedule up ahead and definitely not the easiest grouping, but they can find success. Definitely, I'm not saying they would want to lose in any way, but then get reverse swept, always, at least giving you a different outlook on these matches. We do have an interview and pretty excited for it. We will be talking shortly with Madara, one of the Vanguards that have been in the scene for a while, Vicky. Over there, I believe, and funny enough, we did not point this out, I believe it was Madara and Impunity on Dark Zero last year at the LAN in Atlanta. And so now you had, the matchup of the old Vanguard.
That's actually a really good point here, Cozy. And just being able to see Madara step up onto a new hero where we keep highlighting, okay, well, is this going to be the nail in the coffin for some teams that want to try to force this out? Or is this going to be something that some teams aren't prepared for, especially with the inclusion of Devil Dino with Season 8 just dropping not that long ago, and being able to find your upper hand in some of these scrims, right? We've heard the discussion, we've seen it go down on social media, but then seeing Madara really play into it could be difficult in trying to match the pacing of maybe what that Devil Dinosaur could provide to the playfield.
Always has been a big player with huge plays as well. I mean, I remember plenty of the Doctor Strange, Agamottos that were just completely disgusting on their end. And we've seen this, a lot of roster mania. Obviously, they've had the chance to swap out 3 people going into this Gaskin, a lot of these teams, and we're starting to see most of them take advantage of that. There's a few that haven't, 100 Thieves being one of the core ones of that. Obviously, Swamp Gaming, TLC, the ones that I think are a bit more comfortable with what they have to bring in. But as Rivals evolves more, right, more heroes come in, we're going to see these subs come in for their specific role.
Absolutely, because there will be certain players who are far more comfortable on a hero than others, and as the meta changes as well, the hero you're comfortable on, you either have to adapt and change, or you might be benched, and it's a sad reality, but you'll get your opportunity again when a new patch comes out, potentially. But that's the beauty of substitutes. In like every real sport, substitutes are heavily used. Esports, it's a little bit more rare, but that's why I kind of love Marvel Rivals esports, because we are starting to see those subs used a little bit more frequently.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nightmare, they've got a tall task because it's going to be Sentinels tomorrow for them. And Sentinels is coming off a loss that they definitely, look to correct a lot of the mistakes that they had. And one of those teams is going to be very desperate to find the win because we talked about it. It's only the top 4 in each group. moving on, and that has so much pressure. Obviously, relegation being a part of this thing too for teams, you know, like Nightmare, if you will. And, you know, Vic, I think that's going to play a huge part.
Yeah, I'm excited. You know, just already seeing how everything is shaped up, Cozy. I was sitting on the edge of my seat watching you guys take us through the action yesterday. Like, oh my gosh, finally, I get to see what, like, Black Cat in the hands of a pro player is going to look like. Where is Devil Dinosaur going to stay? How is the pick and ban phase going to influence these two new heroes coming up to the plate? And then seeing how a lot of our former Vanguard players, how they've been able to make those adjustments, especially the Vanguard players that have always played so aggressive, now really being able to shine through creatively in a different hero.
Yeah, well, listen, I think Madara and Co, they're just too excited. They're celebrating too much. You know, the interview, we're not going to be able to get together, but we do have ourselves an amazing matchup next. Probably the one that I would say a lot of people have circled in. What are these new teams? What have they cooked up in the lab? The free agency, FlyQuest, 100 Thieves coming at you at the other side of this break.
쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명
Hello and welcome back, my friends, to our second matchup of the day, and it is from looking last year, the two highest placed teams in the grand finals that we had on the Americas side, FlyQuest, 100 Thieves. One team looks a whole lot different, the other looking somewhat the same, but these teams are definitely both having a lot to prove. Coming into year two, not exactly on the same fire that Ignite brought year one. Vicky, right away, FlyQuest, that's the team we want to talk about, right? Because if you look at them front to back, this team's looking a lot different. They lost someone like Vest, but they brought in some great talent.
I'm excited to see Cart, and I think everybody else is. I can't wait to see how Cart slots into this team, but, you know, he's not the only one, right? We got Techie, you know, and the fact that we get both of them together with Velocity, with Zella, like, this is going to be a completely different look for FlyQuest.
Yeah, for sure. Gaskin, I mean, Techie coming over there from Sentinels. You know, when everything began, I was like, where is Techie? We got to get more of him in the scene. What was a great Vanguard, especially, you know, last year. We'll see how they've evolved as a player. And then Cart, if you're going to replace Vest, I mean, Cart is a great one to do so. Obviously, a bit more niche in the hero pool in general, but plays those heroes at some of the best role. Might be the best Hulk in this entire game. That's talking all regions.
And we've just seen what Hulk can do when in the right hands, you know? So FlyQuest, I'm sure, will be delighted to have the pickup of Cart. Losing Veswa is, of course, going to be a heavy hit, but I think they've brought in some fantastic replacements, like Velocity coming in previously in NRG as well, who we just watched. For the side of Techie, yes, Sentinel's back in Ignite of 2025, so glad to see him back on a roster, on a top roster as well, because FlyQuest, let's be honest, it was an extremely disappointing preseason. That is not what we would expect from a team that was in the grand finals that far on. And we were expecting them now to show us what they can be made of, although they are going up against 100 Thieves, who are unchanged, as you mentioned.
Yeah, they kind of started coming into form more towards the second half, and I think Velocity was a big pickup for them because they need more of a voice. They need a leader in that backline. He loves to, kind of have that slot, so great pickup from them. We then take our eyes to 100 Thieves, which I would say, even though FlyQuest had its moments, obviously in the preseason that were disappointing, 100 Thieves might be towards the top of that list. They kind of tripped into the playoffs, and then on top of that, this is a team with very high expectations. People know these players as household names. TTK, one of the best in the biz. Emma, obviously coming back to the light, he will love. But you've got players front to back that have the experience. They've got a brand new identity. What will we see from this 100 Thieves team that typically come out a bit slow, but they usually own these stages?
That's a good question, Cozy, because then you have to imagine, after watching the action from even Sentinels just yesterday, are we going to see a very similar game plan, or have we made the adjustments to not really lean onto just one composition that we excel in, right? And that's something 100 Thieves have to obviously been working on. You have TTK that gets to go back up together with Emma Frost, and it's kind of been like the TTK show that you and I have seen from the very beginning of time. And then you match that together with a team that didn't make those adjustments in terms of a roster, but obviously having to make adjustments in terms of the compositions that they want to rely on.
Well, heck, if we talk about what we just said, you need a dive hero to have that forefront. Self is a very good representation of that, as we see our Group 8 Gatekeepers, 6th place finish on that preseason, and the struggling Giants. Again, it's a brand new team. That's what happens in esports, and so we will be looking at that not only into the preseason, but as of now, but they've got themselves some veteran names. I think this is a tough first matchup for both because I would say both of them have so much to prove, Gaskin, but they're going against the exact opposition. Like, we could not have scripted this better as the matchup of the orgs to prove.
Yeah, I wonder whether this could be the perfect time for 100 Thieves to face this FlyQuest roster, because in theory they should just get better as they go on, as they build chemistry and as they get used to each other as a roster. So maybe they will come in a little bit quieter into the group stages as they did in preseason and start to build. So maybe 100 Thieves will be happy with that. But the other end of things is sometimes you get that phenomenon of a new team being added, a new couple of players coming in, and suddenly you have that instant chemistry, that honeymoon period where you play absolutely lights out. So I'm intrigued to see which kind of end of the spectrum we see FlyQuest ending up here.
Listen, I'm going to go ahead and probably give a bit of an edge to 100 Thieves because I will say this meta favors them a lot more than last. I think obviously Delena played a fine Elsa out there, but I really like to see the front to back that's going to come back into their own form a bit. And obviously, this feels like, to me at least, TTK in the meta for them. We look at map 1 being Hell's Heaven. What a perfect representation. But we are getting a lot of kind of awkward Magneto and Angela in play there. Angela is begging for life with dino beams shooting her to the ground at the moment. And so now you've got Emma Frost back on top. And that is not only just great for controllers and the sticks, I think the Vanguard role in general for TTK is going to be much more comfortable going back to form.
I definitely agree, Cozy. I love how you have to highlight that too. Like, somebody help out Angela. Her wings have been clipped once again here, even with the slight changes that we have seen onto Angela. But then you have to deal with a dinosaur on the other end, or will we see the dinosaur is the biggest question after the action that we just saw in our first series. But diving into Hell's Heaven, Cozy.
Yeah, I mean, heaven falling, quite literally, the only thing is Angela. You got the fish from Black Hat, too. There's so much grounding, dear gosh. But either way, Hell's Heaven such a fun map to open it up. I would say one of the more iconic ones out there as we see the wall of statues. That was originally how they teased, I believe, Black Widow into the game. So fun fact, back into the old days. But either way, we take a look at this pick ban. Again, we talked about it, Gaskin. The Gambit's been sneaking through. I think Millennia, one of the better strategists we don't talk about. Obviously, with FlyQuest in, Velocity's going to have a lot of that talent there.
And Millennia got a lot of Gambit in preseason as well. 9, to be precise, maps were on Gambit. So I think if you are looking at this 100 Thieves roster and you're trying to find a way to nuke them a little bit, I think you do remove the Gambit instantly, but we'll have to see whether it happens.
All right, well, we've got Devil being saved on both sides. I think this is the first time we've got the Jurassic Park special. Hold on, 2 Titans going at it, both in Orgs and in the Dino Sense, and it's going to be the Gambit Mantis band. You know what? This is what I love to see, is the homework from yesterday a bit, but also what I would probably expect here for the tip of the cap to the strategist, Vic.
Yeah, John Williams is once again singing just somewhere else, right? It's not going to be the Jeff dun 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 dun. No, instead you're going to have to cue the Jurassic Park noise. The Ultron getting banned next to is very interesting here. 100 Thieves, you talk about doing their homework with no Mantis, no Gambit from the side, but then on their end, they're going to be able to prioritize and protect the Ultron. So expecting that triple strat to roll out.
Yeah, for sure. We see Self play a lot of that Ultron as well, and heck, Delena can even flex into that. So we're seeing a bit more of an interesting lineup here. Probably going to lean to the way I would probably expect them to go ahead and enable Self with that Ultron, but he might take that role after all. Rocket going to be banned. That's going to give a bit of love to how 100 Thieves likes to play their backline, as everybody being able to handle the dive themselves, Gaskin. We saw that with Millennia in the past as well as Winnie.
Yeah, we've also seen just how powerful the BRB can be for winning some of these engagements as well, so I don't hate getting rid of Rocket Raccoon as White Fox gets to protect in the end for FlyQuest. Not entirely surprised by that as well, especially with the amount that, I mean, we've seen Zealous play a lot of White Fox previously, so curious to see whether that's going to be the dance that FlyQuest choose to make. But this is going to be a little bit of an interesting one with both Gambits being removed, and we got our first Devil Dino mirror, which we haven't actually seen so far in Stage 1, so it is going to be like butting 2 heads and then what happens around it.
Yeah, and a lot of ways to throw your opponent off the environment, what Hell Heaven is just absolutely chock full of, right? So Devil Dinosaur being quite literally one of the more interesting picks on this map. A lot of strategists being banned behind, both teams here, and with White Fox being the difference. That's what I want to see cleaned up. You picked up Velocity, you have Zelos. Can they find that synergy quickly against this 100 Thieves team that didn't have to go into too many changes overall? Vicky, when you look at it, one thing that stands out, who's a player you want to step up on both sides?
I want to see TTK come up into fruition once again here from 100 Thieves. I think it's going to be a really good fight here, but then together with that and Velocity you've mentioned, being able to call out a lot of these ultimates, that's going to be a great addition for FlyQuest. Cart 2 popping off as we've seen from the Hulk, but this is a series that we've been waiting for, Cozy. Our second match of the day.
Straight out of Michael Bay film, lasers everywhere from the Dino. Gaskin, let's get going as we have ourselves going to Hell's Heaven, match number 1, 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest.
All right, let's get this going, Gaskin. We were waiting for this here, and now we finally get to see what FlyQuest and their pickups bring to the table. Techie, welcome back together with Hart as well. We've mentioned already Velocity in the backline together with Zelos. Is it going to be enough with 2C also popping off? And let's get this going here. 100 Thieves, TTK rolling out, not on the Queen herself, but on the Devil Dino.
We're going to get Cart on the Devil Dino as well instead of Hulk. Are we going to see what Cart could do on this new oppressive Vanguard? As I said, it's going to be a lot of butting heads, quite literally, with these compositions. But also keep an eye on those who are going to be playing the Duelist here. With the amount of damage you can put in, you can build up those ultimates relatively quickly as well. And it is already going to be a back and forth at the moment. Neither team kind of stepping on the point as it unlocks. Instead, it's going to be an outright brawl on this left-hand side.
I think it's really interesting to see Vinny, too, really still relying on that tank pool team to try to match that with Techie. Playing this slow with Zelos being on the Jeff. How about making a lineup here extinct with Velocity trying to be the anchor in the main strat and getting those COs down. Cart take a good chunk of that damage, but it's the delay while FlyQuest have a bit more control over the point, but it's going to be a match from both of the tank pools between Vinny and Techie. Nice bubble from the other side of the Devil Dino that is TTK while he slowly tries to approach over onto the point.
These battles are going to be all about sustain when you get this kind of mirror as well. It's about surviving, waiting for those ultimates, and then who's going to be the one to pop it first. Zealous is going to have already It's Jeff available if you want to try and go for a little bit of a gobble. But Winnie's going to be the first one to go for it, and we'll actually get a grab, and then the counter comes out from Zealous here.
And together with Zelos, the It's Jeff, it's a buffet of all 3 members of FlyQuest. Winnie coming out to find those 3 victims, and 100 Thieves will be able to get the point first thanks to the It's Jeff.
Just an insane neutral that we had to see as well, and just get used to it. These long engagements when you have Devil Dino on both sides, because the amount of pressure you can kind of consume as that Vanguard. You block so much damage as well, especially with that bubble. You can protect all of your team. So everyone just kind of hunkering down behind the Dino and waiting to build up those ults.
look at TTK, very close to that Rampage, and Self does have the Extermination. A lot of sustainability from 100 Thieves, with Millennia having the Invisible Boundary. With the 2C, who can try to go for an environmental KO on the Glartrox if they can get a little cheeky with it, but with the Extermination, finding Cart, trying to move up without the rest of the team getting displaced is something huge here, and it's going to put a delay to the way that FlyQuest want to try to take over point.
Yeah, this is just going to hurt FlyQuest in terms of time at the moment. But you can see the Glartrox does get released as well. Can you actually connect with anything to try and convert it into some KOs? Doesn't look like that's going to be the occasion here for them. So 100 Thieves still holding strong, holding this angle at the moment.
And you got the Banhammer right on top of it. Everybody's playing inside these spheres before you get isolated. It's going to be Vinny who gets shut down, and Techie coming out on top together with Zelos. Now, with FlyQuest having the number advantage, Cart gets stunned temporarily. The Rampage comes out, and Melee is going to keep everybody up with the Kumio Unleashed to try to match that of the Invisible Boundary. Look at Vinny. He was one shot, gets back into health thanks to Millennia, but it's so much damage output, and Zelena going down without being able to utilize the Galactic Legend here, as they've now booted their way right off the point and allowing FlyQuest to finally take it over.
Yeah, that was far better, and again, it was just that opening pick they were able to get and allow them to apply just too much pressure, really, for 100 Thieves, but you look at the ult economy now, we are going to, again, have the It's Jeff available for Zelos to maybe do a little bit more with it on this occasion, but also Galactic Legend on the side of 100 Thieves, as you are just going to see Brute Force being the attempt, but it is denied immediately as Star-Lord gets ripped off the map.
Nice little charm here, finding Delena here as well before Melio. It's an opportunity to get it once again before backing away. Has a teleport to get together with the rest of the team. Just a little beta switch, so that way you can try to get your Kumio Unleashed even faster. Zelos does have the It's Jeff. Can it be as big as what we see from Winnie? As a Rampage starts off, TTK does get stunned. The Rampage going forward before Delena finds Car. Before backing away, though, Zelos says, I just want to reposition here. Really not much I can do to help out Cart in this situation. The Banhammer next to try to meet that of the Extermination from Self. Just keeping everybody alive for 100 Thieves, but it's a straight neutral fight with Velocity having the Eternal Bond, and now it's up to Winnie to go hard again here with the It's Jeff, catching him right at the very end of the Glartrox, catching him like a baseball, and bringing him together with the rest of his team.
Yeah, it's one of the best ways to use it, Jeff, is as protection rather than the aggression. As you see the switch over for Delena as well, over onto the Phoenix, just to try and allow a little bit more poke coming through, as Star-Lord wasn't quite doing it, and you also get the Endsong Inferno as well, to try and slam down the extra bit of damage, as FlyQuest, they will have to fall back as 100 Thieves regain once more.
Swap-ups here that they definitely needed. Delena highlighting the buffs here for Phoenix and just putting in some more of that extra pressure before the portal play comes in. Techie putting it right behind so that way they can utilize it as some extra cover from the other side of the point. Nearing already 95% in favor for 100 Thieves, and Millennia still has the Invisible Boundary. No sustainability on the side for FlyQuest unless Melly could stay alive to get this Kumio Unleashed.
Yeah, at the moment, no ults to work with. As you said, just going to be the one for FlyQuest when they get there, but the Invisible Boundary does come out now just to give the extra bit of protection for them, and 100 Thieves have to take advantage of this, and they will be. TTK gets the opener.
And off the bleed too, TTK finding Techie right after the Kumio Unleash is forced to be used, and then gets melted here as the Rampage comes out from TTK to play even more aggressive as 100 Thieves, they force FlyQuest off and get the first round.
100 Thieves looking comfortable here, and looks like the strategy is very much working for them right now. FlyQuest, they had a couple of good moments, but they just couldn't break out once they got pinned back in once more from 100 Thieves. I love the switch as well. Over onto Phoenix. You were on Star-Lord, you were struggling a little bit to get out, you were being focused a bit by a couple of the players. Phoenix just gives you that, it's an escapability. Having the Endsong Inferno when you do have that ult available, if you are about to be deleted, you just get an easy out and sometimes apply that extra bit of pressure with the damage too. Sometimes even just a couple of kills off the back of the Endsong Inferno. So a great change from 100 Thieves to stay on top here.
I also think it just follows up so nicely when you combine that together with a good amount of the bleed pressure, and then you combo that with the Rampage. It's so much damage to burn through. And then if you're running the triple strat, burn one of those strategist ultimates, right? You go hand in hand together with maybe not getting the impact, making that quick swap up, and then reclaiming the point. We look at what they have now going into round number 2, though, Gaskin, and Cart does have the Rampage of their own. Velocity making the swap over to the Loki, something that we've seen Velocity on so many times to get the God of Mischief, so that way they can try to get a similar copy too.
Does Cart pop it early, just to try and win this initial engagement and get this one locked down. It was a long old neutral beforehand, and it took a long time before 100 Thieves were able to get out on top, but you can try and target some of these backline players. Winnie just giving so much free heals at the moment, and you will see the Rampage get popped by Cart to try and stay alive here. But now, Winnie, can you actually catch anything? There is going to be a couple in there, but do you get away? The answer's no.
Oh, that was he fried that shark, by the way, right out of the itch, Jeff. Unfortunate, the game plan does not work a second time around, and 100 Thieves now are forced to reset in the spawn room gates. Great on FlyQuest to focus down on not only winning there, but being able to prevent them from trying to go for something cheeky.
Self is going to have Rage of Ultron off spawn. So maybe that's something they can utilize to try and break through here on FlyQuest. Whereas, look at Velocity, though, about to tick over to 100. And that means they're going to have the freedom of any ultimate they want from this lobby. And that is going to be difficult for 100 Thieves to break through as well. Maybe they could steal an invisible boundary if they would like to from the other side. But already you can see 100 Thieves trying to flank around a little bit, just sending one player to get a little bit of info, but now they will bundle up onto the Dino.
They get the copy on the Eternal Bond to keep everybody alive through the extermination, and the BRB for Melio is going to bring back Heart. So with the Eternal Bond used up in the form of the God of Mischief, Delena's waiting, forcing Tusi to look down this window, has the Ensong Inferno, as you mentioned, for a hard reset if they need it, but they have to get rid of these cheeky Loki clones that are in different angles. The invisible boundary to allow them to walk up as a Psionic Seduction comes in together. Techie just trying to bring everybody into their line of sight, but 100 Thieves aren't expending anything just yet, as Delena in the straight neutral calls out Tusi, calls out the Loki. The lamp's now burned up as Zelos unleashes the Eternal Bond to keep FlyQuest up.
Delena is just on a Loki clone mission at the moment, taking down every clone that they see. But you are going to be able to survive. Ensong Inferno is still there and available and will be popped now, but is the damage there to get any sort of conversion? No. No KOs, but it will at least allow her to keep herself alive. And now FlyQuest have to just back off a little bit. Maybe they have to sacrifice this point unless Cart goes crazy.
The side questing that you were mentioning before, Delena unstoppable self now to find Cart. Will be able to come back in, but FlyQuest are nearing 95%, so they held it down for quite some time. Good stall from FlyQuest for 100 Thieves finally flip it.
Cart has Rampage as well, so if they can just pretty much mirror what they did at the start of this round, where Cart initiates the Rampage, everyone kind of follows in his shadow, and then they all break away to just damage that backline immediately to be able to comfortably win the engagement. But it's easier said than done, as here comes the push now.
We're trying to wrap up to the other side with Winnie now having the God of Mischief, Extermination right around the corner for Self. Tusi's looking to get the reset on the Ensong Inferno. Talk about the extra damage output as Cart is going to unleash the Rampage that we've highlighted before. The invisible boundary more so on one side of the point here, just allowing FlyQuest to delay the inevitable. Wait it out before now pushing together. And the Ensong Inferno is still aligned here for Tusi. Techie has a Sonic Seduction. You go diving right down. And the Extermination as a BRB does bring Cart right back, but we still lost 2 out for FlyQuest. Velocity has the Eternal Bond, so that way they can try to keep themselves in this fight to flip it. And the rest of the 100 Thieves, they're forced out. These walls here are just trying to allow them to get back together with Vinny, who's so close to that strangling prison.
It did shut down TTK though, and Ensong Inferno comes out on the other side from Delena, but no conversion on it, no KO for them, and Cart is now going to look to dominate this point as FlyQuest are still keeping this fight alive. 100 Thieves still scoring at the moment, but when you thought FlyQuest were done and dusted, they just about bring it back, and most of it was because of Melio on that Rocket Raccoon.
Hiding in my corner, nothing to see here. Strangling prison now unleashed as everybody's grouped up in that right corner, but then you have to match that with the Sia. It's not enough to keep those 2 members alive for FlyQuest. Vinny is on a rampage, and together with Winnie being on the swamp of the God of Mischief, Delena catching out Melio right before he can get out into the line of sight of Delena.
One last ditch attempt maybe for FlyQuest then. And you can see the desperate attempt to fly yourself round as the Venom for Techie to see if you can just get a touch onto that point, but elsewhere, it's just going to be distraction for this portal to come through now. But the opener onto Techie just means FlyQuest are going into this as a 5 versus 6.
And Velocity had to make that swap over to put down the portal. Techie has the reset too with the Piece of the Abyss. It's the Eternal Bond. FlyQuest have a lot in their utility to keep this fight going, but 100 Thieves are right around the corner with the Eternal Bond now. And now with Winnie having the invisible boundary in the form of the God of Mischief, comes now the Ensong Inferno for the reset. Cart, the Rampage is over, and Self is about to have the Extermination. You're going to use it right outside of the Piece of the Abyss that you see FlyQuest trying to hold it down together right through the Devil Dino barrier, and all the damage output is just enough for 100 Thieves to stray FlyQuest off.
100 Thieves secure the victory over FlyQuest. That Rage of Ultron is disgusting when it gets going, but FlyQuest sadly just could not find their way through time and time again. 100 Thieves, they look like they've polished things up between preseason and Stage 1, and maybe reaping the benefits now of not making any team changes coming here into this stage.
Amazing looks here, as 100 Thieves 2 had also made the adaptation that they needed going into this round. Even if they had lost at that point, what was it? We saw FlyQuest at what, nearly 92% or so when they first took over that point before 100 Thieves flipped it. It's going to be one heck of a series, guys. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, we got match number 2.
Hello, friends, and welcome back. The Savage Adventures event is in-game right now, featuring new skins for Luna Snow, who at this point is collecting legendary skins like the Avengers heroes. But right now we've got the Hela serving the Goddess skin in the Savage Land as well. A lot of great heroes at the moment, repping in style, and of course Ultron dripping. And we saw exactly what Self was able to do on that Ultron. Even more with that crazy extermination. Now, after that map result we just saw, Hell's Heaven, 100 Thieves going to go ahead and look back to form a little bit against FlyQuest. And right away, I want to ask you, Vicky, I mean, what was the standout to you? Because it did feel like, at least for sure, the Vanguard presence felt a lot more stable on 100 Thieves' side. TTK coming into form there on the Dino. No way we get Lower Manhattan. I hope that's an Easter egg or a tease.
Hold on. Hopefully. Oh, no way. All right, I got hyped, actually. Especially with, like, the Lower Manhattan map, what it provides with that UAV that just scans everybody and their ultimate charge. I could go on, guys. I was actually in Lower Manhattan when that map dropped, too, so very iconic, at least memory for me. But, Cozy, specifically a standout for me is looking at 100 Thieves, and it looks like being able to have your Phoenix pop off and have fun with the game, and then your Vanguards looking like they're also having a good time, it literally just looks like 100 Thieves are enjoying themselves, and it also looks like they're playing into their strength, right? The Devil Dino in the hands of TTK, hand in hand together with the synergy that we're seeing from 100 Thieves, I think just matches so well.
The sun was getting real low. I want the Hulk to be unleashed, you know, Gaskin, and I think that was the plan they had going in. And sometimes in scrims and practice, you have one kind of mindset, but then out on the results, it's like, okay, we might need to change things up. That's what I see over on FlyQuest. But yeah, it just looked like 100 Thieves felt comfortable. That was the first time we got to see Ultron kind of represented very well. Obviously, last time in the preseason, didn't quite have that oomph factor behind him with the triple strat. Now has that with the ultimate. And putting it all together, Winnie, though, as our MVP on the Loki.
Yeah, Winnie just doing everything, whether it was the counters with the Jeff ult and just being able to spit the entire team out, it felt like off the side, or making sure that invisible boundary got down at the right time. Just very cleverly manipulating the map in their favor with the strategist ult coming through. So I think Winnie deserves to get a little bit of love here. I know that you could definitely look at other players from 100 Thieves who were stepping up to the plate when they needed to as well. I mean, Delena getting 23 KOs in the end on the Phoenix was unbelievable as well. So definitely a shout out on that side. But also TTK, I mean, on the Devil Dino was just ever present. And there was the question of where TTK was going to go. What kind of Vanguard are you going to be playing? And that responsibility of playing the Dino is not an easy one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I want to highlight a couple things. First of all, having Vinny as Groot with Dino is actually really tough because when you have the jungle of walls, it's typically a good counter against Dino and kind of awkward. So you have to be just perfect with those wall placements to help the Dino and not, you know, restrict TTK in its movement. And they did that very well. On the other hand, it felt like Techie, we got a little bit like mystery heroes at one point. There's like five different Vanguards played, Vicky, and I think obviously, we see a lot of tank pool played against Devil Dinosaur. We saw that yesterday, too. You can farm the headshots, really get the XP going, and is good in domination because you can carry between rounds. Just feel like wasn't comfortable on their pick and maybe try to change things a bit too late.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why we're talking about how quick we saw the swap up, whether it be from the Star-Lord into the Phoenix and then making the adjustments where Vinny was able to get that Strangling Prison in a good amount of time while Delena was side questing and finding those Loki clones. Splitting more of the attention away from FlyQuest means that I'm interested to see if we really are going to go to Lower Manhattan and what that means for our pick and ban phase, Cozy.
Well, we get to take a look now, in the map chosen from FlyQuest is Lower Manhattan. The Easter egg, the tease was correct. We have our first appearance of the new map that I saw when launched. People were like, we will not see pros picking this map. Well, believe now. I actually think, Gaskin, this is a perfect map for, I dare say, like the losing team to pick, right? It kind of gives you some intel into ult charge, into wall hacks, and I think point 1 is a very interesting point. I'm actually excited because I myself like the map.
How are you with your iframes, and avoiding that scan is the real question, because there are some heroes that can avoid it, and that was one thing when this map came out. There was a lot of people kind of diving deep into which hero can avoid it and how. So we'll have to see how these pros have been practicing. And you're right, I mean, if you're FlyQuest here, you 1-0 down, nothing to lose, but also, have they been practicing Lower Manhattan religiously throughout scrims? When there is a newer map, you can get a leg up on your competition if you make sure it is one of your best ones, because they might not be as prepared as you are.
Absolutely, and we get a look at the Bald King, Kingpin, aka J3, in the back of the map. You love the aesthetics of this map in general, trying to break your way into what is a pretty well-guarded area. There's a lot of cool maps, and I would say breakable environments that you can use that people aren't aware of. But point 2 feels a lot like Wakanda, where it's kind of this tough way to break in with the momentum that you can carry into it. And so we'll see how each team chooses to go around it. And we talked about this, a lot of heroes in the game. Map picks 2 is something you have to be comfortable with. Now, 100 Thieves going to save the Dino for TTK once again. But taking a look, Vicky, FlyQuest not changing it up. They're fine with how it went. They're going to try to take it to another game mode.
That's interesting. Okay, so they're going to still force out the Devil Dino, which means we're probably not going to see Cart, unfortunately, on the Hulk. So for those of you guys that were waiting for that, especially me, maybe we won't be getting that, as the Luna is going to be the next ban. The Ultron ban here for 100 Thieves, something that really did benefit 100 Thieves too, that you were mentioning, Cozy, with Self specifically, was the Ultron for them. So maybe that could be forced out if FlyQuest want to ban that out, but they end up protecting the Luna for themselves.
Yeah, the Luna Snow, it's funny because Luna has kind of gone up and down throughout the meta. Yeah. And for a while, it was like the Loki Luna meta forever, right? But then now kind of had a tail end, kind of a dip down, if you will, in usability. But that clap and being able to get that much quicker to pierce through with the heals and the damage is so reliable on game modes like this. I think this is going to be a great kind of righting of the ship, if you will. Phoenix getting the ban on the other side, respect to Delina on that end. And so now you got to see, where does Delina go from here, Gaskin?
I mean, over to Star-Lord, perhaps. I mean, there's definitely other places you can put yourself if you are in that situation for Delina, but I think that the way that they played in that previous game, they're going to feel comfortable on anything, just not missing any shots at the moment. And I think that 100 Thieves will just be happy they got Ultron again, being able to protect it. Maybe you could have seen that ban earlier on, but with the way that pick and ban has worked out for them, it's just been probably a win for 100 Thieves yet again here in this lock and ban phase.
Well, point one's not always a hit scan factory, so maybe we get vintage Psylocke on Delina or Star-Lord. Maybe, dare I say, Black Cat. I think that's going to be more for Self, but we'll find out right now as we'll find who's defending first into the aggression. That is the 100 Thieves and FlyQuest matchup. Very important one for both of them. Can they seal the deal? Take it away.
Thank you so much, Cozy. In our best of 3, 100 Thieves plant their feet. 1 win to go here for them to move on as our group stages have been shaping out very nicely, Gaskin. And we get to see Lower Manhattan for the first time within the Americas region. We did see it just a little earlier, actually. Shout out to Vaudable, who was able to call it out. We saw it actually earlier in Oceania. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out in a different region.
Yeah, on that matchup, it was a Devil Dino mirror as well. But on this one, doesn't look like we're going to see necessarily the Devil Dino being pulled out for FlyQuest, because you get your wish, Vicky. Cart is on your big bad boy Hulk, and we'll have to see whether it makes the difference for them.
Okay, and already starting things off very aggressively. TTK with the portal plays, just so that way they waste no time to get onto this point, giving them whiplash with the FlyQuest, the alley-oop, the freeze onto the big Dino here. But they're taking the fight right to FlyQuest to secure this point just as fast as possible.
Yeah, they almost just confused and bamboozled them there and were able to get away with almost 2 chunks. Actually, they might even get to these 2 chunks and they've been able to force them back here, FlyQuest, as they are really at 6s and 7s right now, unable to really break through the pressure that we see implemented from 100 Thieves, who were already able to get the opener. With them going down, FlyQuest down to just 5. It looks like this first point is going to be as easy as that. And just a great push through from the start.
What a way to highlight the practice of your rollout right now from 100 Thieves. That was Chef's Kiss, together with the triple strategist lineup that they rolled out with, knowing that the strap pool was going to get that ultimate way faster to secure them that point is amazing. FlyQuest, on the other hand, now making some changes. Sure, we may see the Cart Hulk, but is it going to be enough now? The UAV comes in, it gets the scan, lets them know what everybody's ultimate charge is also looking like.
Techie switching over to Devil Dino, so we're going to get Dino plus Hulk. Remember, we did see this in our previous matchup, the first series of the day as well, and it worked very well when you use them together. Very difficult to play up against. Tuzi just trying to survive on Psylocke at the moment, able to get away, but was certainly focused briefly by that Daredevil. You've got to keep an eye on Self, but it's going to be Self and Vinny working together, just diving at the moment with Captain America and Daredevil.
When you get Self to just break out of the chains and do what Self loves to do best here, making the swap up with the Love taken to the skies on the Ultron instead. Melio, the Black Cat, is no longer here on the field, is instead going to get caged back into the spawn room gates before making the swap up over to the Phoenix. I do like that swap up for FlyQuest here. Velocity does have the dance off with that Luno ultimate to at least try to help stop this momentum. Self is very close to letting that Devil out, and Delana has the extermination to go.
Here it goes, Rage of Ultron, and boy, is he full of fury, but he gets absolutely deleted out of the sky. Tuzi doing their job as now TTK gonna just pop that Rage as well, and we are gonna see plenty of pushback from the back of it.
Can we talk about the timing of the scan was so perfect because Tuzi was so close to Delina, who was hugging that wall up on top of that balcony. Finding that pig was ginormous, forcing Delina to now make the swap off of the Ultron now over to the Star-Lord. No more triple strat lineup for 100 Thieves.
With the Rampage used now for TTK, Techie's going to have it on the other side for FlyQuest again to try and apply that pressure. Alongside Cart as well, they might be able to go for something a little bit different. The switch over to Venom maybe could be what they were looking for here, but Molina is going to be able to pull out its Jeff to try and get a little bit of extra oomph, but I don't know if you actually found anyone with it. So instead, we are going to be in a situation where FlyQuest are just dropping like flies.
And you go in for the Feast of the Abyss to get a reset, but you have no follow-up potential off of the antis that you landed. Instead, it's the Self Show finding a quick 3K, winning the nail in the coffin to find Cart. It's another clear out for 100 Thieves as FlyQuest back to the drawing board because this was not working out.
Another scan going to come through shortly. Vinny and Winnie, though, both have ultimates. On the other side, Tech and Melio going to have them available for themselves as FlyQuest just need to find an answer at the moment. they are not really surviving as much as they need to. The sustain has not been there for them. Freedom Charge comes out as well from Vinny, so that is probably good news to bad news for the side of FlyQuest. Now Ensong Inferno, can you land any damage? Not enough.
And look at the sustain right now that we're seeing for 100 Thieves. Winnie then comes into the Kumiho Unleashed. Delena wraps up from the backhand and takes a flanking angle to find Melio, who goes on for their third swap, this time over to that Daredevil here. And the Venom not really helping out for FlyQuest too, as Cart hasn't really been able to help sustain themselves. They're clearing up more space as 100 Thieves are taking them out one by one. There goes the strat back line of FlyQuest and the rest of the team.
Second point secured. Delena's going to have Galactic Legend available as well. This is just looking a little bit rough around the edges here for FlyQuest. Clearly, you know, they've had a lot more work to do. They've had to make those team changes, whereas 100 Thieves, they've carried on their team, their exact lineup from preseason, so they were always going to have the advantage in this scenario. I think FlyQuest are probably going to be a little bit frustrated with how this game's going at the moment, especially considering they picked this map. I thought there was going to be something a little bit special coming out from
The fact that you're just letting Self have a field day. Welcome to the circus, the Self Circus, but now you have the Dancing Butterfly Velocity to help them move up into position after the Galactic Legend was used up from Delena. Everybody's sustained, but you also want to add in a little bit more of that extra damage to help enable 2C. But it's a trade-off here. Millennia is the first to get knocked out, and now TTK unleashing the rampage. The follow-ups here, Self together with Delena have just been the duelist menace to be afraid of.
Yeah, can't move back over to Devil Dino, but he got ripped right back off of it once more. It's just not fun when you are focused that heavily and you just don't have the support from the rest of the team. Because 100 Thieves doing so well at separating the team from the Devil Dino at the moment. FlyQuest just not able to play on him as they would like to.
This is just crazy to see this momentum that we're seeing. I mean, right now, 100 Thieves, together with Selfie, unleashes the Devil. The Reflect, backing away, still alive. Millennia goes in with the edge jump, but gets shut down by Techie. Winnie now, it's up to Winnie to keep them up alive and to continue on this pressure. TTK gets the auto grab, sends him off to the map, and isolates Techie. I love the displacement that we're also seeing right now from the TTK Devil Dino play.
Cart is going to go for one last attempt as well. Bubble will at least try and create some space for the rest of the team, but this looks like it's the beginning of the end at the moment. Vinny has Freedom Charge available to him as well. Galactic Legend will come out for Melio. That's going to be their kind of final roll of the dice here to survive.
But they have the Freedom Charge, actually. I like the way that 100 Thieves are kiting away just to negate that damage from the Galactic Legend of Melio. And now Delena finding a UAV scan here, finding that Star-Lord in the backline, but they have other priorities. The Galactic Legend is right around the corner from Delena, and now you're just clearing the rest of the points. Self having a field day once again, gets a 2K. Delena to follow up to compete. Who has more KOs? As 100 Thieves get this payload to the finish line with 1 minute and 25 seconds on the clock.
My, that was quite the one-sided affair. FlyQuest just couldn't get anything going, and again, just the constant hero switching and not really able to find the answers. It all started right from the beginning of that round, to be honest, Vicky. I mean, with the portal play that came in, I think it caught FlyQuest off guard a little bit, which it shouldn't, let's be honest. You always have to have in the back of your mind a potential portal to kick off the game. But as you said, they almost broke their necks turning around to try and get to the point once more. And off the back of it, 100 Thieves, they just never slowed down. Always were getting in the face of FlyQuest. And they get a comfortable 3 points here. So FlyQuest are going to have to try and answer back with 3 of their own.
The title that is TTK has not gone down once. I don't think Winnie also has had 1 KO. This is actually insane how that portal play from the very beginning, Gaskin, dictated the entire pace of the match in favor for 100 Thieves.
Get ready.
Just constantly scrambling, weren't they, for pieces, for anything to get back into the game, clawing at them, but they couldn't find it. And, you know, I'm happy that TTK is having this much success. There was I remember in preseason, people were giving him a little bit of stick, saying that his hero pool wasn't deep enough on the Vanguards and was relying too much on X, Y, or Z. And you know what? Screw it. If you get Devil Dino and you can play this way, then sure, you might force out a ban next time. If that does happen, then it opens up the Gambit for your team. So that's exactly what you need. If you're going to get mirrored Gambit bans, you need to take advantage of this Devil Dino.
I mean, the fact that you also have the Self getting 12 finals, going down only once on the Daredevil, I mean, somebody get an Exorcist. They have to spray holy water on this team. Too many devils around as FlyQuest try to imitate a very similar play, but much more defensively because this is way more far behind 100 Thieves. Just in terms of their positioning, holding the choke that 100 Thieves was holding right there, Also instilling a bit of fear. Melio making that swap over to the Wolverine to open things up. The character that you saw from Zelos. But playing its quick position is also forcing FlyQuest to change their attention in two different directions.
Tuesday doing a little bit of damage from the backline at the moment as well, and it is certainly working. They are applying a lot of pressure to them, but FlyQuest, try as they might right now, no KO to open us up, and it's going to be Vivi who gets that on. Oh, yeah, and Delena trying to follow up on top of it. 150 just tries so much pressure to FlyQuest.
Looking to the other side here, it's going to be a trade-off. They did lose out Deadpool here, but it's going to be TTK holding their ground, finding Hart, who hasn't had the best opportunity to try to find a dip opportunity against the Dino v Dino. Negative Velocity, the God of Mischief, coming out in the form of the Eternal Bond before Self backs away. They find Velocity, 3 members of 100 Thieves in that side room. While Velocity does find Winnie, it's going to be a big kickoff here. No, it's Jeff. While TTK goes on a rampage together with the Galactic Legend. I'm surprised he stayed up for that long before TT finally takes him out. And now it's Delena over to the side, but it's so much sustain for FlyQuest thanks to the double Eternal Bond.
So that's good from FlyQuest. That was a pretty impressive push through, even without kind of a portal situation. There was no surprise. Instead, it was just brute force from them. And I am curious to see how much of a difference Melio can make on this Wolverine as well. We were talking with Cozy about Wolverine players and how important and integral they can be to your roster. Well, Melio has a chance to show just what a difference maker he can be.
Can he get cheeky with it? No. Voltiro, that is Wolverine. That huddle stand for going over to the left side is going to be Tuzi. Also has the End Song Inferno with the reset. Took a lot here out of FlyQuest, but they have a huge amount of time here for 100 Thieves trying to split their attention, with Millennia also having the invisible boundary to answer back.
Tuzi just binding time and as well at the moment. Happy to deal damage from a distance. We'll use that End Song Inferno maybe as just a last-ditch attempt if you are forced into it. And there you go, when you've taken a lot of damage. And now you want to try and see if you can actually capitalize from any damage elsewhere to get any conversions of the KOs. Not going to happen, but Vinny has fallen. So 100 Thieves starting to struggle a little bit, but there is a great response onto the side of Zelos.
With Zelos being stuck inside that side room, sure, but now Melio claps back and finds 2. Gets the dive down, Tusi to follow up. The Wolverine Kitty's got claws, and the rest of FlyQuest have harassed 100 Thieves back behind this choke point. But then you see what FlyQuest still have in their pockets, Gaskin. Velocity, God of Mischief, taking with the silent seduction, as well as Cart with the extra damage with the bleed together with the rampage.
So now we're seeing why FlyQuest picked this map. The defense maybe was a little bit lackluster, and maybe they were caught off guard, constantly scrambling because of the time of that initial one. But the way they attack here, they are doing it sublimely. They are really forcing this agenda onto 100 Thieves, mainly through that Wolverine, and also now having Everfrost follow up. Sonic Seduction does come through, and 100 Thieves are definitely going to be pinned back here because of it. Winnie will go down alongside Vinny, and 100 Thieves will be scrambling themselves.
And even with Self finding Velocity, you have the Galactic Legend coming in from Delena, but it's another Eternal Bond to be met against the other side of the ultimate, keeping FlyQuest still sustained. You try to get the kidnap, Zelos still alive, is able to dismiss away right behind the other end of the Freedom Charge that Vinny unleashes to paint the path for the rest of 100 Thieves.
Tell you what, that is an excellent response though from 100 Thieves. They look down and out. They have no right to be able to deny that one, but FlyQuest forced to retreat now, and that is going to be a big time gainer for 100 Thieves, just allowing them to have a little time to think about how they want to defend this next one.
Being able to delay, though, with 2 minutes and less than 15 seconds on the clock, we're seeing some swap-ups. Melio over to the White Fox here, over on the other side too. Tusi close to having that End Song Inferno. Millennia, okay, don't want to unleash that invisible boundary too early. Does have it ready to go, though, to try to deal with that End Song Inferno if they hold it on. Yeah, I know, right? I thought it was going to be a misclick.
And that would have been so detrimental to them, as now FlyQuest will begin to try and see if they can take a little bit of something off that back line, but Self is going to be waiting as the Black Cat. And if Self could just find one, it would be huge for them, but at the moment there is enough sustain from the rest of the team. The heals are good, Invisible Boundary does go down.
Millennia now with the Invisible Boundary now ending. Tusi unleashes the End Song Inferno. Is it going to be enough to get the follow-up onto Self with Cart following up? Yes, it is. Vinny also incredibly low. Tusi's just trying to mark him before he gets away on the other side of the corner, but doesn't hear Delena right on top of his head. Over onto the other side, having to pay attention to Delena. Does not have the Galactic Legend, but they lost out on Millennia, who only leaves Winnie up for sustain. So 100 Thieves, once again, are trickling in, allowing FlyQuest to have the number advantage.
Delena has done well time and time again, though, when it looks like 100 Thieves are down and out. Delena just picks off 1 or 2 to make it a little bit more of a struggle, and also delay enough so the rest of the team off score can get right back onto this point, because still, FlyQuest have not scored here. They've not been able to get over that second point. 100 Thieves still holding strong.
That's an angry Dino from both ends, though. It's going to be a rampage, a tantrum from both Dinos. But Self, the Black Cat, after making swap after swap, is going to unleash the ultimate. Does manage to get a reset here from one side before the Galactic Legend now comes up from Delena, but that's what's waiting for him on the other side is another Strategist ultimate. This time, it's going to be in the form of Velocity and the Luna Snow. And now wrapping up onto the other side of the point, it's another delay, but 100 Thieves has wasted so much time away from FlyQuest for the second point.
Oh, this time Delena's gone down, though, alongside TTK, so surely FlyQuest will be able to convert this one and finally push it over. Yes, they will. So now you've got to try and do your job onto the third point. You are running out of time there, remember. 100 Thieves are able to do it with 1 minute 25 left on the clock, which would give them a significant advantage going into OT, even if FlyQuest do get there, because they are going to be chunking away at that clock on their way here through.
And remember how quickly 100 Thieves was able to dictate the pace of a lot of these fights all the way beyond that second point. Now you're going up the ramp here. You're looking at what 100 Thieves have to provide when it comes to taking this neutral fight on the bridge. And even with Self going over to the Ultron, hovering over it before making the swap back over to the Daredevil.
I like the switch for Melio, though, onto Moon Knight. TTK is just a walking onk for him to work with, and he's certainly going to be applied so much damage and pressure off the back of it as well. But it's Self on the Daredevil who gets 2, as FlyQuest might be forced back here, forced off this point. And now they are going to have to look at that clock and say, maybe we only get one last chance and actually be able to push this one over the line if we're not careful.
And Self is not going to be lunch this time around too, showcasing the swap up, really helping them out with Delena going over onto the Bucky. Okay, I like this now, as now with the 100 Thieves, once again, holding back FlyQuest. They have less than 35 seconds on the board to scan, letting them know who's closer to ultimate and the different approaches for these different angles. The Ensign Inferno also online for 2C.
Like damage, and actually the impact is going to be huge as well. TTK taking down Melio, though. So FlyQuest, is this their last chance, being just swatted away from them right in these final moments? 13 seconds remain for them to try and force this one across.
TTK is a literal beast, by the way. Not only finding that trap, finding Techie, the isolation of the bubbles, finding them off the map. That is 2 in favor for TTK. Delena now goes in for the reset. The Kraken impact, the silent seduction. Can it even be enough? Now together with the eternal bond from Zelos, but you still have the reset from Delena. Again and again, the desperate slump over to the Angela from Car on top of it, but you still find velocity at the hands of Delena.
FlyQuest try as they might, but they have lost one, although we will see now Let the Devil out from Self, which might just be the final nail in the coffin here for FlyQuest. Boy, are they trying to stay on the point, but they finally get ripped off it, as 100 Thieves will take the series 2-0 here against FlyQuest.
What a showcase of Devil Dinosaur gameplay too at the hands of 100 Thieves, and the way not only they play around it, but the way that they utilize it from TTK. Great way to also show how 100 Thieves have adapted around a new meta in Season 8.
Hats off, of course, to TTK with that performance, showing us just how incredible Devil Dinosaur can be here, Cozy.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we got a new mascot for TTK. For a while, it was the Yima, sometimes the Magneto, now it's the Jolly Red Giant. And you know what? I mean, obviously we saw the first Dino win last time, but this time was just much more convincing in the way that they want to play the Vanguard. And there's so much they did well. Vinny putting on that pressure. I mean, in general, Brawl is going to work really well with the Dino, just to have so much of the back to front that you have to worry about. But to me, it's just what we've seen with the flexibility of Self being able to play that Ultron in the way that he does, and then quickly swap. And you have to keep yourself on high alert, Vicky, because going to a quick Daredevil Black Cat is a lot to deal with.
Yeah, it is. And then you also have to keep track too, right? Because aside from the UAV scans that you get to see, like their ultimate coming out and finding out where everybody's positioned, now you're not only dealing with an ultra into the sky, you're seeing this quick swap up and how you're seeing 100 Thieves deal with the triple strategist lineup in rotating through these ultimates. You want to try to desync them so that way you could put yourself on top, even if they do manage to combine some of that space.
No, for sure. As we take a look at our MVP, once again, Winnie will be getting the honors, but you could give it to so many of the different players of 100 Thieves there. And just to shout out a few outside of what we've seen now back to back with Winnie. I mean, I think just Self in the way. It's funny how Black Cat is played too, even though briefly at the high level. It's like all the relics you see kind of in standard ladder, a lot of fireball use for the kind of wall hacks. It's like, no, the comms are so good. I'm going to use the TP to go in and dive from top to bottom on the backline strategist. I mean, really well done and showcased from them all. And look, kind of back into form. This is that statement win, Gaskin, that this team desperately needed.
Yeah, I think it's a disappointing start for FlyQuest, similarly to what happened in preseason, but again, they shouldn't be too hard on themselves. When you've made this many changes to your roster, you're always going to have to get through those teething issues to begin with, and for it to be against 100 Thieves as your first matchup, like, it could have been against pretty much anyone else who have been making those changes as well, 2 or 3 changes to their team. But the fact that 100 Thieves have stayed as an exact 6, it's going to be very difficult to try and combat the chemistry they've been able to build, the strategy they've been able to implement as well. And it was evident in both those maps.
No, that's definitely a good point, because if you look at what FlyQuest did late, is they adjusted too late in the preseason. They were getting hot too late, so yes, you can get this first loss, but can you kind of adjust things a bit quicker from there? You know, we will find out, as FlyQuest has, you know, plenty of air to breathe after this, but still a very tough grouping overall. But 100 Thieves getting, you know, them, I think you said at the beginning of the cast there, at a good time, right? Like, this team is going to take some time to kind of get into their own, but I feel like this meta especially, and now that we've seen from TTK with the Dino, is going to favor 100 Thieves in a lot of ways, and that's a lot of thanks to how Vinny is in the flexibility department as well, Vic.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot of pressure on Cart. You guys talked about it perfectly, you know, trying to find your synergy and build that up against a team that doesn't really have to really rely on that short amount of time to build that synergy, because they've been together for so long now at this point. It's going to be growing pains. You're going to expect it, and in a best of 3, it's especially hard because you have such little room for error. And I think a big part of that goes into the pick and ban phase. You let the Devil Dino go through after what you saw from TTK in that first game, and you try to match that together. We did see the Hulk come out for like not even 30 seconds, it felt like, before we saw the swap up again. And that also highlights maybe a bad matchup or a very inconsistent matchup that you're not used to dealing with from the other opposition.
Yeah, I think front to back, I would start at the Vanguards and just trying to right that ship with the pick bans. And obviously, you know, with a new one coming into Fray, that is going to shake up a lot. You know, there's so many great tanks available at the moment, but you have to choose the identity behind it. Are you going to go more of that brawl dive with the Dino? They use that a lot in the protect bans, and it just didn't shape out that way, Gaskin.
Yeah, I mean, the bans are definitely going to be something you have to look at. I mean, as the season develops and as we get through stage 1, I think we're going to see a significant change in how people are banning, and probably a lot more familiarity of teams just adjusting to what the meta is and what people are struggling with. And there's definitely going to be a lot more target bans the further we get in as well. You know, when we see TTK this good on Devil Dino, maybe it is worth offering up the Gambit and seeing how they benefit, or if they benefit at all with the Gambit, because certainly could be a situation where maybe they're better with the Devil Dino.
Yeah, for me too, I want to highlight Self, because I feel like if you look at it, Gaskin, you know, it's great points, but for Self, he had a lot of big shoes to step in, especially the preseason, Terra going over to the EMEA side and finding success, right? Na'Vi looking all the part. And, you know, there was a lot of kind of leaking holes, if you will, if you look back at the preseason, but Self finally coming into this kind of Thanos role is what you want. And Delena always so well at that distraction point, you know, just either of them kind of holding their own ground. You know, Vicky, for me, that's what stood out. I think Self really coming into that, you know, aggressiveness that 100 Thieves is known for.
Yeah, and then you add that together. Did I just see like 96,000 damage blocked from TTK on Devil Dino? Like,
that's about right.
And you did like over like 42k damage. That is a problem. And we're talking about Devil Dino with like no Mantis on their side, like no damage boost, like no C. That is actually insane. We have to watch back on TTK's point of view for that series. That was chef's kiss the way that they were able to slot that in.
Well, we do have our interview, and it is the one, the only Self, the Daredevil, the Ultron, the Black Cat coming in. And what's up, man? We've watched you a lot in Ignite. I think this might be my first interview with you as a player. I've got, you know, the privilege to watch you going all the way back to last year. But First of all, congratulations, but I want to ask you, you know, you don't need a new roster to look new today. What was the biggest internal adjustment and how you feeling?
I feel like we feel a lot more connected, especially because when we first started from preseason, we were kind of like just beginning, so we were like stressed out or something during the game. But I think we've developed and we've like fixed our internal issues from that past, so now I think we're ready to win.
Hell yeah.
You guys look like you're having a lot more fun, honestly. I mean, how are the vibes in your team? I feel like this meta also like benefits you guys a lot more. We saw you literally just farming on the Daredevil. Can you go walk us through how the vibes for the team have felt over making some swap ups in a quick second?
Yeah, I think this meta like heavily favors us, and I think we know like what to play, and we have a good read on the meta right now. And I think teams know that, but I think the vibes on our team are like really good. We're like ecstatic. We're like trying to win. We're a lot more connected, like I said earlier.
I feel like today, both you guys and NRG have showed us just how powerful Devil Dinosaur can be, whereas yesterday there was a lot of struggles. What do you put that down to? Is it just TTK kind of going crazy on it, or is it just the rest of the team benefiting from what Devil Dinosaur opens up on the map?
Yeah, we really know how to like utilize that character pretty well. We've been practicing it a lot. Eric looks really good on it. Like he's really nice at it. But we know exactly like how the character works and what we want to do with that character. It's definitely really strong right now.
I've got to ask you, all right, because hey, first of all, how fitting you to be a Penn State fan. Like, Cats is your thing. You go from Black Panther, now you got Black Cat available. Black Cat's stealing a lot of hearts out there to rivals, but you being like the Black Panther that I like to think of, we saw a bit of it and it looked fun. Are you just loving Black Cat more and more and how she's fitting into the game?
Yeah, I think it's a really cool character. Since I played BP, it's kind of similar, but I think that character is like what BP should have been. I think it's a really good addition to the game, and I'm like enjoying playing it right now.
Awesome. Well, it feels great to see, Vintage 100 Thieves get back to form. You fitting in so well as we knew you would as such a, stud player. And just appreciate you coming off of the interview again. I watched you back with Ego Death now here, and I would love to have you on some more. So, celebrate the win. I know you guys are just getting started, and enjoy the victory.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Well, that was Self, and a great surprise from that. Just being able to see the man behind the mask, right? Behind what has been a really fun duelist to watch and talented at that. I think that this is going to be a beginning of a new kind of era for 100 Thieves as they look to continue off this success. Now, we're just getting started. We have 4 matches today. I'm actually going from the host spot to the cast spot, Gaskin, and you're hosting. Can't wait. Vicky, it's been so fun to have you. Any last comments from you, Vicky, before you go?
I'm so happy to be back alongside you guys. It's been a fun time, and I cannot wait to watch you guys pop off and to watch the rest of our matches unfold, Cozy.
All right, don't go anywhere, guys. Get those drops rolling, reload, get the snacks, whatever you need. We'll be back on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 here in 2026, and I have switched seats with Cozy. Well, actually, technically I've switched seats with Dogman, but regardless, I'm going to be here hosting as I'll let Cozy have some fun with some casting as we have another series on our way. TSM versus Stickdrift is where we're going to be heading, but before we get there, Dogman, welcome to the show. How you feeling, buddy?
Great. I mean, obviously, today's going to be a big day. I saw the last 2 games. 100 Thieves won, so, I mean, it's kind of off to a very interesting start. This is more what people expect out of the preseason, but obviously we're not there anymore, and we're in the official real Stage 1 of Ignite.
Hell yeah, we are, and we're seeing Devil Dinosaur finally being put to good use. But Cozy, Stickdrift versus TSM. This is going to be an interesting one, especially when we look at the leaderboards and kind of who is going to be progressing, who might be down in the dumps, and the possibility of relegation as well. This is where it all starts for me, because TSM had a very difficult preseason, to say the least. Lunex, now Stickdrift, has been a very different change for them. What are your thoughts on this matchup to kick us off?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Lunex impressed all of us, right? Going into the playoffs, the way they played, they eliminated Space Station, so they had that going for them and looked strong in the part. And then you've got on the other end TSM, who I think was the opposite effect, and you're wondering, can they right that ship, right? Like, did that extra time come into play? For us, what we saw with the 100 Thieves ways, just a meta change can represent that, but is that going to be the same for TSM? I actually saw Guru back in Austin not long ago, and I couldn't tell you how locked in this guy was on getting this team better.
Well, as we look at Stickdrift first here, Dog, I mean, some very impressive players, of course, that are going to look to try and make their impact here in Stage 1. Redis, for me, was a big highlight during preseason.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the former Lunex guys have been kind of all over the place. I mean, especially with Doom's Edition. I think Iffy was really good. Same thing with Tones. Like, this squad, another MRC team that a lot of people kind of looked out for, and specifically because of Redis, you know, kind of in the same spot that we saw with Zatex before with we lost. A lot of these Elsa players kind of got the limelight, but now we're entering, like you guys saw in the last one, with a lot of these Black Cats and a lot of these melee characters, we're entering back into that sort of Daredevil, Black Cat meta with all these melee characters kind of showing up. So I'm excited to see what Doomed has in store to kind of combo alongside Redis for the first time, and seeing if this backline can really hold up to the test of TSM on the opposite side.
Yeah, moving across to TSM, Cozy, I mean, there was a lot of... What it felt like for me is that were content creators kind of put into a pro position, but now are kind of in that pro position, but just fell flat in preseason. Do you think that maybe this will be a chance for them to really show us what they're made of, especially with the changes that have come through?
Yeah, I mean, one thing to highlight is you've got some symbol changes, right? Gale having the strategist icon there. Obviously, Cal now having the other in the duelist. So, like, is that what is going to be the rollout? Obviously, we know what Cal brought to Envy back. So I want to see, like, are they changing up a bit of the way and the playstyle they have? Obviously, this is very not representative of what we might see in the game, but either way, I think they just need to find themselves, like, how do they work? What is their identity? Because right now they don't have one.
Yeah, don't have one at the moment, but this is the perfect time to develop an identity and move forward. Of course, Stickdrift being those playoff survivors, it was amazing to see the run that they went on. But for TSM, it has been a bit turbulent. They've been up and down, and, well, probably more down than up. But will this be the chance for them to actually show what they're made of? Of course, they did take down Stickdrift previously, Lunex, during that preseason, but in the end, it wasn't enough to take them through to those playoffs. So we'll have to see how they've developed going here into Stage 1. As the pick and ban's going to be very interesting here, Dog, because this has been the conversation we've been having throughout the day. You know, you can't really let Gambit get through, but then we were saying, you know, is Devil Dino as good as people were making out? I think from what we've seen so far today, maybe in the right hands, Devil Dinosaur is as good as people have been making out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it is. I think Devil Dinosaur has kind of dominated whenever Gambit's not in the game, and obviously Map 1 on Krakoa is going to be a map, I think, that, you know, that character can still do incredibly well. I mean, we talked about it. It's just a pincushion. This thing just absorbs so much damage, and you guys saw the effect of it of TTK, who has played probably the best Devil Dinosaur in North America so far. But yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting match to kind of see who takes upon that role, as, you know, more than likely we'll see Gambit's banned out unless the team is very bad at Gambit composition.
Yeah, which is always a possibility, and I think that we might get a back and forth, certainly in the early stages of Stage 1, where some people will be like, okay, we have to get rid of Gambit, but then the Devil Dino gets through and you get absolutely slammed by an incredible Vanguard player, and you're like, okay, maybe we have to try and see what their strategists are doing. But that's the funny thing with how pick and bans work. You have to let someone get through, and really you just have to target ban and find out who's good at what and who you can kind of compete against here. But as we go into Krakoa as our first map here, Cozy, where's your head at the moment? Do you have a favorite between these two teams? Are you thinking Stickdrift, or are you thinking TSM might be able to surprise us?
You know what? I'm a fan of Stick Drift. I got to say this. I think this is a brand new lineup. Obviously, with Doom joining in with Redis. Redis got you good. He was the Elsa, right, that we just highlighted. And now with Elsa, I'm not saying he's bad at any regard, but did take a bit of a step down. How does Redis adjust? How does Doom complement that, which was once Nectar? They have similar, somewhat play styles, if you will. Nectar, they can kind of play everything. But for me, it's what Dogman said earlier. It's going to be Iffy and Tones. I think them two as Vanguards are stand out, no question about it. Throwing the Devil Dinosaur into there, we'll see more. We can see it right now. That's a priority.
Yeah, Stick Drift deciding to ban Devil, keep Devil Dinosaur, but TSM doing the opposite, going for Gambit and banning Gambit. So, similarly to what we've seen already in our first series of the day here, Dog, do you think this could go against Stick Drift, or can they have that incredible Devil Dino player that can maybe keep them going?
Yeah, I think they can. And I mean, I think that they have a solid team for doing it for sure, but yeah, it's a matter of like you get kind of poached if you're these MRC squads. So they go for this sort of ban on the Phoenix, you know, potentially to get rid of any like strategist that you want to run, like the Rocket, if you want to switch to any of those type of characters. And then they go for that Black Cat Protect to pair alongside it, because I mean, you guys have seen how dominant that character could be. But TSM's game plan looks like to just focus on a lot of the strats, make sure they can't maybe play the better triple strategist composition if they do want to do so. But it's going to be the Loki ban at the very end for TSM to maybe stop, again, more of those strategists, and also on these specific rounds where Loki could just dominate from the high ground.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me too much. We saw Loki really popping off from Winnie in that last series. Cozy. Rogue is going to be the Protect, though, from TSM, probably to go for the link up here with Gambit.
No, I like it. I think that right now Stick Drift is doing a good job banning out some of their better heroes. I mean, we know, Bedtime Story is one of the best Star-Lord pre-patch, 10 extra ammo. Don't even want to know what they're going to be going up against there. The Rogue always can give more confidence in the way that these Vanguards play, so we'll see if this really enables maybe a new look to Guru and co, and if they can really show out what they're trying to do here on this Domination and co.
Yeah, Mantis, the last ban in the end. So there you have it, folks. TSM versus Stick Drift is where we are heading for our third series of the day. And you guys are very lucky because you're going to get Cozy and Dogman to take you through all of this action. Guys, I mean, it's going to be a good one. It is really going to set the pace for these two teams. I think whoever falls here, are they going to struggle throughout the rest of stage one? Or can we see someone pop off? Guys, take it away.
All right. Well, Dogman, we've got ourselves Stick Drift TSM. New name, same team as we head into it. And right away, we take a look at the early comp. Got the double Venom going on. Definitely nothing too shocking there. Redis on the Black Hat, I would say, is my biggest shock because of the way he does play the hit scan heroes.
I'm with you there. Yeah, I mean, Redis' flexibility, I think, is what sets him apart from other, hit scans. We've heard that as well from Mello, that kind of player who could play, so many different hit scan characters. And speaking of which, by the way, TSM, like you talked about in the intro, man, like, isn't that kind of crazy to see Cal back onto that duelist role and then having Brady here and then Gale playing strat? That's pretty hot, right?
It's definitely different, and you know what? I think they needed different, right? Dude, they had to change something up, and I think at least that's what you do get with having someone like Cal in the strategist front line. Obviously, things weren't clicking the way they wanted them to. We'll see, though, because Gale, very talented as well. But here we go. Gates are opened up, and looking right away, Doom's going to be on that Star-Lord. Peter Quill going to go take that role as Redis going to be with the Felicia backline. Here comes the portal right away as the team TSM is going to take right to it. Cal leading in that Strange, and you love the triple Vanguard of the showing up front here, dog.
Yeah, just kind of going for this first fight, sort of triple Vanguard strat, and Iffy kind of realizing there's a lot of HP to chunk through, looking for those strats, and you have Doom coming back eventually for Guru, by the way, who went aggressive, but who's going to go down first? It's Gale from Redis, who's on that Black Cat with Doomed on the follow-up. So Brady, rest of the crew followed through, and unfortunately for TSM, they couldn't, up the pace, up the aggression towards the back line, and it's actually the reversal of the side of Stick Drift.
Yeah, man, the whip with the spin to win is absolutely diabolical. Great awareness from Redis, just getting rid of the X factor that they needed to quickly, and that's what you want out of the Cat. And Krakoa, especially this map, going to lend a lot to that. We'll see how they get re-locked in. Cal over on the Soldier. Again, with that Elsa, they're going to have to really kind of play this in a very protective style because Redis can make that light work to delete one with ease. We're going to go and see the Venom now underneath, going once again with Iffy, and at this, the battle already just jumping right into it. Bedtime Story's looking low and nearly out, is going to stay on top of it, as with the backline cap, TSM's going to try to grab that with a quick pick out. They already get Dino and friends out, but that is why Rocket, so important, brought back in the action, brought back from the dead.
Yeah, I mean, this is why they went for that Phoenix ban at the very beginning, so they could just, play safe back of the map the whole time. And we understand that TSM, with their duelist lineup, are just going to play full hit scans. This time it actually works out if he goes down. But there's still that Devil Dino towards the point. Rocket ult on the opposite side, finally dealing with Redis, but there's still so many people coming in with the damage boost. Finally, actually nice stun by Guru out of the sky, but it's Tone still on the front line. Kind of creating a little bit of space, getting the pocket from both tracks who are still alive. They're missing their duelists, but this Devil Dino can take so much damage before going down. Need to get so many headshots, deal with all those bubble cooldowns, not only from the back line, but also the Devil Dino himself. And Tones is still staggering it out. They use the invisible boundary, and he's still up through it. Nice job by the Glartrox, though, to bring him back into Cal's ultimate, collect those 2 KOs, and finally sends Stick Drift back.
Punches the portal out of Mad because they slam down and unfortunately gets... Wow, the tides are turning just like that. The whip into submission is Redis now finding 3 of them. They were able to finally get that thick dino from the point. The Glartrox at the helm of it, but just like that, wow, Stick Drift just answered right back. I mean, dog, that was such a great execution, and then going right into the slam down from Cal to the portal. Maybe a bit greedy, maybe wasn't expecting the 3 on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tough part is you're playing against a very fast-paced comp, then get back quickly. Also, just deal with those close angles very well. Unfortunately, he had that portal look like a Portal of Doom, more like a new Doctor Strange movie maybe coming soon to theaters. But, we're close to the end now. It looks like Cozy, 90% of the board. They also have a lot of ultimates against TSM who try to go in with good results, slow down ultimate charge of Stick.
We just talk about sustain across the board with Venom and Dino. It can be tough to deal with. Doom, he's going to have this ult, right? But what are you going to find? Go for the Venom, which is not the best choice, but the only available one with the invisible boundary coming up. But yeah, Tones and Iffy are going to have to be their priority. And here comes the Cat, one at a time. Can you get that reset rolling? Doom finds one. Was that the target of Black Cat? Can they find another? The Whip's going to get the job done for now. Has the Q. There it is with the slash dash and finish. Doesn't even need the pursuit. Finds success. Using all that bank up. Now just hunting one by one. TSM trying to fight on, but cannot find Solus. 3 in the spawn, 3 out. This is going to be it. We're moving on to the next map.
Yeah, excellent work there by Stick Drift. And, the tough part for TSM is, yeah, I mean, they haven't been able to disrupt the pack line like Stick Drift's duelists have been. I mean, every single fight, it feels like Doomed, is combined with Redis, who's on that Black Cat, who I think a lot of people expected to be kind of either poached or looked at for other squads, but, or this entire team getting picked up by an organization. And you can see exactly why. I mean, how many hit scan players can play the Black Cat like Redis can? People talk about Sentinels with Ryan Amazing and stuff, maybe wish that he did that kind of thing. There's a lot of these young and upcoming talent as well that do that to a very high level. So huge shout out to Redis and Doomed for combining for multiple KOs, and then Tones in the backline as well for living. I mean, they didn't really get pressured by Cal at all when he was swapped to the Daredevil.
Yeah, honestly, on all my notes, I thought Doomed was going to be playing more of that dive role, right? And Redis showcasing just the absolute carry potential. No matter the duelist, going to get the job done. And bigger props to Doom for just carrying it its own as well. Did play Star-Lord. I mean, you go all the way back to Shroud X days, bud. He was playing Star-Lord there. So fun to see this team put together. I believe he was with Vision back then. So crazy how Rostermania has ended up where we are today. But either way, this team is showing why they're not just an MRC team, but one to actually compete and put on a show. As you see Redis spinning to win here. Trying to use that double jump all the way full. Gonna get a quick grab of the grapple, get the wall hacks on, and gonna go for that target. It's gonna be the Elsa, maybe. No, go for the back line, of course. There's the quick combo to win. The Lanterns gonna be popped from that. Amplifier up, gonna help out their cause. Silent Blaze quickly gets Sirius burned down. Oh, the trap from Elsa. Great placement from Bedtime Story and finish.
Yeah, absolutely, the trap, but I think the Loki swap is actually going to enable them a lot here for this round. Obviously, BTS, nice job, actually gets grabbed by the Dino at the very end, but regardless, I think that location, the bunker, dealing with that dive, the backline's just surviving a lot more now, which is going to be absolutely crucial moving forward, especially if they're going to keep playing this comp. And, they definitely can play a triple Vanguard line. I think we've seen it in the past, at least, the previous meta, but now, maybe with the Emma buffs, we can actually make this comp work, especially with the sustain and playing around BTS's on that Elsa to help the backline play very kind of together.
Yeah, one thing about having a Loki as a Black Cat is you can get free currency from those clones, but it's a bit tough to secure the eliminations at times as the Gambit ult coming out from Brady, and with it going to be the opposition with the Legendary in the sky to answer. Going to have good rotations at that. Trying to pin them down, not successful. Guru going to find a quick elimination, or death there going to the spawn, and what an answer to one of the best ults in this game. But hey, hold on, as the Guru throws down the imprisonment, can they find any relief from it? 49%, stalled as much as possible, but now have to deal with the fortress that is the Dino and the Symbiote.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that disengage didn't really pan out for TSM. Mainly, they just kind of went too far and then kind of got lost after. Like, Guru went in expecting the team to kind of follow up. Was focused on the opposite side. Then obviously Stick Drift with some excellent combination of ultimates. And now, they switch over to the Jeff off that rocket to kind of play that aggression up, maybe a little bit more free. They actually dive early onto Cal, who got caught. I mean, what a weird spot to be in. And then Regis there with the follow-up. So that's already one down. I mean, Guru's ult could it maybe slow down some ultimate charge out of Stick Drift, but will he find the KOs? Tones falls low. Eventually does go down. The copy from Gale comes through as well onto the Gambit, popping the Raging Roll flush. Should give them the space required, and they actually did a good job turning it back around, even though they lost Cal early.
Yeah, I don't see the duo, but there's still plenty of cloak and staggering going on. I mean, at this point, at least they got the win through that, so Dubs on that in at 60% and going forward. I have to say, they're playing Black Hat such an interesting way because usually you use so much of your fortune to get the combos out and secure just one of those and disappear like a thief, but they're just working all together and using the dashes actually pretty aggressively at that to cause them that fight there. Gonna fight Brady out, and that's a good one first. 58%, that ult's gonna stop, and there it is. The ult's ready. Gonna look for the first teleport into, it looks like, good rotation. You might as well, you have 4 seconds. We'll see what target he's gonna have to choose pretty quickly. Or just use to let that go. No, he's gonna find the quick hit on the Loki, and just like that, the deletion follows, and now is able to chain it, snowball it. Points going to go back to them.
Yeah, I mean, this team of TSM has relied heavily on BTS. I think to pop off on that Elsa. But in that previous fight, obviously Regis, by the way, who's getting even more resets towards the back, was able to find that first pick. I mean, he's just playing kind of in a jungle gym of his own on those flanks and just sets up those dives that we talked about. But once that ult's gone, we'll see how this upcoming fight goes. Last time they used that Star-Lord ultimate, it was counter on TSM side. This time Cal swaps over to the Magneto, but doesn't have the ult counter on his side.
Yeah, that Glartrox is going to have to come up absolutely full here, and it's going to be a big one to land at that. But Cal does find Doom, which is going to be a huge open window. Hold W, walk this out right now if you're the team. Wall's going to go ahead and try to give them a little bit of grace there as Logan keeps them up and healthy. How does Venom find that pick throughout the madness? One out and down. And just like that, Guru, bedtime story, capitalizing on what that Glartrox brought to their mouth. 90% is theirs for the taking if they can match it. But here it is. Dog, there's so much invincibility. Oh, okay, never mind. The boundary's out. Happy holidays shut down in summer.
And that was so awkward for Stick Drift. I mean, Invisible too late. Doom going down early. Portal now from Regis to help touch. I mean, Tones drops out with the ult at the very least. But look, Gale in the high ground. This is the tough part with dealing with Loki on this map. They can just kind of chill, vibe above the point. And Unknown does go down. I mean, Gale does lose the rest of the team, actually. Coffee comes out late after losing multiple people, including their Vanguards in the front line. So can they even turn it around with the number disadvantage? Gale trying to find the KOs with the ult, maybe going through the portal to try to find that Star-Lord, but Doom's excellent job of aiding it. And now Gale gets caught out. Same thing with the rest of the team. So, again, awkward. Maybe the story of this entire series as the point flips back for Stick Drift.
Yeah, I mean, I love the initial invisible boundary, but the Doomed ult to follow, not my favorite. But just like that, they're able to find just picks and success through it. Silent Blaze, talk about awkward. They come up absolutely hungry. Whirlpool to nothing, just keeping the team alive. Time's ticking down to slow. Quickly, the Vanguards are going first. Every fight, dog. These Vanguards are not getting that presence or space they want. And from there, able to capitalize on it. They go up with the purple meatball slam down. Magneto begging for life at this point. Professor Xavier nowhere to be seen, but Eric struggling in his head now as the entire team wiped finish. It's going to be Stick Drift that takes the first point.
I mean, that was so, I don't know, very interesting. Very interesting series. I mean, Stick Drift obviously taking over on that map on match number 1. I mean, their Krakoa map, I think, was sort of a bit awkward for both teams. I mean, like, we felt like TSM, at least in the first round, just really couldn't get anything going. Second round, they started to kind of string together a few fights, but overextended a few too many times. And then once they had it under control, it did not go their way. But obviously, we'll have to see what TSM picks after this first map. We'll see you guys after this break.
stopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. I remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we.
Hold smash!
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite here in the Americas. And remember, with the new season means new skins available now. We've got a new Penny Parker skin, very much inspired by some Japanese culture, it looks like, but definitely a skin that you want to get your hands on if you are a Penny Parker main. I may just have to pick this one up as well. But of course, we just saw Stickdrift take the win against TSM on that first match. Gaskin here alongside Cozy and Dogman. Was that a surprise to you, Cozy? I mean, you were kind of leaning towards Stickdrift anyway.
Yeah, I mean, what was the biggest surprise is like when TSM would get the point back, they lost it within seconds. I mean, it was almost like they were surprised themselves that they got the point, and then it would just kind of melt away from there. And we're kind of seeing a bit more of that disconnect as well. Obviously, a lot of the roster staying the same, but you're having new roles for them. And, you know, hey, I mean, the STDs can be hard to catch. I mean, it was not easy for them to be able to get Ritas quickly. And Gaskin, I think that they're going to try to lock in on that a bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see that one from you. Dogman will ignore it. But moving on to TSM's side, do you think that they had any weaknesses in particular? It looked like they were a little bit all over the place at times, really struggled to keep up with the pace.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's TSM's biggest problem is, you know, I think this team, it's kind of looking like a bit of a disappointment at this rate, man. Like, I need to see something out of them. I think they'll do better on Convoy Convergence over Domination because of, you know, how good those dive characters could be on Dom. But man, like, I just feel like, you know, expectations necessarily haven't been the highest for TSM after preseason. And then going into today, it's kind of been the same boat. Like, they've kind of, it's been a long distance since they've been Solaris in like the old days. So now that they've become TSM and had to switch up some roster lineups, I need to see some life out of them on the next map. And obviously we did on round number 2, but they couldn't fully capitalize, like kind of Cozy said, about like on the situations that Stickdrift were presenting.
Yeah, TSM just need to kind of wake up a little bit. It was definitely a sporadic game from them so far. We can take a look at our MVP from the first map, though, because it could have been going to quite a few people, I will say, but Ritas definitely was a player who stepped up to the plate when they needed him to, Cozy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think with it, Ritas has just been that kind of master of all and plays probably really well. Doomed is used to a great duelist in Nectar. Now having Ritas on the other front is just a great one to get into and to have at your side. You know, I think if you're TSM, they're probably going to bring it to Central Park, potentially Midtown. That's where they've loved. They like New York, you know, call it what it is. But with Central Park being one of their more home stays, take a look at the stats though, and man, it just looks like the Ritas show was crazy.
It really was, and obviously the switch over to Strange at the end just for portals and whatnot. But Dogman, was there any particular player that stood out for you on the side of TSM that you were like, okay, that's going to be who we're relying on here in map 2 to really bring us back into things?
Yeah, it's mainly got to be BTS. Like I think BTS on the Elsa definitely had their moments, and you know that's kind of it for me. Like it has to be on them for the hit scan role. I mean, it's good that they've swapped off the Psylocke and stuff from the previous stage, but for BTS, yeah, that's gonna be my person I'm looking out for on TSM on the next map on Convergence or Convoy.
Well, certainly so far today we've had 2-0s across the board, Cozy. Do you think this is going to be more of the same, or do you think there's a something up the sleeve for TSM when it comes to picking a map here as we take a look at just where we're going to be heading? It's Museum of Contemplation.
For what it's worth, when they did fight last time, TSM versus Lunex, they lost Domination, TSM did, and then they ended up winning 2 in a row from there. Central Park and Midtown then. They're going to take it to Museum now. So, hey, if you want more of the same history, different teams a bit, but, you know, they were able to kind of right the ship. That was a couple days into the preseason. Obviously, day one, a lot of new things to kind of harmonize, but looking to the past can be done.
Yeah, excited to see Museum of Contemplation. It's one of my favorite maps, actually. Some of the early skirmishes are very fun indeed, especially when you get someone on something like a Black Cat. Just see what they can do on a map like this. Dogman, I think that we've certainly seen that TSM have struggled with certain areas, but perhaps now that they get the pick, this should be more of a comfort situation for them.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it's kind of tough. I feel like Museum of Contemplation is we know is like a good dive map, and TSM obviously. I mean, they tried to play that rogue Gambit stuff, and they want to keep doing it, but it just feels like their duelist line needs to be able to follow up. And I'm curious, like if Cal has that Black Cat in his pocket now, and if he can potentially play it. You can see even in the ban phase though, Stickdrift's whole game plan is get rid of the Phoenix, get rid of some of the hit scan characters, and a lot of those very strong Vanguard lines that can help support it. So as long as they keep doing that, I think they should be okay versus TSM on this map, just because of what we saw out of Redis. And like you mentioned, the Black Cat kind of played that role, had their moments for sure, but it's just a tough map for me. I kind of am wondering why TSM even picked it sometimes.
Yeah, question is okay going to be enough here, Cozy, as we move into picking bans? And already it's pretty much identical to kick us off with the Gambit, Protect and Ban.
I was just going to say the same thing. I thought if anyone were to pick this map, it'd be Stickdrift if they lost, because this favors their comp a lot more, in my opinion. The Star-Lord is not going to be at play for TSM. They're just not going to allow Bedtime Story to have that kind of success on a hero that they've proven so well on with those 10 extra ammo. Who knows what you got? But there's a bit of a response. Black Cat can be banned now, at least shuts down, I think, some of what they want to do.
Yeah, I was going to say with TSM, like, they need to find something to stop the game plan from Stickdrift, and perhaps this is it, getting rid of Black Cat. But on the same side, Stickdrift are doing the same thing. They get rid of Star-Lord, they get rid of Phoenix, and they are very much heavily targeting those duelists where they are comfortable allowing TSM to have whatever strategies they seem to want here, Dog.
Yeah, I mean, they go for that rogue Gambit stuff again. I mean, we've seen how good it is. It's tough. Even if you're really good at specific heroes, sometimes your team can't play those compositions, organically in a very synchronous way. And Stickdrift going for the same ban phase. This time they got to keep the Mantis, though. This time TSM, because of that focus on the Black Cat, they allowed that Mantis to get through. And I'm curious if that enables Stickdrift whenever they play. In this case, maybe some Daredevil, maybe some triple Mantis with the Ultron again that we could see. But yeah, what do you think, Cozy? You're making a face over there. What are you seeing?
So I know Doom plays Daredevil. You have that, but this tells me Doom is going to maybe flex into this Mantis role. Then you're going to have back to Rita's show on the hit scan. That's what at least it is kind of telling me, but also with the front to back, I don't know if that's going to work with the more mobile Vanguard front they have. I want to see TSM play tank pool here against this Dino.
Yeah, I'm excited to see just what they pull out. I'm also pretty excited to see what Mantis can do as well. We've had a lot of Mantis bans that have come through across the last couple of days. Very few Mantis have been able to actually get through said lock and ban. Alas, we will see Mantis, and of course we will see more Devil Dinosaur on our screens as well, as we're going to go into match number 2 then between these two rosters. Stickdrift versus TSM. You've got Cozy and Dogman to take us through it.
All right, well, can they right the ship? Stickdrift up 1-0 Dogman. And again, it's going to be very interesting, the lines that they have. And we see it here. So Doom's going to the Ultron, has that Mantis, and Redis on the opening of Wolverine, I think, is spicy. Hey, yesterday, buddy, you said we don't have a lot of Wolverines right now in the America scene. Well, guess what, man? Stinkers, we'd have Days. Redis showing up. We're seeing more of Logan.
Yeah, no, it's a good call. I mean, it's smart for teams to start playing more of it. It's not that anybody's been bad at Wolverine, I think, in North America. It's just we just haven't seen enough of it, to be honest. But, I'm curious if it works out for them. Obviously, they do have that Ultron swap if they really want to, but they go for it. Actually, yeah, they switched over to the Emma and everything. For TSM, though, yeah, it's this hit scan, triple Vanguard comp that I think we saw previously more so in the last stage in the preseason, more so than now, or I guess out of sub matches. And I think this fits TSM's playstyle, but it does make it a little awkward with the slowdown in how, you kind of heavily rely on these combos between Gale and Freddy. They do get the Gambit sort of 1-2 punch.
Yeah, they're lacking a lot of damage here if you're, Stickdrift, but you're going to have to rely on Redis to get those picks. That's what they're hoping for. 2 kidnappers, really 3 with Tones. You've got the choke, you've got the grab there with the Dino, and then the kidnap, and that's exactly what they do. Look at the Olympian. That's exactly what they just did to these Vanguards. Sliced them, diced them, kidnapped them. That is why Devil Dino having that access to the grab through the bleed is that much better. This is the kidnap comp, if you will. Doom was showing a bit of that Daredevil, maybe flex into that on this next point. Either way, they're going to have to try to swap. Maybe they go with the portal here. Bedtime Stories showing the Punisher. Don't hate it. If there's one weakness, they're lacking damage, but that was too easy for them.
Yeah, it's going for that full hit scan comp. And it's kind of interesting because, yeah, they don't have Invis to maybe help counter the Wolf in this case. It's just Regis going for these raw grabs instead of having that team up with the thing and stuff. Cart's already towards the end. TSM have to get in, and they're going to take a ton of damage even doing so.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to push into their point. At least they have the invisible boundary getting out of it, or at least baiting that out if they do lose this fight. And they're going to do just that as 2 melt down, and they're not even able to contend. Now it's over. I mean, you got Corey, run for the hills, run for your life. There's nowhere to go when Wolverine is on the prowl, and he's hunting at the moment. Doomed in the sky. Land there for Regis, and this is just going all their way. That's why we were both kind of surprised by this pick. It doesn't really complement, especially this lineup. At least Cal going Devil is going to give him something.
What am I?
Yeah, but it's like it's also weird because Cal's never really shown to play some of these melee characters more so. So yeah, it's a little odd, but you know, for TSM, you know, maybe they can string a few fights together because they need to. If we get to that third phase, I'm definitely worried for their chances in this series. We immediately pop the Punisher ult into that Gambit Raging Wolf flush as well, but it's slowed down. On the opposite side, nobody to follow it up. I mean, you do commit the Emma and the Ultron's Rage to help sustain towards the back because of Unknown is back there and gets smoked towards the spawn.
Yeah, I didn't love the positioning of that ult, right? Because you're using the Gambit with Bedtime Story as well, but they were just able to rotate to that spawn, that Nook, and you got to be careful on your ult charge there. Now just holding W, going to respond on their own, and just like that, they do find a little bit of life. Silent Blaze going down to the shotgun in that push-up, had to follow through. They'll find 2 out, and one of them being the Dino gives them the space. This is your W. Got to walk here if you're going to do so. Cannot allow them to keep on bullying you. Getting tones out here would be an interesting hit. But, you know, I think that was definitely a win for them.
Yeah, I mean, the tough part with this comp, though, is that they need to win fights without the Loki and without the Gambit comp. You know, maybe it would work in the past when the old charge generation was a bit faster. But now you have to worry about Regis in the flank, going in with some very aggressive ults, but can't find the KOs. And this is what I was worried about, because now they don't have the ults to work with. Guru goes down, same thing with Cal in the neutral after that Mantis and that Devil Dino ult was popped. But again, they don't have those strat ults for this upcoming fight. Unknown's going to have to stall for them. But are they going to be up in time? I mean, this card's almost towards the very end of the second phase goes.
Yeah, I mean, they did the Daredevil what Cal did, and they just walked forward. They ignored it completely, and they were able to capitalize off the lack of presence in the front. Now you're going to be forced to use Freedom, the first Avenger, trying to keep this team in this fight. I'm going to go ahead and run with it. Brady does find some solace with it. They have to find some answers with Bedtime Story. Can they get it rolling? 2.2, shooting everything at this Dino, and it is not moving. The shield, the damage block, that's where those numbers are pumped so high. It's a 2 Vanguards we continue to highlight. All eyes on the thighs quickly as they're going to go into the iframes. And wow, what a quick swat to the turret and the aggression. This is what you want to see, TSM.
Yeah, but in that fight, I mean, Regis went a little bit too far, did use the ult towards the spawn and got one, but did get traded out, and that was a lot of the damage of Stick Drift. He goes over to that Bucky now, and finally, yeah, you mentioned it, good hold so far for them, but the Gale is over to the Luna Snow now at the very end of that last fight off of the Loki. Wants to swap to something that can take advantage of these open sight lines. You can tell they just want to play far back, play poke, but can they get the KOs? Can they support the Captain America as well with that idol? Or the Daredevil, in fact, because they just want to keep Cal aggressive and going forward. We'll see if they can do it again, though. Gale has that ult in just a moment. The Stick Drift also swap over to that Phoenix to kind of help deal a little bit more damage on that front line, not have to go hard in on the Wolverine, and Regis goes down.
Yeah, especially with the mobility, I think this is definitely the right choice, but Regis going down early. The trade they have to have is on BTS and cannot find that success. I mean, Frank Castle, one of the most lethal duelists at the moment. I mean, just can handle dive, able to get that good poke from afar as well with the AR. I mean, just a solid choice all around, and good for Stick Drift, you know, changing up their comp a bit here, but Regis has to win the front-to-back fight. We'll see if Cal can keep up that pressure, but yeah, having that Luna ult is just going to give him so much comfortability, but they've got to make use of it now, right? They allowed Stick Drift to go ahead and get their momentum back. It's going to be tough for them.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Brady goes down early to Regis, though. Luckily, in the middle of the entire, team. That was kind of interesting, but now they go aggressive. 2 down, Regis, excellent shots. You have the Punisher in that Luna Snow ult, but you can just kind of wait it out. However, the spawn doors are pretty close here at the very least for TSM, and if they get these KOs, nice job trading it, though, for Regis on the opposite side as Guru tries to slow it down with that Emma ult.
Yeah, I think ultimately that's going to go to Stick Drift. Yes, the Dino's out, but they have everything to use with it. Also, the invisible boundary. They've got to land these together. The Extermination slammed out with the Insong to get the end of Gambit. And with that Guru short as well, Diamond Reduction not going to be enough to be able to at least stay alive through this. Goes from 1 health up to full, and just like that, Regis from the sky, or Regis from the ground, Doom from the sky. Everybody getting a piece of the pie. It's going to go ahead and be the end of this point. They're going to go to point 3, which is always tough to finish. Dogman, but can really last a long time with the way these spawns work.
Yeah, I mean, right now it just seems like, like you said, like it's just the close spawns, very, very, hard to fully capitalize if you don't get, a few KOs in a row. But they strung them together. They finally move into the third phase. I think a better hold for TSM, considering all things now in this last phase, as that bus transitions into a water park, basically, as Stick Drift, do have that Mantis ult that can up the pace again. BTS goes low. There's nothing to really counter it on BTS's side except Brady's ult. But again, they need to fully capitalize off it and then string together a few fights after.
Yeah, this rampage is going to be tough to deal with. We'll see how fast they can go ahead and try to clear the way. Ready to throw out the flush now. And with that, look at this rotation beautifully done over the left side. And having both Logan and Reedus there taking care of anything that might charge their way is beautifully done. How you want to craft that to perfection. And there's the trade. That's the one you're looking for. The quick hit of the Ignite Blaze since Frank Castle back to spawn to reflect. And just like that, that is the opening fight and really going to give them under this bridge. And that's kind of the first choke point. Second being right here by the spawn where you can shut the door completely.
Well, this is what I'm talking about, like, is some teams aren't that good at Gambit comp. You can see we have Gambit advantage. We use it early. We did get disengaged. And now TSM are switching to a comp that's not even, like, built around Gambit now. So you can't even fully utilize, like, the capability of, the Gambit speed. But Guru flips over to the Rogue again. Cal's onto the Hella, which we haven't seen much this tournament at all. And now Stick Drift have a absolute riches of ult charge to kind of go and engage. BTS starts it off actually with an early Punisher.
Yeah, having some of these kind of quick desperation swaps, at least for the hit scan side, Reedus can make quick work. And as you said, a lot of the game plan was formed around the Gambit with Guru on that Rogue as well. And there goes the show up and ready. Extermination going to look for his angle is Doom. Going to slamming down, landing down, and with that is a quick 3-piece. Good night, goodbye, TSM from their own spawn. The disrespect and the exclamation point as they're going to go ahead and go up the ramp. Full send it. Going to be a desperation push from the X-Men, the Southern Queen in Rogue. And that was a quick 2-0. There's some desperation. Take it in, dog. Take it in.
Oh my God. I mean, yeah, we get it done in overtime, but like, oh jeez. Like, I'm trying not to be too mean. Like, this is brutal. Like Stick Drift doesn't even look that good. Like, they look like they're a solid team. Don't get me wrong, but I would say Lunex we saw in the preseason look better than this now. It's just TSM, like, what are we doing? Like, wait, Guru's on cart. Nobody's there to follow up because we're on a freaking Hella comp with Punisher. Like, what are we doing, man? Like, Jesus, they almost held second phase, but that was more because Stick Drift were also, like, terrible at target focus. That was, like, it's just a little bit disappointing, I think, for TSM so far. We'll see if they can turn on their tack, Cozy. But yeah, you got to save me out of this before I get freaking clipped and talk crap to because I'm
too late, dog. Too late. Our spicy take king. No, listen, I think Reedus has done a lot of this even in the preseason. It was like kind of not on like Reedus's back. It was combined with those Vanguard plays, but doing more of the same here. The Cal switch, it's like it made sense kind of where the point was for a second. Okay, where the bridge was, I was like, okay, they're trying to go maybe for like a long range poke hit, but then Reedus just put the end of that. And after that next Elim, like swap, get out of there, try to go at least more sustained, if anything, right? Give some chances for those strategists to get back to their old last alive. I think it was Gale on Luna, and it was just done from there. So yeah, I get maybe a quick swap there, but wasn't the answer. They're going to look to see if they could do more of this on the offensive side. And even here, we'll see how these just look at the Cap and the Daredevil. Let's see how they kind of sync up. That's what I want to see, and that will tell us a lot about this team's communication.
Yeah, let's see if they can mix it up on their attack. Put Cal back on the Daredevil. I haven't been too inspired by it so far, but I you know what? Like, if he has put the time in and has the follow-up, it's just interesting they don't even want to put Guru back over to that Rogue as well to help with these guys. Maybe go for a bit of aggressive play, and instead they're sticking towards that Punisher, and I understand those changes, but Stick Drift as well. Logan, like you mentioned earlier, I mean, on the Mantis so far has hit basically every sweep onto those flanks.
We've said this before, really all these teams, like there's a lot of good hit scan players who're seeing the duelist role, but it's a complement of like that dive role or that pseudo 1B duelist. And the teams that are losing just don't seem to have that. I think Bedtime Stories is doing a good job for the best they can, but there just doesn't seem to be that rhythm. Speaking of which, though, we find a little bit, getting the Dino out early does open up this first lane push, which lends a lot of help to them. Do they go with the quick strange? I think a lot of teams not do so. Just try to run to the last touch. The way the spawn works, if you do get eliminated early, allows you to get that last touch, as we did see. But what they did so well, TSM, or Stick Drift against TSM, is just put so much damage on the way there. So we'll see what corridor they use, and it's going to be the opposition side that Stick Drift uses.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, they're trying to focus on Iffy a little bit. Also, McGurus been perma-high charge this whole game after switching to the Emma. He's been able to create a lot of space for the squad, just go aggressive. Also stop Tones. Nice grab from him. The follow-up there by BTS. Excellent combination of those two synergies working out in tandem, and BTS going to grab 3 in the fight off of it.
Listen, the whiteboard with the game plan is not that complicated. It's going to have to be Bedtime Story stepping up big, and they shut down Arenas. And once they do that, they can just capitalize. That's going to allow Cal to find backline picks, and it really allows this comp to start working. I mean, if you're Bedtime Story, time to completely lock in at this point. They do have the Luna Snow ult to stop a little bit of what this aggression is, and I love this from Stick Drift. Just go right to them, right? They only have one ult, they know it, and see if they can punish them early. Guru looking low, gonna force the invisible boundary from Silent Blaze, and just like that, cleaned up the shop. Found 2 down. It's gonna be TSM looking to recalibrate up top, and they're relentless, dogs.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be some staggers towards the very end, but yeah, excellent TP mix up, at least to go aggressive towards TSM. TSM, they'll held on to some ultimates, and, you know, for Stick Drift, I'm curious if they want to keep holding up here, because they're going to get incredibly fast, you know, engaged upon by TSM. They used them a decent bit in the previous fights with Iffy and also Silent Blaze. So they have to keep it up against TSM with that incredibly aggressive play coming through from Brady. It's going to be very difficult for them, unless they have a good disengage angle for Stick Drift side, or a combination with Redis and Doom, something along those margins.
That's a good point. We'll see how they choose to win this fight. Going to be tough, obviously, but Cal, first one out of it. Logan fighting the best of them, and there it is. They've got to use this. I mean, they committed with the Gambit ult and unable to find success. You just said, what are they going to use? The answer, dog, is really nothing. Just win in the neutral.
Yeah, the answer is just let Cal feed, I guess. Like, he's dead again. Okay, sure. BTS did trade back Iffy, though, at the very least. So this is kind of the role of those diver characters. You know, I guess, like, we saw yesterday a lot of players, you know, go down a lot. Cal kind of doing the same thing, just going aggressive, trading his life sometimes. Not been able to do so thus far, as that disengage from Stick Drift has been so good, as they've been reading really everywhere that Cal's been kind of headed to.
Looking like right out of the metal ranks, too. You're just going to have the Punisher ult with the Luna for a second to try to keep them. That's what they've been relying on, right? That's what they're using with the Dino. Slam down. Here's the in song. And there it is, right on cue. The combo from back in, like, Season 1. The tried and true. Been paying a lot of the price from the Dinosaur. They swapped comps a bit and able to find something. Cal does get Silent Blaze out of here. Not before the Redis trade. Point is back to them. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Still plenty of time just with the right to ship, and there it is. So gonna have to at least have the hardest part of this map, bar none, is going to be the in cap of point 2. Hold W, get that aggression, but the Vanguards aren't allowing it.
I mean, that was 3 ults popped in the previous fight for TSM to whittle it down at the very end. But Stick Drift, you know, need not get picked off. BTS with the shotgun has been a bit of a menace. They're all trying to focus, and last time they did go with this Venom ultimate, it was effective, but this time BTS gets into his turret, gets the hard pocket as well, so excellent job by BTS to avoid that anti. Also into the hard pocket from the squad, but Cal goes down on the opposite side. And Tones, okay, Eye of Agamotto doesn't connect on to really anybody, however, does force back everybody towards that health pack. Maybe we can find some KOs through it. BTS falls, so both duelists have been removed. 2 minutes left to go, though, so they still have a solid time bank to work with, but that will be another fight win for Stick Drift.
Yeah, I guess the good news is that's a surprise. They're going to go with the Luna Punisher again, and they're going to have the time to do so, right? So you at least have that, and if you Stick Drift, you're going to want to swap to something that can handle that. They've lost 4 fights now, and if that wasn't it, I mean, Redis isn't able to do the damage through it, right? And they don't have anything else to complement on top of that. Maybe you could go there with Doom at the right time with the in-song. That's a lot to ask for, though, especially just burning that down quickly from the judge and the jury, if you will. Going to try again on the flush, pushing everything in, and just like that, Cal on the Psylocke going to try to find the best, one of the better heroes with this Gambit ult. But no, it is all of TSM falling with it, and Cal doing a lot of shooting, but nothing falling.
Yeah, this is just truly, you know, a game of, honestly, what any hit-scan player would do if he's forced onto this role, because Cal not finding much value onto the Daredevil, goes over to that Psylocke because it feels comfortable. But, you know, I think we haven't seen too much Psylocke this patch, even though she's a good character. Just Daredevil and Black Cat have been so disgusting, so strong. And with it available, we're not even playing it. So it's going to be difficult, I think, for this squad.
It's decent against this lineup. Like, Psylocke against Dyna can be tough in different ways, can feed a bit of the ult charge to it, but just like that, they're going to go and do Freedom Charge into it. They're going to force Silent Blaze's boundary, the dive in, though. This is what we've seen, right? Obviously, they're going to be forced out of sync to get the show rolling. Fate of Both Worlds pushing the team up. They don't have bedtime stories, though. Can they find the damage through it? Can be first from the cap. Here comes the slam down. Perfect timed with the song. It finds the end of it, sending them right back to rehearsal. Regis now hunting for more. Good rotation. That is exactly the communication you want to see, and it's going to be the quick pick of bedtime stories. Oh, lucky swap on over there through the wall. Being played correctly from TSM, push in on the cowl.
Yeah, nice. I mean, the BRB does bring back them, though, at the very least, eventually towards the end, Unknown. Forces everybody back. Cal as well on the flank, but can he really do much? At least force them back towards the choke. Make sure they can't support that front line, Vanguard line that will be touching. But that eye going to come back out of spawn from Tone in the moment. BTS does drop the ult. Can they find the KOs fast? Good up there is Iffy towards that cart to try to help stall. Cal does find Logan on the flank, does get shot up by that ult from the sky, but no, evades all that damage. So excellent work by Cal on the flank, and then meanwhile, BTS cleans up towards the cart. So TSM, last second effort, they get it done. We're moving to third phase, goes.
Yeah, I actually don't hate the Psylocke pick into it, right? Because I just said against Dino, even if they go that, Bedtime Stories was cooking that with the Luna earlier, so that gives them the room they're looking for. And as long as Cal can get those kind of picks, but man, look at this aggression from Stick Drift moving in. Can Tones hit this Auga? The last one clearly did not get the connection they want. Ready to go ahead and throw the Gambit ult, but that's before they lose 2, and not only 2, it would be probably the most important 2 to benefit from it outside of BTS, and now push into their own spawn. Why ult there, right? You want to go ahead, fight's kind of lost, but hold on, BTS just being that Thanos. Teams around to be the Infinity Stones, charging them up.
Yeah, it's not clean, but I mean, they are getting it done. You know, like, I guess they did lose too early, but they did get the fight win again.
Wow.
I guess the fortunate part as well for the Psylocke that they don't have to go against the Daredevil, because, Stick Drift not going for that Daredevil comp, instead opting for the Phoenix, who, did get a buff and is incredibly strong. But at least that Psylocke, whenever she's invisible, whenever she's on those flanks and stuff, can't really get hard countered on these flanks because there's nobody to give your team wall hacks and call out these positions that Cal are in, and Regis above the point. Doesn't actually get the KO on a Cal. Are you kidding? What tracking does get the ult out, though, at the very least. Drops back down with 10 seconds left to go, so 2 ults out. So again, like I mentioned, Stick Drift actually not really necessarily playing that fight perfectly, but do find those KOs off some excellent mechanical plays.
Yeah, awareness level is 99, because if you're the Psylocke here, there's going to be not even touching. So that's, I would say very much expected ending to what was that matchup. I mean, with the Psylocke, if you look at that whole comp, there was nothing of value. The Ultron maybe would have been the pick they could have gone for there if you're Cal, and if it wasn't that, it was Regis, and we saw quickly that kind of shut it in. So that's TSM's opening, dog. Any word?
I think that for TSM, there is some stuff to grow on there for sure, like BTS and the shotgun, I think look nice on Punisher. Not that we've seen other teams do it, but no, actually I have nothing positive to say about them. So we're going to talk about the winners. Stick Drift, wow, what games out of them. I mean, realistically, if we actually want to talk about Stick Drift as a team, I think that Regis was very impressive whenever he played the Black Cat and the Phoenix. So that was still the player that we saw in the last stage, as well as their backline played it very well. So I think they look improved, and I think they just have to keep working on their synergies consistently throughout the rest of the season. What's up, Sir Gask?
Appreciate you contained yourself. I know that you wanted to let loose, but Cozy kept you reined in. That's good. Definitely stayed behaved, but a difficult watch, I'm sure, for TSM fans, because they just couldn't really get going. I mean, at times, they showed promise, and I'm hoping, Cozy, that they can build from this, but it definitely wasn't really what we would have wanted to see from their first match.
Listen, say what you want about what was Lunax, now is going to be Stick Drift. Their team that does find wins. I mean, TSM, the only win they got in that preseason was versus this team, so this was one that they wanted to have to kind of carry that momentum, and now they're not going to find it, right? And so having that 1-4 record from there, they have to really get the ship right quickly. And if you're on the side of Lunax, yeah, there's a lot of things you can clean up, but I think the fundamentals were there, especially in their strategy and their approach. They have to deal with the counter picks a bit better, counter play, if you will, but I like what I saw.
Yeah, Dog, rather than maybe looking at what went wrong for TSM, we can look at what went right for Stick Drift, like Cozy is saying, and one of those things is, of course, going to be Regis. We mentioned him leading into this one, what an impressive player he was in preseason, and it looks like he hasn't slowed down coming into stage 1 here, Dog.
No, I mean, yeah, Regis still looks as good as ever, and, showed even more flexibility, so huge shout out to him in the squad for improving from Stick Drift. But I mean, honestly, I think you can't talk about that series without mentioning TSM's downfall a little bit, right? Because Regis was a big part of it. Don't get me wrong, but this TSM squad, You know, they were, you know, in the preseason, if they were not a roster that is signed or is a partnered roster, they would have got relegated, right? So, and if we're making changes like this, like getting rid of Pizza Demon and stuff, and the roster changes that they've done, really not focusing on the problems they had in preseason, and instead sticking with the same roster that they kind of did, except putting Cal back over to the duelist role and not focusing on the fact that we don't have a melee DPS player. I feel like that was kind of the weakness of TSM in the preseason, and they've just reverted. They've got even worse, it feels like, from the preseason, and they went 1-4 in the preseason. They won 2 maps in the entire preseason. They were one of the worst teams, if not they were the worst team in the preseason, by the way, having the worst map record, and we just went backwards, it feels like, even more so. So somehow these guys have just reversed directions, and they were really bad. They were abysmal in the preseason, so this is just depressing, I think, like you said, Tozy, if you were a TSM fan.
And I think we looked at this series, or at least I looked at this series today, and I was like, we're going to learn a lot on how this group is going to develop, in particular with these two teams. For TSM, it is a little bit doom and gloom now on where do they find that win. For Stickdrift, though, Cozy, how far can they go? You know, they're in a group where they've got Space Station, Equinox. Yeah, we lost. Do you see Stickdrift picking up multiple wins and qualifying out of this group from what you've seen so far today?
I'm going to be honest. I'll say this. What I commend the most from this team is if you look around the board, especially what Dog just said with TSM, like we saw free agency across all over, right? I mean, we saw great pickups. We saw a lot of change. Even like Zanji getting picked up from what was Cafe Rose, and Space Station wanted to improve their roster. First of all, credit to Redis staying with this team, because Redis is a shining star. We know that, and we know that what they can do. And that just shows the belief that they have. And then they get Doomed as the sign-on, too. I think that's a perfect compliment. So you have one, org here in Stickdrift getting the right signs and finding the complements to the pieces that worked well, and not so much, at least in this early showing, from the other. And so, yeah, I think they can. They can really show the test against a ton of teams.
And Dog, do you think that's the same? Do you think that maybe some other squads might struggle with what Stickdrift are putting forward? Because sometimes Stickdrift, they're a team that they know how to play the meta, but they do like to sometimes play what's comfortable for them as well. Can you see, like, I don't know, let's put Space Station in the situation they have to play against them. Do you think this could be a good series? Because I remember in preseason, they had a fantastic matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the only things they need to shore up are like team synergy kind of issues. Yeah, I think for sure. I mean, they have the flexibility as a roster. You mentioned it, the pick. You guys mentioned it, the pickup of Doomed. I think that guy's been super flexible, and then especially with Silent Blaze, I think Silent Blaze looks incredibly improved alongside Logan in the back line. So, yeah, I think that people are going to struggle with Stickdrift, and I wouldn't be surprised if they are a dark horse in this group to make it into the playoffs and even get to that top 50%. Maybe not to get relegated like some other rosters that potentially could, moving on into that postseason.
Yeah, not to beat a dead horse here, Cozy, but TSM in already the danger zone, as it were. Where do you think they can kind of improve here? Because it's all well and good to point out what's going wrong, but how do you do better?
The compliment duelist, because if you look at it, like, okay, so Cart went over to FlyQuest, right? It's like, man, that would have been a great time for. It's like, hey, Jitwurt's been going off pretty crazy. Would have been an interesting pick. Maybe you can grab that player to complement BTS, because BTS is doing well. I think BTS is a solid kind of back to that team. You have to have that, and we've seen that for these teams moving forward. Is that the ones that are winning are having kind of that best of both going on, like we've seen from Self, from Daze, and the others that complement that role. So it's too late to find that player change, so you're going to have to clean up what you have in-house.
Yeah, Stickdrift will get the 2-0 win, Dog, in the end.
Yeah.
What did you want to say? Sorry.
No, just sorry to cut you off, Gas. Just like to add on to what Cozy's saying, like I think like Pizza as well. Pizza Demon was like kind of scapegoated in that roster, in the TSM roster. Got kicked, obviously, or rather benched, I guess, for was it Gale playing strategist? And I don't think their strats were like really the problem last stage. It's not that Gale was playing particularly bad. It's just a focus in the wrong sort of area, it feels like, because I can't say that Gale or Pizza were playing necessarily the same level. In fact, I think Pizza's a phenomenal player, just kind of scapegoated, like I said, for this team.
So TSM will fall victim to Stickdrift. It's going to be a 2-0 victory for them in the end, and they put their first win on the board in this group. Of course, that's going to be our third series of the day, all wrapped up, but we still have one more series to come. We've got Yeah We Lost versus Equinox Gaming. Of course, both these teams played already yesterday, and they both found a loss. Can they put one of those victories on the board just to climb up the leaderboard on this group? We can only find out one way, though. It's going to happen right after this break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this.
다시 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명
Welcome back, you beautiful people. It's Marvel Rivals Ignite. We're in the Americas and we are in our last series of the day. After a little bit of a walloping on the side of Stickdrift against TSM, we'll now have to see whether, yeah, we lost, or Equinox can get their first win of the season. Cozy, Equinox, they looked pretty impressive yesterday. Yeah, we lost, had their moments as well. This should be a relatively close matchup in terms of like how this one's going to go down.
You know, it's going to be interesting because I know that Equinox was really sad on the way that kind of things fell away from them there against their first win they're trying to get against Space Station, got reverse swept, right? But they do face a tough team because, yeah, we lost is obviously very talented and very tough to go against and kind of adjust to. And it's going to be, you know, definitely something that they're going to have to look to do because I like the team. Chupiol especially, you know, you got to cast him, is a standout.
Very much a standout, Dog. I think that both these teams, though, they need this win. When we look at promotion, we look at relegation, we look at these teams trying to get through into the next stage. If you lose this, you're 0-2, and suddenly everyone's going to be kind of side-eyeing you, saying, wait, are you actually going to find a victory, or are these teams from MRC going to have the chance to maybe nip your spot when relegation does happen?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think this is going to be a really fun one because of that fact. Like you said, there's so many things to kind of go into it. But yeah, I mean, like I think we saw Chupiol, like you mentioned, popping off yesterday. They even on Twitter, I think, said they could have played better, or on X rather.
Yeah, I saw that.
So yeah, I was like, we noticed how well they played, and it was a bit of a surprise to see that. But for their team, for Equinox, you know, obviously, yeah, we lost is a hard team to beat. Obviously, they had those losses of certain players, like you mentioned with Cart leaving over to FlyQuest, Cozy, but for Equinox, I think this is a good roster. I think Respect had a good game yesterday, and I think that this team definitely has a good chance to like kind of finally have that first win over Yeah We Lost, who have historically always beaten them.
Something we saw yesterday, Cozy, as well, was WADA got replaced after game one, right? And it was clearly a decision that had been made. Do you think that that's a lesson that they've learned from Equinox? Do you think that was, again, a strategic decision just around like hero placements? How did you feel about it?
Yeah, it was interesting, right? Because it looked like usually we had WADA on what was Strap Pool then, right? It was a heal pool, and they did pretty well with it. They didn't have a Dino to go against, if my memory serves me correct, because I think it was them that elected to go with the Dino this time. So that's what they prioritized. I think WADA's an insanely great and talented player and does complement, even though you see the Psylocke there, complements more the hit scan front to back that Chupiol plays. So I wouldn't mind, though, you know, WADA coming in there and do what they can, but Pro Builder also fits that role well, so they just have two studs, and their hero pools are very similar.
Very similar indeed as we look across to Yeah We Lost, a team that has always been very exciting to watch, but of course losing Cart, it was always going to be a different look. Yeah We Lost coming into this stage one, Dog. And there's, you know, it's big shoes to fill, quite literally, of the Hulk with Luca now coming in. How do you think they're going to fare here against Equinox?
I mean, better than yesterday for sure. I mean, TSM Citadel is one of the hardest teams to beat in the entire tournament, so and nobody's going to really look good versus them, I think. And, you know, today it should be a better showing out of them, considering how Domination, obviously Team Liquid Citadel, best map type, going to be tough to beat them there. But, you know, once we go over to maps like Museum, we almost saw them win a round, the map even, to force it to map number 3. So these two teams always have good series against each other. I think We Lost actually doesn't pair up as well against Equinox as they do against other teams, like one of the other MRC squads, rather, with Stick Drift. So I think it's going to be a fun one to see. And I think that for We Lost, they should look a lot better than they did yesterday, especially with what you guys said, the absolute Cinderella qualifiers they did. They got first place in the preseason out of every MRC team. And then for Equinox coming back in, they've had to kind of work their way up to being those top dogs.
Yeah, the top dogs is where you want to be, but of course, at the moment, you're just getting chomped on by people who seem to be a little bit higher in the food chain right now, and both of these teams have to answer back from a disappointing start to this stage 1, but definitely capable of doing so, that is for sure. But I am a little bit concerned for some of these players. Your heads might drop a little bit if you go 0-2. Of course, it isn't suddenly if you go 0-2, you are completely done out of this group, but it does make it very difficult, Cozy, to try and bounce back from a 0-2, and mentality possibly falls if you find yourself in that position.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing that happened last time. They lost. I mean, they won and got the upset early, and then they kind of lost their way and were unable to come back too quickly. Every game's going to matter that much more. And if we lost, this is a team, let's just keep it a buck, I think is top 3. I mean, they're top 3, top 4. The way they play, they lost Cart and kind of some of their identity there. But hey, they got third last in the preseason. For them as an org and as a team, they've got to clear this game. They've got to really show the dominance. Yeah, they play TLC. That's a tough matchup. But if I'm them and their confidence that they kind of rep, this is one that they want to go in screaming.
There's also that situation, Dog, where you've played against the best team in the region, potentially in the world, and you would have had that chance to kind of study that, dissect it, and really work out what went wrong for you and what went right for them. And maybe they can actually benefit from playing TLC this early on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's something you can kind of you can look back on and be like, okay, that was just we got it out of the way early. You got to play the best teams. Every single player has to, or team you have to play against. So it's good to get out of the way early for sure. And once we go to Domination, Hell's Heaven, both these teams, at least like we mentioned about the MRC teams, very good on Domination map type in general. So I think it will be a close one. It should be a banger of a series, really. But for We Lost, you guys talked about it. It's like Cart Lover was the player to get picked up and kind of stolen from We Lost. And I thought it was going to be like Zatex or something like that instead. And it's funny because Cart Lover, I think they always joke about the players did about how Cart Lover, who would pick up Cart Lover. His hero pool's so weird. It's so different than everybody else. But it looks like FlyQuest is the team to want to pick him up.
Well, Hell's Heaven is where we are going to kick things off for this one. I will allow you two to take us through the draft and take us into the first match between these two teams. It is a very important one for both of these rosters. They've got to get it done here and now. Take it away, gents. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Dog, I think it's interesting because this whole team plays very uniquely. I thought Jitward maybe would have been poached just because of how great of the dive is. And if you look across the free agency, there's not a lot of that, right? You're going to have a lot, not saying that Zatex is not very good, but you got great Hitscan Phoenix players out there. That's kind of where I thought they were going. And yeah, Cart fitting, I think the way his hero pool play just fit this role well. But they've got, the new player there, Affecting, right? Who does play going in and doing that strat role a bit more. And I think that they do have what it takes for sure, as Luca has taken over that kind of Hulk and Venom as well. But Hell's Heaven is a map that probably lends on over to We Lost as well in their playstyle.
Yeah, I would kind of agree with that. And they're always good on this map type in general. And then same thing with Hell's Heaven. So both teams off the rip ban phase, removing the Gambit codes. So that was kind of something we talked about yesterday being more so something that was kind of avoided. But today we get that Daredevil Protect for We Lost again. And it's, as you mentioned, it's for that guy. It's for Jitty on that Daredevil.
Yeah, both teams have learned. They're like, okay, we're going to go this route. And you still kind of have the same game plan with Equinox. Going to go to the Devil Dinosaur. I think Lyric played that pretty well, and it did work. I mean, keep in mind, they barely lost yesterday, right? Like, they were looking strong until the reverse sweep happened. And so you're going to put a lot of trust there in Chupiol to get the job done with the Dino up in the front. But we already know Jitward locking in the Devil is going to be tough to deal with because of the way they play front to back. I mean, if they get Phoenix as well, woof, that's what I want to see. Jeff, the Baby Landshark being banned, interesting.
Yeah, that is it is interesting. I mean, Jeff, I think a lot of people have focused on, but it is interesting that did come out before that Devil Dino for the side of Equinox, and then same thing for We Lost, focusing on the Ultron a little bit more. So, obviously towards their strengths maybe a little bit more so, and then also, it's interesting because We Lost didn't want to prioritize that Devil Dino as the Black Cat's going to still be potentially banned. It would seem like so far throughout the tournament, Black Cat's even had better performances than Daredevil has. So it's kind of interesting that that's been the priority, but that's that Luna Snow Protect. So for that full front to back sort of style for Equinox, already locking it in their side.
Well, like the Jeff ban makes sense against we lost because it like Jeff, what he does so well for a lot of you guys wondering is like the speed boost in the neutral is crazy. Like it just allows so much of that mobility, and obviously Daredevil getting that is going to be huge. I think Daredevil is the one beat a Black Cat. Like they play so differently. You know, Black Cat's that thief in the back, doesn't want to get caught. Daredevil's in your face throwing the batons. Like what are you going to do about it? And I think both of them, Jitward has at their disposal, probably feels a bit better with the lock there. And this has been the team ever since TLC has started banning their Strange. Kept it, and you said it yesterday. I think we were talking in the green room, right? It's because of how well Kendrick plays this guy.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's usually with that Mantis stuff. So it's interesting that they didn't ban it on Equinox's side, but for We Lost, they try to counter, that Luna and White Fox stuff, triple that they want to play. It seems like they really want to focus on the fact that Equinox loves to play those sort of comps, and then for We Lost, like you said, keeping Kendrick on that Doctor Strange is a priority. So it's. I don't know, the Equinox's ban phase to me looks more so like they're trying to just ban out best characters a little bit, top tier characters, and then, it's a little bit more focused, I would say, on We Lost side. So I don't know, Coz, who do you think kind of gets the edge in this sort of ban phase? Is it the team that's sort of focusing more on the overarching meta, or maybe what the strengths of the other squad is?
I like the game plan that, they're trying to go in with if you are going to be Equinox. I think that they're trying to slow them down. They're a team with a lot of flexibility, but that is what their goal is there, and try not to, allow them to use something like the Jeff, if you will, or have the Snowflake and have those things that really kind of capitalize on the snowball, if you will, of that team. That's what they do well. I think even against TLC, they won first fight. I mean, this team comes out screaming, and they're tough to deal with, and they're even more hungry after what was that loss. But Mask coming in. Okay, we did not have Mask yesterday, right? I believe it was affecting the whole time.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was him the whole time. So Mask going to come in. Wait, are they going to do that? They're going to do double melee? Oh my goodness, too. So Coz, we might see the double melee for the first time, too, with the Daredevil alongside the Black Cat. And the White Fox. So all the claws are out today, dude.
Yo, dude, this is going to be a terrifying... Like, look in the backline now. Pixel, GG's. You're going to have to be on your... That freeze, you can't stop them all. Look at this. Jubilee's going to have to try to find one.
It's solo Vanguard, too. Luca on the Venom. It's going to be... It's going to be the Deadpool strat line alongside the White Fox.
Win first fight, right? Like that. Like that is the goal with White Fox 2 to dive in, dude. This is the most aggressive team comp. Oh, Scotty, deleted. Goodbye,
dude. Respect got blown up. Like that was so fast.
It exploded.
Yeah. Oh my God. Well, I mean, insane first fight.
Do you like go back to spawn now and swap up? Like, I mean, it looks like that meme going around with the RPG hitting the skeleton. Like, just Respect straight up just exploded, as you said, and didn't even get the chance to. That's getting 2 lives, right? Because you obviously have that respawn, and they're going to keep the aggression up, pushing spawn all the way. Kendrick now. Haven't seen a ton of that Deadpool play from them, but we're seeing just that. And having that single Vanguard, the way it works as well, you just dive it all together. Look at their ready-go comms, near perfect. We said it before, we'll say it again. This is the most entertaining team to watch, bar none. They go to the Punisher and try to get some shotgun protection for the back line. Tufield can't find Solus. This is what I'm talking about, dog. There's just no way to plan for this team.
No, they're like meta innovators, man. I don't know, just so counterculture, so proactive in terms of trying to figure something out. And looks like the Bucky full dive spawn camp strat is here yet again. I mean, we saw this at a TSM in the preseason on Central Park, but now going over to Hell's Heaven again with this aggressive playstyle that is very unique. It's proactive because oh my, K just get a hook, blind hook onto Wada, poor guy.
I didn't know Mask had the Black Cat in the bag, and every pick here is intentional. Kendrick, even with the way that support pool and heal pool gets that ult to kind of walk together, they cannot find Soul. They don't even have time to form the comp against this as time is ticking down slowly. They're spawn feeding. Somebody help them. Look at this. They're just trying to find something as now quickly Wada, they have ult. They're going to have to use it to perfection.
Yeah, the only thing that would help with the feel is that White Fox they banned out. So it's a very good ban, I think, in that regard. But okay, nice counter engage. Everybody's HP falls. It's, because the fact they don't have those Vanguard lines, those duelists, or sorry, the duo on the front line, they just get deleted so quickly. But, fast fight at least for We Lost, and we can still stagger a little bit longer. 99% of the board already due to some very aggressive play towards their own spawn of EXG.
This is where I would whip out the old Dino, like Hulk and Thing, right? Like try to get a bunch of just brawl presence and push it back at them. I mean, can you even sustain the damage coming at you? But at least you're not getting picked off in the back at that point. I mean, that is one of the few ways to deal with this insane bit of comp or push of dive. Xantho, though, ready to go ahead with the Kumaho unleashed, and there it is. Slammed down, cracking impact. At least it's going to be responded to by the show. And there comes the Fox as well. And it's Luca finding, oh my god, the 1-2 down at least now. They're trying to get something rolling, but there's just no answer.
No, I mean, this is also a change. You know, people are talking about Bucky being nerfed as, by the way, Portal might be too late for the side of EXG. Yeah, we lost, but win round number 1. But yeah, dude, like Cozy, this is what we're talking about. Like with Bucky, people online were talking about Bucky being nerfed, but no, like, I mean, he got a damage buff in the left clicks, and then also it's easier to get resets. Like you can get KOs through those ults. Like you just saw the Luna get deleted in her own ult because now we're at like, what, 25% or whatever to get the reset. So yeah, excellent work.
I mean, first off, good luck trying to get a strange portal when you get canceled by like 20 different ways with this team and the way they can push in. But this is kind of what I said, man. I'm telling you, this team is talented. They play like nobody else. They don't want to be like anybody else. And that's why I'm like, hey, let's keep it a buck. They have to just storm the gates here and show why they still belong in the top conversation. And I mean, that's a hell of a way to do so. To get Mask out here in the Black Hat, who we didn't even see yesterday. He was a Thor the whole preseason. The hell is going on? You love to see it.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a lot of fun, and I think we lost comp. You know, they like to take advantage. I mean, I know with Jitward, when I talk to him, he loves to be very like analytical about the game, taking advantage of the small things that nobody else noticed. It's kind of like in maybe baseball terms, like a lot of pitchers don't have that velocity, so they have to think outside the box to take advantage of these teams that are signed, and obviously doing so today.
Here's the Brawl comp I wanted to see, though. I said this is going to be the way to answer this. The Hulk and the Dino. It's what you have to roll with, in my opinion, if you want to find success. But guess what? Absolute just highlight reels. I mean, the social media team is going to be just laughing here. Pick your moment that you want to find because it is deletion. Already go. This might be the most coordinated team in the sense of the dive that we've seen. And I mean, dog, let's just keep it real. This is the best meta for them right now. It really complements their playstyle in the back as Kendrick. He just wants to be a part of the action, but left on the point duty.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, he is. I mean, I'm curious how you kind of deal with it. I mean, you want to play triple, obviously, against it to kind of counter it, but you have to go into Black Cat ult. Even an ult, you just get deleted. Goodbye. See ya. Back towards the spawn, by the way, basically touching the door. And again, I mean, the only team to really try to spawn camp in Marvel Rivals Esports is this squad of We Lost, and they're doing it yet again in the stage 1 of Ignite, as Wada did find that stagger on the opposite side at the very least and does evade with his life. Maybe that results in something, that stagger pick out of their side.
This is just such a tough get-right game for Equinox. They almost won yesterday, and I said this in the pre-show. I'm like, this is the worst team you could go up against because, like, there's just no planning in the traditional fights and the ways. But Cupio does find something there. Wanna gonna find the same, but oh my, there it is. That's the perfect connection. Lands the Q, the right click timed up perfectly where you don't have a response. Once that pops into the bite, you die that quickly. And that is just more perfect play from Luca, picking up Cart Lover's role to great success, if I'm being honest. I mean, We Lost. It's just, I mean, come on, they've got families over there.
Yeah, they want to try to play like counter dive and stuff, but it's just not working. I mean, they go to Bucky, they just still play the Dino. But okay, hook again from Zatex. By the way, slammed on the Cupio to take care of his counterpart. And again, 2 down immediately for We Lost. Fights over as fast as it began, and they again send this team back to the spawn with infinite stats. It feels like I'm a little scared to look at the leaderboard after this game.
I've seen enough Nerf Black Widow at this point, and I mean, if you look at it, it's just crazy because it's Rain of Blood, the elimination feed showing every bit of it. There's the teleport over. Just trying to get out of spawn, slam down, and just staying alive through. Wada does find the hit on Zatex in the back. They continue to find this, but Luca always finds 2 to follow. There it is. Folks, blue shines through the light, trying to defeat the darkness, if you will, in the classic colors. But there it is, the first point cap. Hold on, it may be second. I think they got a percent or 2 on the last map.
Hey,
one to Equinox.
Let's think about how they kind of like run it back, right? So they're going to that Cloak and Dagger stuff. I mean, last season, I think we saw Cloak and Dagger in the Loki on like those combo and Convertus maps. That'd be good. They go over to the Invis to help try to peel off everybody, but again, there's so much percent on the board now. This is going to be tough, and especially without ultimates. They need to build up these straddles in the middle of the fight, otherwise, We Lost. We're going to delete people with Jitward and Matt coming up on their ults.
Absolutely here, and they're going to have to do the best they can as Wada's going to go down early. Jitward understands the assignment. Zatex deletes that back strategist. Oh my gosh, Matt's now just beating. Look at those funds going up through the swipes, and now just finding that quick ult in the queue. Okay, no binds, 2 with the whip and the hit. And that is going to be a perfect play from Nobines, who's been a big shining star from them with the Vanguard role.
There's no healer.
Yeah.
And Matt's getting resets.
Infinite.
Yeah, but you get another one on this point. I mean, you're trying to help kind of continue this going forward for the opposite side. And yeah, we lost. I mean, they do have to deal with another straddle in a moment for Pixel. He does have it available, but needs to use it before he goes down.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't kind of stagger in with Black Cat's ult resetting. I mean, she's going to find one at a time, and forcing out the cloak to try their best to stay alive. Couldn't even do so at that. Time is ticking down, and that was the performance that we lost. Wanted to show, wanted to have. Welcome back to stage 1. This third place team that has showed all the part. And if you're Equinox, man, it's the map choice. You got to really figure out how you're going to deal with something like that. Obviously won't play the same in domination, but woo.
Yeah, I mean, they got to pick a good map to go against. Yeah, we lost. Very tough one for sure. But huge games out of we lost. Excellent job on Hell's Heaven. We'll see how they do after this break on map number 2.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Waiting, up in your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising distance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Welcome back everyone to Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1, and yeah, we lost. Look, everything but lost. It was pretty much a one-sided affair on Hell's Heaven as they take down Equinox very comfortably indeed as we move into match 2. Cozy, Dog, I mean, what went wrong for Equinox, or was it a case, Dog, of everything went right for yeah, we lost?
Yeah, I mean, for Equinox, they couldn't figure out the solution. Maybe it's to play that triple comp, even go a little bit further. I know you get rid of the White Fox and a lot of the characters that can help deal with the dive, but yeah, I mean, maybe switch to something like the Deadpool triple if you really want to. But I think you guys mentioned that Wada's getting subbed out, I believe, for pro builders, so that will be interesting if that is the solution. I mean, on Domination, they brand Wada last time and then swapped it out after Convoy and Convergence. But still, it is going to be tough because you're against a very unique team. And I think, Cozy, you said it during the game, dude. Like, it's a really tough get right game for Equinox, man. Back to back against the we lost. It's going to be really hard.
Yeah, and Cozy, do you think that, I think I saw on social media that a few people were confused that Wada was taken out of the equation after the domination victory. This time, it's going to be a very different scenario with it being Pro Builder coming in after they've lost one. Is that the answer for you? Does Pro Builder make the difference to try and shut down we lost? Or are we looking at another potential 2-0 here?
Yes and no. I mean, it has nothing to do against Wada, right, at all. I think they play very similar play styles. I think Wada and the way they play is kind of like how Jitward plays. There's no one like Jitward. I think he is a one of one. I mean, Dog was just talking about that. Very much has these intangibles, but we've all been a part of these ranked games even where something like that happens, and it's just so hard to get right in that environment at that moment quickly because things are spiraling. You're losing players constantly. You're on this big stage. It's obviously trying to be a get-right game for you. So now it starts here, right? It's not just that sub-in, but it's like, what's our game plan going into whatever the hell that was?
It's difficult to try and dissect it, I think, because some teams, you snowball out of control when you're in one of those scenarios. When you're getting absolutely bodied, you try and make a few changes here or there, and then suddenly you see the time ticking down, and you're a round down, and then you're 2 rounds down, and you're like, oh, okay, well, we're moving on to the next map. But we'll take a look at Luca, how he came in, and how he has been the addition for we lost, and the replacement of Kart on the Venom looked very strong, Dog.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is kind of what Luca's like that fill player that we kind of needed to kind of step up to Kart Lover's expectations that you guys mentioned before. A lot of people talk about him being the best Hulk player. He comes in and does it on the Venom, and I mean, that's obviously one of his best heroes, and kind of something we wanted to see out of with Equinox, and even the opposite side with these other teams kind of starting out, is that maybe we can play a little bit more of the Venom if we're not so good at the cap, or if we're not so good at these sort of compositions. Just play something a little bit faster and take advantage of the hero pools that we have in store. But yeah, looking at the stats, I mean, just a brutal game for the opposite side for Equinox. I mean, they just got dominated from start to finish. Those aggressive dives were very unique and just kind of resulted in this entire scoreboard. Just did not look good for Equinox.
Yeah, we've definitely all been there when you're in a ranked game, like Cozy was saying, and you go up against Dive and you just have no response and you don't have the time to do it. The advantage Equinox have is they at least get a little bit of a reset going from one map into the other, and they get to choose the map as well. Maybe, Cozy, they go for something here where Dive isn't as good, maybe force them into a little bit of a brawl, but that's easier said than done, as most maps you can still make Dive work, you can almost force it, but it is going to be Symbiotic Surface where we're going to head yet again. We've seen this quite a lot, Cozy.
Interesting pick. I think this does still lend itself to Dive at times, but it is much more. There are times for front to back. It's not exactly like hit scan, perfect. I think a couple things to highlight. I mean, first of all, just looking at, what you want to try to do as the team against them. I mean, obviously the Daredevil has been a preference band even for TLC, I believe, of what they've done, because that does fuel a lot of it. The Black Hat play was great from Mass there, but Black Hat typically is not played with the team all the time. But when you have Black Hat serving the role with the pursuit just to get the cleanup, eliminations, that is what's so scary about it. But yeah, this is definitely going to be an interesting map pick to try to get it right.
Well, will we see Equinox get themselves back into this series and stay alive? Else there will be 0-2 in the groups. Only one way to find out. Let's get into it. Of course, we've got the pick and ban coming up first. Cozy, Dog, lead us into it.
Dog. I need someone to make a meme out there of Kart Lover as Wolverine holding the photo of we lost his logo, just like after the FlyQuest. Like the missing of the team that once was, as Luca did show all that part on Venom. But what are your thoughts on this map?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the map that Equinox like to play on when they do go for a convoy or a convergence rather. Last time they picked Midtown versus SSG. Yesterday, this time it's going to be a first pick of Symbiotic Surface. Immediately, both teams going for that Gambit though. But yeah, I mean, I'm down for it. You think this is one of their better maps, Cozy? They showed some promise on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if you look at the others, like, where do you go? You can't go to Museum for sure. Midtown, no. Central Park, tough. Yggdrasil, maybe. A lot of it lends itself to the playstyle of them. They're going to go still with, like, what they know, right? They're going to go with the Dino save early. This next band, to me, because they're going to save Daredevil again, right? Like, would you not just do that same... Exactly. Like, why not just go that route? Because that should have been the next band, but you can't because Gambit has got to go as well.
Yeah, it's interesting that, Equinox don't want to kind of shift, if they do want to play either the Ultron or the White Fox instead, maybe going towards those characters. I understand Devil Dino is really good, but that's the tough part is that, right now in the Vanguard line department, because of the buffs recently, because of how good Emma got and stuff, it just feels like an interesting save. But I guess because we're going over to the Convoy Convergence, the character will get a little bit more. But again, yeah, we lost. I'm curious how they set up these dives. I know that this map, harder to set up those off angles maybe, but you just got to not give up that space, I think. And Equinox have been doing that. It's tough to deal with. Yeah, we lost mobility.
Maybe ban Venom here. They're going to go to the Black Hat ban, so there's the first difference, right? We're going to have at least a change up there. For me, I feel like this map lends itself to not being the best Jeff map. Obviously, you still have Jeff's kit, and then you also have the Venom play with it, so you have those team-ups. But at least I thought maybe that's why they went with this map pick, right? Like, you don't have all the off, throw-offs and whatnot, but it still enables the team so well. So this last ban is going to tell all the story. I think this is something to at least continue to slow down what was just had. And for me, it might even be that Venom, which would be kind of unconventional, but you already have the Jeff out as well. What do you want them to do here? Mantis? I mean, there's a couple of choices.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. I mean, yeah, they kind of left it open last time. Didn't even touch it for, yeah, we lost. Actually, no, they did, yeah, onto that. But it's the White Fox at the very end to try to get that one-sided matchup. But maybe we'll see if they protect it, right? Last time they protected the Luna. This time it might be the White Fox because of that, affair where they were just missing a lot of that peel for, yeah, we lost comp.
There's going to be no amount of snowballs that can stop that, right? So, like, I think the Luna choice, they're going to try something different. The White Fox I like, though, because you can't... What they're trying to do is force this to be more traditional, the best they can. And I think with the Dino save and that, it does lend itself. You have White Fox for the emergency, like help this player out that's on the side trying to address someone like maybe Jitward. Last ban for them, though, to kind of complement this from Yeah, we lost. Where do you think they'll take it? Oh, well, there it is.
Okay, the Black Cat. Yeah, that's something to work on for the side of for Yeah, we lost. I understand the White Fox is really good. You can see this is the priority of like heroes. I think are very strong right now. And last time it was all 4 strats because of the White Fox, and now it's going to be the Black Cat. So, or maybe if Gas was here, he'd say Black Cat or Black Fox, whatever, White Cat, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, but I think this is a solid ban phase from Equinox. The only problem I think with it, my only issue is, and I'm curious what your take is on it. I just feel like it's a bit it's not proactive, I guess. It's like you're working backwards almost because of everything that's happened with the Devil Dino. The Gambit ban makes sense, I think, but after that, it just feels like they're not really working towards what the opposite team's trying to do. Like, yeah, we lost. We know what they want to do. They want to get rid of a lot of those peel heroes, and I just feel like we could have maybe tried to protect them earlier because they're not working on Devil Dino. Maybe they don't think the character's as good as everybody else does. It just feels like it's working backwards. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's like, we see this sometimes with teams where it's like, this is the game plan they had going in. We've got to stick with it, even though, when you get punched right in the mouth like that. And hey, they don't even need the Venom ban. Lucas just going straight to that Hulk either way. But you're right, it is kind of working backwards in some sense. Not crazy about the Ultron here. They are going to run triple. But it does kind of lend themselves to their playstyle again. And look at this. I mean, they just like to play aggressive in every which way, whether it's a portal off the map or just attacking right away. And they know it. I mean, you can see Equinox already looking behind them. Like, they're already scared.
Yeah, absolutely. There it is. Portal on the left side. Doesn't catch on anybody, though. Just kind of in the spawn, though, at the very least. And, for the side of Equinox, they're going to walk through main, kind of set everybody up, make sure they don't set up for these full dives, but it's Yeah, we lost to have switched it up. They're going for that triple alongside that Ultron that other teams have been trying to run. We're on Trupio back on that Phoenix. They lose Pro Builder early in the fight.
Yeah, and this is going to have to be their whole win condition, and they know it. Yeah, we lost nose. Shut down Trupio on the, Phoenix, and look at this. I mean, having to use the spawn to try to hit is not the way you want to open the doors here. Because, yeah, you can have that Dino, but they're their priority on targets is what makes Yeah, we lost so great, right? They know, okay, this is how they want to win. This is how we're going to remove that from them. And then what are you going to do from there? You take out Phoenix, dog, and what damage do they have?
Absolutely right. I mean, now they're going to go in aggressive. They dive onto Pixel. He goes down sitting with no bind. So, again, I mean, aggressive fights are kind of an understatement. I mean, we're back towards the spawn once again. This is probably the most times we've seen the spawn doors of the opposition in the series so far. As a minute is off the clock, 2 fights have happened towards this team's spawn on no binds back onto the Devil Dino, which is not really panned out. Kendrick as well gets his classic Dr. Strange that we talked about in the last series. Now gets to play with that Mantis.
Yeah, let me take you back to what was the MRC in Season 6. And yeah, we lost. I mean, just completely did the same work that we're seeing here. And look at this. This is just something out of a nightmare if you're on the side of Equinox. And again, yeah, we lost. Went through the MRC, which has 3 teams into this Ignite series and cleaned shop. 3-0, 3-0. There's a 3-1 in there at one point. And then the fastest grand finals we've ever saw against what was Lunex, the game we just saw, the team we just saw win that series if you are Stick Drift Gaming. But there's just nothing they can answer. Speaking of it, and with that connection, not even finding the limb.
Yeah, and they're stunting. Like any potential KO we could find, Luke is there with that stun, with the stasis. Now we go in with the let double out, force into the boundary. Do they leave? Do they try to get KOs through it? Because the target focus is good enough with the damage boost, they can get KOs, and they do. Yeah, Invisible Woman goes down in the middle of her own ult. Eye comes through on the opposite side, stuns only Vanguards, but Kendrick does fall at the very least. No Bind stunned again by Luca, though, who is in that ultimate form and tries to back up. And they do have that copy. They can go aggressive with it, but don't want to waste it because, yeah, we lost. We're trying to go for a second fight. An intelligent reset out of them.
Yeah, Portal is going to be, weighted on too because it had some of that cheeky fun at the beginning. But yeah, it's almost like you want to use it now. If you're ult tracking, which good luck trying to do so in this madness. There it is. Go ahead and do so here. They're going to use it just now. And the Soul Resurgence. Will that be enough of that firepower? Find that pick. They do. Okay, Mask goes down. Trupial knows what they have in front of them. See if they can put an end to this aggression. And then once you get this first point, it lends yourself to a bit more chance of victory. Pro Builder, no binds. They get it done. Point cap, and the portal was used too, so this is going to be going over to them. And a lot of people like to use portal here, Dog, because it's just such a tough, awkward point to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely kind of far, and I like that, though, out of the side of Equinox. I mean, they went aggressive with the Mantis Ult. They pushed past where Jitward was setting up and didn't allow him time to dive onto the back line, where Trupial just goes aggressive, just straight to the front line. And that's what he's going to keep doing. Diving immediately on his Atex, does get the mark, and actually the KO after it, but he's lost 2 in the middle of the fight. Pro Builder and Respect fall.
Yeah, finds Zatex there and able to get anything else from it. Now they're kind of locked back up and ready to go. Jitward just absolutely having his way. Baton's flying and flaring. Look at the Devil. I mean, it's like you're talking about how menacing the dinosaur can be. He was getting the hell beaten out of him from the Devil himself. Kendrick's got that Agamotto. He's hit these so many times before. There's the reads, the comms. Jitward's spitting it out right now. You can tell on exactly where this rotation's going to go. And here it is. Here's the aggression. We're going to see that close up Agamotto out. Bam, slam. Only going to find one in there.
That's enough. I mean, they had the follow-through damage. No Bind does trade back Kendrick and Jitward, though. So the peel was there towards their own spawn, so they did have, extra healing in that. Trupial now switched over to the Elsa, which I think we saw a little bit yesterday whenever they were getting dove upon. Mantis Ult on the opposite side. Eye of Agamotto to help peel it off from Lyric. It doesn't really find much, though, due to the fact that the CC community was there on his Atex, so he gets to live. Luca comes back through in the field, but no KOs found. Slows down the attack. The big part for Equinox, though, is nobody's fallen just yet. They can maybe take advantage of Jitward's aggressive dive, but yeah, we lost once he comes back. This should be a decent spot for Equinox when he attacks.
Yeah, they can live through this, actually. I like the favor of them pushing through the second point, but look at how much coming at once. Good response with the Rampage from no binds. With that, they should be able to find at least a pick here. Nobody falling. This is absolutely crazy at this point. Extermination coming from the sky. If all things settled, Super Ult does find Jitward, though, and from that, they can move forward. And they use the Respect ult as well to certify the job. Do they need it there? Probably not. Either way, they want to make sure they get through this choke point, Dog. And just like that, finally whittle them away.
I'm glad that, Pro Builder swaps over to that Deadpool strategist. I think this was the thing that they didn't do last map that Wada maybe could have. It's just because of the fact that they have the Ultron band against them, and you could run the Mantis, but obviously that's not working so far. So you have to switch to something that has a little bit more sustain. Also, get the jackpot, get all that damage boost on the inside too, and the overhealth. So it kind of makes sense. I love this to play heavily around Trupial and have him back over to the Elsa with that Gartrox available.
For sure, it's a lot of healing at that too, right? On top of being able to use the Lantern, so you just fall backing on some of the better abilities and or circle heals in the game, if you will. And just like that, Jitward knows the assignment. Good rotation from Respect going up and teleporting, using those cords with the best of the ability. Is going to land the Agamotto on Pro Builder. Can they get him down and out? Yes, they do. They find 3. Back to the spawn they go. And 30 seconds to the name. And you even try to portal like you know what's coming at you here in a moment. And watch, yeah, we lost. Watch this aggression. They're going to go for the counter portal. They don't even need to use the aggression.
It's going to take too long to set up. We'll see. I mean, he sets it up off map. Gets shot. They can see he's going for it. Somebody's shooting him already. Wait, he's doing it for the people that are walking out for spawn. Lyric actually went for an ult, by the way. Has to swap to Thor so somebody else can portal. He goes to the portal, flying above. They have 5 seconds left to go. He's going to drop back down into the portal off map from Kendrick. Does it happen? Nobody touches anyways.
What was that? I mean, what a heroic play. I mean, maybe they saw 1 million possibilities and that was the only one, but it didn't look like it that time around. So you got a push up and a half there at best. And man, I tell you what, I'm doing a lot of hosting this first bit of the group stage. This is the games I get to catch. It's been speed runs, Dog. I mean, this is I'm only at 30 minutes of time here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we lost our, that's the strength, is that they win incredibly fast as well as, put up good fights against top teams. And, for the side of Equinox, it's tough because every MRC team, I mean, so far, their number has been, just absolutely got by Yeah We Lost. Like, it feels like either it's Equinox or Stick Drift. None of these MRC teams have been able to put up a good fight versus Yeah We Lost. It just feels like they're like, it's their kryptonite, right? Like, you can't beat this team. No matter the case, and even with Luca coming in and then, subbing out Mask, coming back in Mask, it feels like these guys just know what to do, and it's kind of what we were alluding to, Cozy, at the beginning. It's just Jitward's kind of like a system of his own, brings it to any team, and I think him alongside Kendrick, who have been around for such a long time, same thing with Xantho. It's just such a beautiful orchestra of very unique ideas culminating in one team.
Well, a couple things with that. They said no one wants to scrim them, right? It's because there's not a lot of teams like them. So what do you gain outside of the knowledge of playing them and getting better at them? Well, you do have that. Funny enough, Swamp Gaming has somehow avoided this team throughout everything. Through the upper bracket, throughout the entire time of the preseason. One of the few teams, because it's the calm teams like TLC that can handle all this aggression well. We saw Space Station do that with Nectar and got rid of Jitward early at that, as in addition to that, and some of the pick bands to go alongside it. As we now see the portal at play with it. Zaytex on the Black Widow, though. Holy trolling, bro.
I mean, he's going for the one shot, right? Like, could potentially go for it, but it also distracts everybody from the backside. Chupio goes down to Xantho. Meanwhile, the Black Widow looking like Zaza right now with how many shots they're missing, but, at the moment, you trade it at least on the opposite side. So, yeah, excellent job to make sure this already useless character is even more useless. Oh, never mind, I jinxed it! Oh, it's back! Whoa, best character in the game. Oh, my goodness.
Take that. I've seen enough. Nerf the Widow. I've seen enough. Natasha needs to go. They're clearly landing the hit there, and the Dino taking the majority of it. They're even caught. I mean, talking about some of the things that they were surprised by early on, this might be one of them. He even has the skin to boot. Love to see it. Kendrick, though, to go and get Tripial out of there, going to allow all that push-up. And wow, just perfect use of all the things they need to do. And you love the aggression here. I think Equinox trying to get something rolling. Oh, there's another shot. Goodbye, Pro Builder.
He's taken like 90 shots and 10 of them hit, but every single shot he's hit has just resulted in so much damage in the KO potentially. So, I mean, beautiful stuff. It's like we're watching a musketeer back in like the early, 17th or 19th century, 18th century, whatever freaking year it was. I'm not a historian, but yeah, we lost now to the second phase. They get even staggers onto Tupiel.
Kingsman is on his knees somewhere, just screaming at the air. Swamp, come on now, what are we doing? Got to play within the creators tournament. Oh yeah, another quick hit there from Jitward, coming quickly for the Peter Parker.
They canceled he did the portal cancel too. So man, this is going from bad to worse for this team right now. Not only losing the Black Widow, but you also get portal swap canceled by Jitward on freaking Spider-Man. It's the two characters that nobody wants to ever see in the rank games.
Yeah, at this point, get Iron Man out there to play. Like, let's just go and get them all going there. That a lot of people consider not great in the higher elo. Scarlet Witch maybe will find a way into this match, but Luca is going to get bullied a lot, thrown all over. My God, trying to find some soulless. Pro Builder does find Xantho with that, and the Agamo going out. We're having too much fun. 4 minutes is a lot to deal with, and the whole queue's ready. Plasma Burst, the OP ult, finding no Solus on that connection. Jitward spin to win. Just find Chupio, and this is all but over.
And they're still touching. At least you have Lyric with the ult. They can't find the KOs. Nice work with Pro Builder going over to that Daredevil to be alongside the Devil Dino. Finally getting something done. It just feels like Lyric POV 2 has been really tough because he just on Devil Dino, his character never goes down. He's just watching everybody else fall around him.
Just
it's like
watching everybody die.
It's like the opposite. It's like the dinosaurs have outlived the humans in this case. It just feels tough for this Devil Dino at the moment.
Yeah, that's definitely an understatement. And yet at that point too, if you're just trying to, I mean, the only heroes you can be is White Fox and Invis into this chaos as well. Zaytex back on over to the Mantis, had his fun. Trying to lock in now as the Invisible Boundary goes out. Xantho and give this team their arena to fight in the Coliseum is not needed. Luca finds Pixel. They're down one strap. The Devil coming out though from Pro Villa. Can they respond in return? No, they cannot. And with that portal canceled earlier, they find the wipes and clean out shot. Pro Builder, the last soulless here. Hold on. Gonna find a little bit of love, dog. But it's gonna be Dino falling ultimately. And that is the end of this swan song.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic job from Yeah We Lost. They get a 2-0 win over Equinox, and it just seems like they're continuing their steamroll through every single MRC team that they've played against. So huge job by them, and Yeah We Lost. Big bounce back game, like you said, Coz, because I mean that game versus Team Liquid Citadel was always going to be hard.
hey, say what you will. This is the team I picked. I had a lot of confidence in the playoffs, right? I was like, I think they're going to go to the distance because of how weird they are in their non-traditional sense, and I love that. And there's times when they go against TLC, people will be like, I want to see them, they're losing, let's say, play this, play that. It's not them. They don't care to do so. Gaskin, listen, I said when we had the pre-show, I thought this was going to be a statement game. They had to go out there and show why they're one of the best, and I think we saw it.
The early 16th century is when the musket was invented, just to let you know, dog.
When was Black Powder, though? When was Black Powder?
A little bit off. I don't care.
I was like...
But anyway...
Come on, man. What do you mean you don't care? Okay, whatever.
I'll give you half of it. That's all I'll give you.
Partial credit. I'll take that.
In crazy to see Black Widow coming into play. Just showed how comfortable and how in control we lost were. It became a one-sided affair so much, though, that you got to meme a little bit. It's disappointing to see on the side of Equinox. They just didn't have the answers here, Cozy, and I'm sure it's going to be a difficult pill to swallow for them. And they just have to try and rebuild and move on and hope they can find victories elsewhere.
Yeah, there's a lot of... Listen, there's teams that struggle against We Lost in particular, so you can't, take it too much. Obviously, you just had a game where you got reverse swept. Then that happened, God, morale, right? But, get a spirit coach up in there, point to the side and say believe, because you got a lot of games to go, and there is plenty of things to prove from that. A couple things, to correct as well. But if you're We Lost, it's okay, great. We got that check mark done. Time to move on to what is going to be, another tough matchup. But what a way to respond to the loss.
Yeah, a great response indeed, and they looked like they were having fun. And for me, that kind of matters, even if it means Cozy only gets to cast for 30 minutes at a time as they speed run through. Jitwood gets MVP, 29 KOs. Good to see him on Spider-Man, enjoying himself as well in that last one, dog.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think there's been a lot of criticism for Jitward. I think somebody pulled up the... the stats for deaths per 10, for casualties per 10 minutes. And I think he's up there with last season, or in the preseason, he was 8 or something. Everybody else is 6. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter when you just play around him, support the play style. Too many people are scared. Too people are timid when it comes to playing around these incredibly fast-paced players because they're okay, he's dying a lot. He must be playing bad. But he's just on a different tempo than you. You got to pick up your tempo if you want to play with King Jitward. For the side of We Lost, because if you do, you're going to win games like they just did today.
And everyone else in the group, have they just been put on notice here, Cozy? Because, of course, We Lost going up against TLC. That was always going to be one of their most difficult games, if not their most difficult game. But now, with everyone else, like Space Station, for example, do you think they'll be worried to play against this roster who just look terrifying at the moment?
I mean, yeah, listen, with heroes coming out like White Fox and Black Cat, it just lends more to their play style. And I think, We Lost, they already got their team. It's almost like a blessing they got that game out of the way first, right? Because now they're going to try, if anything, probably circle that SSG game more than anything, because that was the one that they lost out of that, right? If you look at the rest of the group and how they fared up to them, that was one of their games that they did end up struggling. I think Nightmare, they lost a set as well in the preseason, at least one of the games into it in a kind of each way domination. But yeah, that definitely shows that, hey, cart lever's gone, but we're still the same.
Still the same, and certainly maybe even finding improvements in certain areas as well. I think I'm very excited to see how We Lost develop as they move forward here in the group. On the side of Equinox, though, it's going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. I think Cozy's right. You definitely don't want to be too disheartening onto yourself. You don't want to beat down on yourself too much, because We Lost do have that capability of absolutely running through you when they are playing this way. But Dog, if you had to kind of look somewhere for Equinox for a lifeline going into the rest of this group, where would it be for you? Where can they look? What would be their strengths?
I mean, I think it's this back line. I think they've been really good. And you guys mentioned Chupiel. He's been solid too. It's definitely I know it's easy to call out specific players and stuff, but it is a team game. And I think that if we can just adjust to what the team's doing a little bit more, be a bit more proactive, like I said, I understand Devil Dino's a good character, but, there are situations where, maybe you don't have as much impact on the game. And it's not necessarily just on Lyric and the squad, but it does feel like Equinox, if I'm going to point as a specific player, whenever they do well, it's because of Lyric on Doctor Strange or whatever. Just feels like they kind of run through their Vanguard line. So I like them to play around them a little bit more.
It seems to happen quite a lot as well. When a new meta comes in, people kind of get forced into that meta, have to play heroes maybe they're not as comfortable with. At what point, Cozy, do you start to go back to those comfort picks? Or do you think this meta now is too apparent that you can't afford to go back to some of those heroes that you were good with?
Yeah, it's a good point. We talked about that yesterday. It's when the Devil Dino comes out, a lot of this game plan has been made around it. And it was working somewhat well against Space Station, right? So maybe you continue on that and you kind of stubborn push the foot forward and see, and they lose again, though. It's you risk so much. I think 2 games in now, every pick's just a bit more riskier, and it's just a tough 2 opening, right? Because if they would have won yesterday like they should have, it's like, okay, we could see what went well, but because of not, it's like, okay, do we change everything? I don't know. It could be tough for them to really reset in this.
Yeah, maybe the time for experimentation is over. But we can take a look at the standings and how everything is looking, the lay of the land after the results from today, because now a couple of teams have been able to play 2 games, and those 2 teams were the ones just on your screen. So we're going to have Liquid Citadel still sitting at the top with Space Station and Stick Drift now who move up. But Equinox is going to be down at 0-2. And of course, earlier from the games in Group B, we're starting to see some leaders now with Swamp Energy and 100 Thieves finding their victories, but still none yet for FlyQuest, Nightmare, and Sentinels. Dog, how do you think these groups are going to lay out? Like, at the moment, of course, with only a couple of matches being played, there is still a lot of differences to be had. But are we starting to weed out some of these teams now that we expect to be toward the bottom?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I expect maybe Equinox to come back. I think they've had some really hard games that you guys talked about. They probably should have won that Space Station Gaming series. So, I don't know. I'm like, I think that for the side of Space Station Gaming, for example, I wouldn't be surprised to see them kind of struggle to get that fourth place spawn. I'm curious about that matchup versus We Lost later on between those two. But then for Group B, yeah, I mean, I think it's still any man's game, because, like, who knows if Nightmare starts to level up. We're still early on in the patch, and it does feel like it's the same as, like, the last patch where, you know, even though there wasn't that many changes besides a new character being added, or a couple new characters since the preseason, I guess, it does feel like there's a lot that a lot of teams haven't figured out just yet, including the ban phase. This is one of the hardest games, I think, to play at a professional level because of how many different compositions you have to play. So, you know, the fact that we have a patch basically before every tournament makes it really, really tough for these pros to figure it out, and usually it's only figured out before, you know, even end of the playoffs.
I certainly do not envy some of the pro players with everything they have to keep up with, that is for sure. Well, we can look ahead to tomorrow and see what the schedule is going to be looking like and which teams are going to be playing what, and are your favorite teams going to be on your screens. We've got Sentinels versus Nightmare, 100 Thieves versus NRG Shock, and Stickdrift versus Space Station. Cozy, definitely some juicy matches waiting for us tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. I got a 3-day, been here with all having the luxury of being able to see all the action all 3 days. And for me, I think 100 Thieves versus NRG Shock is going to be probably the one that I'm most excited for there. 100 Thieves, I really felt like, and even in my predictions in game, I picked to finish very well. I thought they would adjust well. We never see the same results from pre-season. Obviously, the matchup that we're all waiting for will be them versus Swamp Gaming, probably. But this is also a very good litmus test for them to see how they stack up. Made light work of FlyQuest, but across the board, all three looking pretty fun.
Do you have a favorite matchup there, Dog? I mean, I know what stands out to me, but I'll allow you to make your own decision.
Okay, I gotta think about what you'd pick so I can pick the other one. I'm thinking I just want to see more of Stickdrift in Space Station Gaming, for me at least. That's why I'm looking forward to that game. I just love how those players have been playing, and I think that Stickdrift, this could be their stage to kind of maybe upset and play well compared to like We Lost and stuff. So if you take down a team like Space Station Gaming right now, when maybe they're looking their weakest, that would be huge to go up 2-0 in the group stages.
I think for me, 100 Thieves versus NRG Shock is going to be my game to watch tomorrow. Two absolute powerhouses in this group, and it might just solidify one of these teams that little bit further in the competition as well. Very excited to see what will go down, but it has been an excellent day so far with all the teams that we've seen. I mean, it was a day of 2-0s, Cozy. I mean, you joked about it. You were hosting, then you jump into the cast, you get some quick 2-0s, but that's kind of how the region is looking at the moment. We get this top-heavy side of the groups right now where people are just kind of dogging on other squads at the moment.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's for sure. I think a lot of question marks in between has been our question ultimately, and like who's fixing what. I was surprised that, when we have teams like this, we talk about relegation, We Lost. That's a roster that I'd be looking to just continue to support, right? And we see more of that here. But in general, man, I think, We Lost. They're probably celebrating too hard, or like they fell asleep because it was just too light work. I don't know, but either way, it was fun to see them put together. As
I just love how mad.
Talk to him.
I just love how mad Cozy is. He's like, dude, every time I cast, it's just quick 2-0s.
To cast.
I love it.
Hey, you'll get them. We get best of fives in a little bit later on when we get into the playoff side, so don't you worry, Cozy. You'll have plenty of time to get on the screen and get those casts underway. But you guys did absolutely fantastic, as always. Pleasure to hear you commentating on those matchups. But guys, that is us done and dusted for today. Of course, we have plenty more action still to come tomorrow, whether you're watching OCE, whether you're going to watch Pacific, whether you want to watch EMEA tomorrow as well. There is going to be all of that on your screen here in Marvel Rivals Ignite. But with that said, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you from production, from Cozy, from Dog, and myself, and Vicky, of course, and of course from Guang Guang himself. We appreciate you guys. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 숨길 신비롭게 누군들일 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면